Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 30-15. The inherited blood needed some time to adapt, but the origin dragon soul could do it quickly. Therefore, during this period of time, Lingxi had basically been adapting to the inherited blood essence. There were many people who played with her in the realm of life. With Yongyu watching over her, there was no problem. While Long Chen was protecting Lingxi, he also placed his focus on the primordial dragon pagoda. A mysterious pagoda. Similar to the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen still could not use the Origin Dragon Palace. Of course, he was sure that Di Jun could not control the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. However, Di Jun could at least fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and use its power to make himself stronger. Without the help of the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen naturally would not be Di Jun's opponent under the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Although I do not know how much Di Jun paid to fuse with the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and how long it took, but if he can do it, I can do it too. Indeed, only supreme existences like ancient god Savage Wilderness can truly use the primordial incipient grade creator divine weapon. I am still far from that level, so it is normal that I cannot truly shake the primordial dragon pagoda. However, I can at least be on par with Di Jun. As long as I am on par with Di Jun, supreme gods and Tai immortal realm experts should not be able to do anything to me. Of course, I will not be able to defeat them either. In the end, supreme gods were still stronger than Di Jun. There were many supreme gods in the myriad worlds. Long Chen held the primordial dragon pagoda. It was a transparent pagoda with invisible dragons moving around it. It was as cold as the Origin Dragon Palace and difficult to communicate with. Long Chen used the 5 types of dragon blood to fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda. Perhaps the ancestral dragon's inherited blood was too powerful. It instantly triggered the pagoda. The blood gathered on the transparent pagoda and formed 5 different colors. However, the center was still transparent. Long Chen squinted his eyes. It seems that in order to truly conquer the primordial dragon pagoda, bloodline alone is not enough. I also need sufficient strength. Of course, I have an advantage over Di Jun. Therefore, when his ancestral dragon blood flowed through most of the primordial dragon pagoda, he could vaguely feel the terrifying power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was like a huge world, and there were a total of 9 levels. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the effect would be if such a huge divine power of creation was used. Long Chen and the primordial dragon pagoda were in a stalemate. Day after day, he was feeling the power of the primordial dragon pagoda and communicating with it. Currently, the consciousness of the primordial dragon pagoda was very vague, like a baby. Long Chen had to gain its trust first. About 2 months later, they had basically become familiar with each other. The primordial dragon pagoda had also adapted to Long Chen's existence. Long Chen had also grasped the majority of the divine power of creation in the primordial dragon pagoda. This power was several times more than his 3 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts combined. No wonder Di Jun's primordial cage's power had increased several times. I want to fuse with you and borrow your power, Huang Xiaolong said. Long Chen kept making such requests to the vague consciousness. Of course, this was based on the fact that the 2 of them had more or less reached a consensus. In the beginning, the primordial dragon pagoda refused. However, as time went on, another month passed. Under the premise of Long Chen's own bloodline, he found that the fuzzy consciousness had loosened. He estimated that it would not be long before he reached the same level as Di Jun. It was completely possible. It took a few months. How troublesome and slow. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he didn't know was that Di Jun had persisted for hundreds of years to fuse with the primordial dragon pagoda. Finally, one day, the primordial dragon pagoda loosened completely. It approached Long Chen and fused with Long Chen's body. On one hand, it was like an original incipient grade armor, giving Long Chen a formidable defensive ability. On the other hand, the endless divine power belonged to Long Chen. Once Long Chen used his principles, the power would obviously increase several times. Di Jun's trump card had become his trump card. Swoosh. Not long after that, the primordial dragon pagoda left. Long Chen was just about to go crazy over that terrifying power. It's really too powerful. It would be great if he could control the primordial dragon pagoda completely. Right now, it's not perfect. First, the primordial dragon pagoda isn't very obedient. Whether he can fuse with it or not depends on luck and the primordial dragon pagoda's mood. As time passes and it gets used to it, it will be better. Second, the duration of the fusion is not under Long Chen's control. If the primordial dragon pagoda suddenly doesn't work during a critical battle, it will be a tragedy. Therefore, he couldn't rely on the primordial dragon pagoda too much. It would be great if he could use it at the most critical moment. Jun was the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the primordial dragon pagoda this time. Obviously, he couldn't control it completely. This was an unstable trump card. However, at least it was a sign of hope. Once it was used successfully, it would be the end of the enemy. Communicating with the primordial dragon pagoda was a long-term task. It would be fun if it forgot him when he needed it. Phew. Long Chen recovered from that state and put away the primordial dragon pagoda. He was shocked. In front of him was a sacrificial dragon. Her entire body was silver and sparkled like a gem. She seemed to have fused with space. She could be considered an absolute beauty among the mystical dragons. Such a mystical dragon should be a female. So it was Lingxi. A few sounds of laughter came from sacrificed dragon's body. Then, it transformed into Lingxi before Long Chen's eyes. She descended from the sky and arrived in front of Long Chen. Right now, her long hair had turned from black to silver. Her eyes flickered with light, making her even more beautiful and moving. She was ethereal and graceful, as if she was the darling of space, one with the boundless heaven and earth. Although he was always with Lingxi, he still felt a sense of awe when he saw her now. Powerful, ethereal, mysterious. Every move, every smile, is the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. She has fused with the origin dragon soul. From now on, Lingxi is the same as Yang Lingqing. She is a true supreme mystical dragon. As time passes, they will grow to the peak of the Tai God realm and be very close to the progenitor realm. Yes, it's done. Lingxi landed in front of him. Long Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. He felt as though he was in a dream. She had completely transformed. She was no longer the plain maiden of the past. She had an imposing manner and majesty. She was a true supreme divine dragon. She had washed away her weakness in exchange for toughness. However, she did not lose her charm. Her ethereal eyes, cherry red lips, and the ribbons in her hair made her look even more beautiful. Through the threads of 3 lifetimes, Long Chen can actually better sense her current power. That's right, she's already infinitely close to me. Just in terms of power alone, she's already on par with Long Chen. After becoming a true divine dragon, her own power has the nature of the infinite divine technique. What you lack now is the laws. The dragon ritual has many spatial laws. Jun also gained enlightenment from it. You are like a young dragon now. In the future you can slowly understand it. As long as you understand it, you might not be weaker than Jun. Long Chen analyzed her current situation. In terms of strength, she is close to the supreme deity realm. After all, Lingxi's starting point is very high. I have many ideas now. Actually, I have been watching your battle with him. There is a similar rule in the sacrificial dragon legacy. Actually, it shouldn't be difficult for me to figure it out. Moreover, God Emperor Ling Su's 18 heavenly rules and spirit arts can be used to great effect now. Lingxi is actually a genius in the area of laws. She has a very good foundation, and with Long Chen's nurturing and nurturing, it's not surprising that she has such improvements. Big brother Chen, I'm really happy. Lingxi hugged him tightly. Now that she had a daughter, and Long Chen had obtained such a perfect object for her, allowing her to realize her own worth. To her, he was already everything in this world. From now on, I will still be able to live and die together with you. This is truly wonderful. Feeling the warmth in his arms, her burning heart, Long Chen recalled that he had always thought this way. For a person like her, it was worth it even if he had to do more for her. She had always been working hard so that Long Chen would not worry about her. For example, this time, she fused with the inherited blood essence. She did it faster than everyone else. She did it better, and she worked hard. All right, don't be unreasonable. Long Chen patted her buttocks, causing her to pout coquettishly. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. After a while, Long Chen said, "Strike the iron while it's hot. Since you've become a divine dragon, I'll let you control the gate of the universe and bring me through the myriad realms. Then, I'll let you control the myriad realms' divine sword so that you can protect yourself and defeat your enemies." Of course, Long Chen's plan was to turn everyone around him into super experts. On Mo Xiaolang's side, Long Chen had always been working hard. Now that Mo Xiaolang had become an ultimate god emperor, with 3 types of ancestral fire seeds and the Chaos Devil Saber, his strength was close to the top 10 of the god emperor board. As for Lingxi, she had become a sacrificial dragon and had 18 kinds of heavenly rules and spirit arts. She had also comprehended the space laws, and could control the gate of the universe and the myriad worlds' divine sword. It would not be a problem for her to catch up to Di Jun in a short period of time. Once she controlled the gate of the universe and the myriad worlds' divine sword, she would definitely be in the top 10 of the god emperor board. As for Kitten, Long Chen was about to head to the time tunnel to search for his true body. He could become the strongest expert in the team. As for Li Xuanji, Long Chen had not forgotten about her. If there was a better opportunity in the future, he would definitely give it to Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's Yin demon, and her strength was of utmost importance to Long Chen. Lastly, for Soyian, Zhu Shi, and the rest, Long Chen had considered a lot for them. However, Zhu Shi's bloodline was strong, Soyian had the devil body of Hua, and there was still room for growth. Yang Lingqing was already a supreme divine dragon, so there was no need to mention. Chapter 30:16. The Gate of the Universe and the Myriad World's Sacred Sword were both in the Death Realm. Long Chen and Lingxi came to the Death Realm alone. It wasn't easy to make these 2 divine objects that originally belonged to Di Jun submit. Arriving at the Death World, Long Chen watched as the gates of the universe and the Myriad World's God Sword turned the Death World upside down. My father once said that you might have other fortuitous encounters. Don't be in a hurry to inherit the legacy blood from the Origin Dragon Palace. I'm not sure if this fortuitous encounter is the legacy blood and the Origin Dragon soul. Lingxi said contentedly, fate is unpredictable and cannot be fixed. The so-called encounters are just coincidences. I think it's pretty good now. Long Chen nodded. Actually, if it's better, I can let you give up the inheritance blood and the Origin Dragon soul and get a new one. Moreover, I need you to control the gate of the universe. Otherwise, it'll be too time-consuming to move around the infinite worlds. The gate of the universe had great benefits. The road ahead was filled with countless possibilities. Just like Long Qinglan who had traveled 100,000 years to come here, the future was also filled with countless possibilities. Space is one of the nomological laws that I like very much. Currently, Lingxi was completely immersed in the nomological laws of space. Her talent was increasing strangely, especially in terms of nomological laws. Over the past few days, she had actually grasped the various nomological laws of space, and her speed was very fast. Don't you feel like you've changed? How can you be so fast? Even if others became real divine dragons, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. For example, Yang Lingqing hadn't comprehended many nomological laws yet. They were both supreme divine dragons, but Lingxi was way ahead of him. I don't know either. I'll understand in a while. Perhaps it has something to do with you. After all, Long Chen had comprehended nomological laws much faster. Lingxi's plain lady nomological laws could communicate and merge with the man's power. Should be. Of course, he didn't know that it had something to do with Long Qinglan. Then, I'll help you control the gate of the universe. Long Chen landed. The gate of the universe was trapped in his bloodline. When he used it, it was a circular gate, but now it was a bronze bracelet. With Long Chen's current abilities, it was very easy for him to catch it. Don't resist. It's meaningless. Long Chen said to the good fortune heroic spirit. Don't worry, I won't have any grudges with you because of Di Jun. I originally belonged to Divine Lord Taihao. Let me ask you, are you prepared to fight Divine Lord Taihao if you dare to control me? That's a real Divine Lord, not Di Jun. Long Chen could not be bothered to fight Di Jun. He could just return to the death reign when the time came. Therefore, he had no reason to be afraid of revered Divine Taihao. The treasure belongs to whoever obtains it, Long Chen said solemnly. As long as you have the resolve. The gate of the universe admired Long Chen very much. After all, Di Jun had reached such a level and still hadn't killed him. However, if you want to control me, and it's not you, then it depends on whether this woman has the will to suppress me. I want to see true ability. The gate of the universe said calmly. It would not go easy on Lingxi because of Long Chen's pressure. No creation divine weapon would want to follow a weak master. Chen, I'll do it myself. Lingxi was very confident. She floated down. Long Chen gave up his position and let her handle it herself. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, Lingxi had a lot of time and energy. With Lingxi's current superb state, she could definitely handle the gate of the universe. However, the Myriad World's divine sword would be a little more difficult because it was a semi-primeval level creation divine weapon. It was a level higher than the ghost blood curse and the sacrificial spear. Time flew. Long Chen watched Lingxi fight with the gate of the universe. She was very organized. It was considered to be showing her strength to the gate of the universe. With her current level, it was not difficult. Not long after, the gate of the universe admitted defeat and willingly let Lingxi control it. I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent in the space rules. Your future achievements will surpass Di Jun. The gate of the universe originally thought that Long Chen was only strong on his own. It did not expect that the woman beside him also had such abilities. In fact, what Long Chen needed the most was for Lingxi to handle the gate of the universe. She could slowly study and conquer the Myriad World's divine sword. However, after easily handling the gate of the universe, Lingxi had a stronger confidence. Now that the Myriad World's divine sword was in the Blood Sea, she could even see the scene of them controlling the gate of the universe. I think I should take this opportunity to try it with the Myriad World's divine sword. Lingxi turned the gate of the universe into a bracelet and wore it on her wrist. It became a very beautiful accessory. Of course. However, the Myriad World's divine sword has been with Di Jun for too long. We have to be careful. Long Chen pulled Lingxi and shifted their position in the Death World. In an instant, they appeared in front of the Myriad World's divine sword. Now, the Myriad World's divine sword was floating above the Blood Sea, splitting into tens of thousands of illusory worlds. Each illusory world seemed like a real world. When Lingxi and the others arrived, these tens of thousands of worlds instantly gathered together. It's you guys. The Myriad World's divine sword knew that when Di Jun was defeated, this day was destined to come. It was already prepared. If you want to control me, it's very simple. At the very least, you have to convince me. Not just in terms of strength. At the same time, without space rules, you won't be able to unleash my strength. The Myriad World's divine sword was more direct and passionate. They were not loyal to Di Jun. They only recognized strength. This was actually a good thing. Go. Long Chen gently patted Lingxi's shoulder. This time, he used the golden-haired Di Jun to create Emo Xiaolang, and the silver-haired Di Jun to create Lingxi. The Myriad World's divine sword would definitely belong to Lingxi. Sooner or later. Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Lingxi used her extraordinary talent to teach the Myriad World's divine sword a wonderful lesson. Before the Myriad World's divine sword was ready, she had already controlled the gate of the universe that she had just prepared and used this move. Although the power was not as great as the time when Di Jun imprisoned Long Chen, at least it was much faster. Not only was the Myriad World's divine sword swallowed up, even Long Chen was shocked. This is Di Jun's space rules. This is Di Jun's law of space. Lingxi is comprehending it too quickly. I originally thought that law was her weakness. I didn't expect it to be her strength. If this goes on, when she controls the Myriad World's divine sword, she will not be far behind Di Jun and will catch up to me. The ancestral blood of the dragon sacrifice and the origin dragon soul are indeed powerful, but how can she comprehend it so quickly? Now that Lingxi had the space rules, in addition to her 18 heavenly rules, she had become a difficult character to deal with. She had even surpassed Mo Xiaolang. She had already crushed the Myriad World's divine sword in the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Seeing how she controlled the Forbidden Zone of Eternity with such speed, even the Myriad World's divine sword would have to yield. Indeed, a few days later, that terrifying space divine treasure became Lingxi's new weapon. After integrating everything from the sacrificial dragon, Lingxi rose to the top in a single step. Space rules, heavenly rules, gate of the universe, and the Myriad World's divine sword allowed her to be on par with Di Jun in a short period of time. I am also curious. Why did so many difficult problems suddenly become simple after Yen was born? Lingxi herself was also completely baffled. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, "Could it have something to do with your father? I keep feeling that after coming out of the Origin Dragon Palace, there were some slight changes in my body. However, it was not obvious. These few days, After inheriting the sacrificial dragon's blood essence, the changes became much faster. Is that so? If it was Long Qinglan's explanation, then it wouldn't be surprising. However, he didn't tell her. Perhaps there were some secrets that she couldn't know for now. No matter what, it's great that my little she is so powerful. Above the blood sea, Long Chen hugged her tightly. All right, I miss Yen. Take me to see her. If I keep playing with Kitten and the others, Yen will definitely become more and more mischievous. Okay. Back in the realm of life. Dad, Mom, Uncle Kitten is teaching Yen how to pick up girls. It's so fun. A small dragon came crashing over. Long Chen's expression darkened. With Lingxi in control of the gate of the universe, everything was ready. It was time to start on the journey again. Staying in the realm of life would wear away his fighting spirit. Long Chen still had many things to do. Mo Xiaolang had already finished cultivating the Celestial Emperor Sun cultivation art and achieved eternal god power. With Long Chen as the leader, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang, the Iron Triangle had formed. More people would join them in the future. Let's go back to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent first. How was that destroyed world now? Yeah. It was Lingxi's first time using the Gate of the Universe to cross such a long distance. She was still a little nervous. To be honest, it would take several years to reach the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Continent from here. Even with the primordial grade divine warship left by Dijun, Long Chen entered Lingxi's divine kingdom and let him cross by himself. The others could actually stay in the realm of life because no matter where they went, Long Chen could open the realm of life and return from there. Open the Gate of the Universe. The Gate of the Universe could reach all the places it had been to before, but it had never been to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Under the influence of the Sky-Swallowing clan, all the creation heroic spirits had actually lost their memories related to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Divine Dragon. Therefore, the Gate of the Universe didn't know the specific location of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It could only bring Lingxi to the vicinity of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and then adjust the direction. The bracelet vibrated violently in front of her and was connected to thousands of spaces. The gate opened, and the inside was full of spatial ripples. This was a large-scale space crossing. Go! Chapter 30:17. The first time they teleported, they traveled too far. Hence, it took them more than a month to reach the vicinity of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. When Dijun controlled the Gate of the Universe for the first time, it took him even longer to reach the third heaven. Of course, he had also obtained the Gate of the Universe for a long time. It was said that Hierarch Tai Hao lent the Gate of the Universe to Dijun, and Dijun did something for him. After completing that task, he handed the Gate of the Universe to Dijun. Long Chen came out of the Divine Nation. The nearby space and world levels are indeed too low. This is the weakest place in the myriad worlds. It seems like the Spirit Essence Star Ocean is in front. Lingxi's long hair fluttered in the wind as she pointed at the bright star ocean ahead. Yes, the first world we set foot in. The two passed by the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. They remembered that this was the first place they defeated Sky Fiend Ji and brought him into the Death World. The Spirit Essence Star Ocean was still very peaceful at this time. Long Chen didn't disturb their lives. God Emperor Ling Su is really pitiful. She went to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and met Dijun. She fell in love with him and gave birth to a pair of children, Lord Spirit and Lady Su. Unexpectedly, Dijun first killed Mo Sang, then used a scheme to kill God Emperor Ling Su. In the end, he didn't even let his children go. Killing such a person can be considered as taking revenge for God Emperor Ling Su. This was the story between Dijun, Ling Su, and Mo Sang. It happened in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent during the Primordial Era. The three of them were a bit like Long Chen, Lingxi, and Li Xuanji. However, Long Chen and Dijun were never the same. Hence, Long Chen was happy, while Dijun was destruction. Using the Gate of the Universe again, they teleported a large distance and arrived at the edge of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen looked from afar and saw two huge planets in front of him. However, one of them was gray and real, while the other was formed by thick fog. The Dragon Sacrificial Continent actually became like this. There was some sadness in Lingxi's eyes. This was also the place where she grew up. Damn it. Long Chen had deep feelings for this place. To him, this was his home, the only place he had a sense of belonging in the myriad worlds. However, this place was destroyed. From then on, They were vagrants, rootless duckweed. Chen, we will definitely rebuild this place in the future. Don't be sad. Lingxi held his hand. It's fine. Let's go and take a look. Long Chen had already guessed that this would happen and was mentally prepared for it. Let's take a look at the Divine Star of Destiny, the Curse Realm, and the origin of the Divine Dragon. He first came to Planet Destiny. Stepping on the ground, the gravity of Planet Destiny was nothing to him now. He leaned against the ground, his eyes piercing through the soil. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the cursed mystical dragons were still hidden here. They were waiting for Long Chen to find a way to break the curse. Don't worry, seniors. I already know the location of the homeworld, and one day, I will do my best to bring back the method to break the curse. He was relieved that the Divine Star of Destiny was safe. Next, he went to the Curse Realm. Everything was the same as before. Jun did not destroy this place. They have been sleeping for too long, and they have been cursed for an entire era. How pitiful. The rims of Lingxi's eyes reddened as she stared at the boundless black stars. She had always been an emotional little woman, and she couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. At the same time, she also understood that Long Chen had a heavy responsibility. Countless mystical dragons, and the hope of the entire legacy, were pinned on him. That day, Long Chen looked at the endless stars. One day, I will let all the mystical dragons return to the myriad worlds. I will build a new core of the myriad worlds here, and I will make the dragon sacrificial continent a supreme world that surpasses Pangu continent. The exuberant and rich natural energy on Pangu continent reminded Long Chen of the dragon sacrificial continent when the mystical dragons soared. At that time, the dragon sacrificial continent must be even more beautiful. Then, they went to the origin of the divine dragon. This is actually the most mysterious place in the world. Cave of Ancestral Dragon. Let me have a look. This was the second time Long Chen was so close to the Cave of Ancestral Dragon. The first time was when he walked the Dragon Stairway of Inheritance. The Ancestral Dragons were all born here. Who knew what was in the Cave of Ancestral Dragon? A mysterious cave abode, or even a passage to another world. No one knew. Long Qinglan had once stepped into the origin of the Divine Dragon, but he did not go far. Long Chen asked Lingxi to stay outside, while he walked into the cave. As soon as he stepped in, he could feel a mysterious and ancient force repelling him. With every step he took, the force increased by 100 times. When Long Chen took dozens of steps, he was blasted out of the world that he had not seen yet. It seems that I am not qualified to go in. Now that he had entered, he wouldn't be able to get any information at all. He thought he could hear and see something. The origin of the Divine Dragon, the source of everything. Now that I have returned, I can understand the mysteries of this place better. When he first came, the origin of the Divine Dragon was just an ordinary place in his eyes, similar to the battlefield of the gods. Now that he was back, his vision was different and everything was different. It seems that I can't be anxious to figure out the origin of the Divine Dragon. He calmed down inside. Let's go in and take a look. After stabilizing his emotions, he pulled Lingxi along and entered the huge mass of air that was formed after the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen directly transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon and wandered around inside. Everything inside seemed to have been shattered and there was nothing left. What a fragile world. Long Chen could not help but sigh. 100 years later, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed. As expected, the dragon sacrificial continent was destroyed today. The Black Jade Dragon Head's prophecy was so accurate. Right, where's the Black Jade Dragon Head? Long Chen looked around. Finally, he saw that at the core of the mass of air was the Black Jade Dragon Head. Under Jun's destruction, it was not destroyed. Long Chen saw such a dim Black Jade Dragon Head amidst the dust. It was still dead silent, like a stone. Looking at it, Long Chen recalled the first time he stood on this Black Jade Dragon Head. I was really young back then. People would always change. The current Long Chen was more mature. He touched the Black Jade Dragon Head and thought about it. Since this Black Jade Dragon Head was terrifyingly hard, could he destroy it now? Although it was a holy relic. But he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, Long Chen had already gathered the strength of a punch. He roared and punched the Black Jade Dragon Head. Boom! There was a tremor. Long Chen retreated quickly. In front of him, Crack suddenly appeared on the black jade dragon head. It really shattered. Rumble. The entire jade black dragon head exploded. It turned into countless fine black sand and shattered. It's really broken. Long Chen was a little absent-minded. This legendary indestructible thing had now been broken. Although this was inevitable, he was already very strong, but in his heart, he still believed that it should be impossible to destroy it. Even the dragon's sacrificial continent is gone, let alone this black jade dragon head. He sighed helplessly. Chin, what are you looking at? Lingxi was more attentive. Among the countless black dust, she saw two spherical black stones. They were not very big. Long Chen went over in an instant and took control of these two spherical stones. These are its eyes. They're actually still intact. The fact that they could not be destroyed under Long Chen's power proved that the black jade dragon head's eyes were extraordinary. There are words on them, Lingxi said in surprise. Long Chen took a closer look. It was the words of the divine dragon from before the epic. On the left, Long Chen studied it carefully and was ecstatic. What? Chen? Lingxi saw his expression and knew it must be something good. Long Chen said, 7th, Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon, Ancestral Planet. The 7th Ancestral Dragon was the Dragon of Calamity and Calamity. In the Dragon Sacrificial Continent before the epic, the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon controlled the primordial dragon tribulation and the rules of power of billions of divine dragons. It was ranked before the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon, and was almost a pure offensive divine dragon like the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Does this mean that the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence is in the ancestral planet that we're going to? Lingxi was also very surprised. She did not expect to find the location of the Universe Chaos Calamity Dragon's blood essence with just a simple try. Collecting the ancestral dragon's blood essence was also an important task for Long Chen. It was even more perfect since it happened to be in the ancestral planet. What about this one? There were a total of 2 eyes. Long Chen put this one down and picked up the other one. After a closer look, he could not help but laugh and said, 9th, Shadow Dream Dragon, in the southern Taihao territory. Other than the first and second ancestral dragons and the last chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, Long Chen had inherited 5 of the other blood essences. The location of the other 2 was actually hidden in the black jade dragon head. Back then, if Di Jun had broken this black jade dragon head, then the one who would have known the location of the 2 ancestral dragon blood essences would have been him. Especially since the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's blood essences were actually in the southern Taihao domain, which was simply Di Jun's base camp. The Shadow Dream Dragon was a dragon of illusion and transformation. Among the 10 great ancestral dragons, it was the 9th ancestral dragon, just after the ancient Blood Spirit Dragon. Finding the 2 ancestral dragons' blood essence was originally an important task for Long Chen. Now that he knew the location, at least he was relieved. I originally decided to go to the time tunnel, but it seems like I have to change my plan now. Chapter 30:18. Taihao Territory, Time Tunnel, Ancestral Planet. These were Long Chen's 3 goals. These 2 inherited blood essences, Kitten's body, and the time tunnel were all must-have. Long Chen decided the order according to the degree of difficulty. The ancestral planet was definitely the most dangerous. The time tunnel was remote and inaccessible. It wouldn't be too much of a problem to go there later. He still told Kitten. Kitten was playing happily with Long Yen in the realm of life. Hearing Long Chen's words, she waved her hand and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'll go to the Taihao territory first and get that inherited blood essence. Kitten didn't object, which was even better. These 2 eyes seem to be able to help us find the inherited blood essence. Let's put them away first. Long Chen put away the 2 eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head and came out of the primal chaos. Looking at the state of the dragon sacrificial continent after it shattered, his heart was filled with unwillingness and heaviness. Maybe I don't have much time left. Little Shi, let's go to the Taihao territory immediately and find the inherited blood essence of the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. Okay. Lingxi began to prepare the gate of the universe. Now that he had the gate of the universe, it was easy to return to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The gate of the universe remembered this place and could naturally reach it directly. Even if Long Chen returned to the realm of life and death, he could instantly return here. It was just that the traces left by the rules could only last for 10 days. Therefore, the gate of the universe was still the most useful. This was also the reason why Long Chen let Lingxi inherit the inherited blood essence of the dragon sacrificial dragon and control the gate of the universe. Where is the Taihao territory? Lingxi asked. The Taihao territory was very big, and the gate of the universe had been to most places, so he needed a specific place. In the divine nation, Long Chen called out the two white-haired demonic god emperors from the dragon sacrificial dragon deities. The white-haired youth was called Feng Shuo and the white-haired girl was called Lu Ji. Introduce me to the Taihao territory. They had just followed Long Chen, and now that he had a use for them, they naturally worked very hard. The vast expanse territory is located in the south, close to the dragon sacrificial continent. There's an eternal realm there, which is the vast expanse divine realm that Hierarch Taihao presides over. There are also many primordial chaos realms. As for the other realms, they should be too small. In the entire vast expanse territory, the only one who can threaten you should be Hierarch Taihao. Moreover, you used his gate of the universe, so he will definitely come to snatch it back. Long Chen thought about it. The black jade dragon head did not clearly describe its location, so it would not be easy to find it. The most likely place is still in the vast expanse divine realm, or a few primordial chaos realms. In this vast expanse territory, there are about 300 realms. I may have to search them one by one. Fortunately, with the gate of the universe, I will definitely be able to find them. As for Hierarch Taihao, Long Chen was actually not worried. After all, he had fought against the Wildlands sect master, who should be about the same as Hierarch Taihao. Anyway, the other party did not have the power to crush him. Even if he did, he, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang might still be able to resist him if they joined forces. If it came down to it, they could just escape into the life and death realms. Let's go to the vast expanse territory first. Any place will do. In this way, Lingxi began to move. The gate of the universe opened, bringing her into a twisted tunnel to the vast expanse territory. If Di Jun had valued me from the beginning and found this gate of the universe, I would have been finished long ago. More than 10 days later, Long Chen arrived at the vast expanse territory. An ancient and barren world. This was the place where Di Jun and the others had stayed after leaving the dragon sacrificial continent. We have occupied a primordial chaos realm world here and renamed it Di Jun Realm. However, after we left, there were no longer any god emperors there. Feng Shuo of the demon race said. Then let's go take a look at this Di Jun realm first. The gate of the universe shifted once again. Di Jun realm was a primordial chaos realm world that was very close to an eternal realm world. It did not belong to Di Jun in the past. It was Di Jun who occupied and controlled this place. He killed the original god emperors and became the ruler of this place. This was a world in the vast expanse territory that was second only to the vast expanse god world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen descended on a golden planet. This massive planet was dozens of times the size of Ling Su giant star. It was thick and massive, and its soil was as hard as steel. This is Di Jun realm. Actually, Long Chen understood that if the 9th ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence was here, it would have been snatched away by Di Jun long ago. Indeed, after searching for a few days, he found nothing. The two eyes left behind by the black jade dragon head also showed no signs of activity. Not here, go to another world. Feng Shuo and Lu Ji did not dare to ask what Long Chen was looking for. Besides the vast expanse god world, he could go anywhere else. He did not go to the vast expanse god world for now because he did not want to have a head-on conflict with Hierarch Taihao so soon. He wanted to search all the surrounding worlds first. In the end, if he still could not find it, he could only go to the vast expanse god world. Feng Shuo brought a star map for Long Chen. It marked the various major worlds of the vast expanse territory. With the vast expanse god world as the core, Di Jun realm was actually very close to the vast expanse god world. Then, there were a few primordial chaos realms in the surroundings. The further away from the center, the more remote it was, and the lower the level of the world. There was even a dream-level small world. In such a world, one could become a ruler the moment one became a god. Long Chen searched for a while. The Umbra Dream Demon Dragon is considered more feminine. Then let's go with this. Fengdu Ghost City. This Fengdu Ghost City was a primordial chaos realm world. It should not be much weaker than Di Jun realm. The gate of the universe had been to these places before. After opening the gate of the universe and traversing through the starry sky, Long Chen soon arrived at the Fengdu Ghost City. He had seen many worlds, but this was the first time he saw an entire world as a city. This was a world that was even bigger than the Builder Tree. It was very difficult for the living beings that lived in this world to see themselves as living in a huge city. After all, this city was really too big. Even if Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he was still a tiny speck of dust to this city. But looking from afar, this was a dark city. Above it, chilly winds howled angrily, and there were layers upon layers of ghostly shadows. The entire Fengdu Ghost City was hidden in thick black fog, and one could not see the light of day all day long. Any random room in the city was probably as big as the entire dragon sacrificial continent. The myriad worlds were created by the myriad worlds' ancestor gods. Whatever shape the myriad worlds' ancestor gods wanted to create, that would be the shape. Therefore, Long Chen did not regard himself as an outsider. After all, every leaf on the Builder Tree was a continent. Sacred Leaf Continent. This was just a primordial Chaos Realm world, and it would not be too much of a threat to Long Chen. In this world, there are a total of 37 God Emperors, and the strongest is an ultimate God Emperor. Together, they are called the 37 ghostly gods by the living beings. They divide the entire Fengdu Ghost City into 37 parts, and each of them commands and restrains each other. They call themselves the Ghostly God Clan, but they are actually demons. These demons were not primeval troll, but ordinary gods and demons of the myriad worlds. In the end, these demons were actually just gods with a dark attribute. Long Chen's will swept across this world, and he roughly knew the locations of the 37 God Emperors. He and Lingxi had silently descended into this world, and their targets were of course the strongest God Emperors. Ultimate God Emperors. They definitely knew the most things. There is a God Emperor here, and he is ranked 95th on the God Emperor list. He is the strongest expert in Fengdu Ghost City, and he is called Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Lu Ji told Long Chen softly. Then let's look for him. There should be no mistake. Fengdu Ghost City was huge, and even a little bit of trouble was troublesome. They could learn about some important places from Ghost Emperor Fengdu, and their chances of success would be much higher. Ghost Emperor Fengdu resided at the highest place in Fengdu Ghost City. He was a loner, and he was invincible. The place where he resided was the holy land of the entire Ghost City. Other than the other 2 or 3 ultimate God Emperors, no one else dared to go there. Long Chen and Lingxi arrived easily. The Gate of the Universe was simply too convenient. Gate of the Universe. When Long Chen first arrived, the soil in front of him rose up, and a huge coffin appeared. At this moment, the coffin opened, and boundless black chi soared into the sky. The entire world was shaking. Rumble. Half of his body was made of flesh and blood, while the other half was made of bones. His appearance was very frightening, but it was useless against Long Chen. When he saw the eternal rank fortune divine artifact, the Gate of the Universe, Ghost Emperor Fengdu had already knelt on the ground. Greetings, Hierarch Tai Hao. Ghost Emperor Fengdu said respectfully. However, he quickly stood up and looked at Long Chen and Lingxi in shock. How did the Gate of the Universe fall into their hands? Who were these 2 God Emperors? It seems like you haven't been paying attention to the matters of the myriad worlds for a period of time. Long Chen said. Because he didn't know Long Chen's background, Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't make things difficult for them. These 2 made him feel a huge threat, and he was observing them in the dark. However, Long Chen definitely didn't trust him. You like to sleep in a coffin. Actually, Long Chen didn't know that everyone in Ghost City had their own coffin. When they slept, they were used to burying themselves in the soil. Who are you 2? Ghost Emperor Fengdu asked, and the sky-burying coffin fell from the sky. The eternal great gate of the universe naturally imprisoned him within. Long Chen and Lingxi entered the sky-burying coffin. Ghost Emperor Fengdu tried his best to destroy it, but to no avail. It's useless. Don't waste your energy. Long Chen said. What do you 2 want? Ghost Emperor Fengdu realized how powerful they were. They could casually use an eternal great gate of the universe. It was simply too terrifying. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance. I will try to use the Eye of Wishes to control him. It will save me a lot of trouble. The Eye of Wishes law, under Long Chen's suppression, succeeded without much suspense. Chapter 3019. Although Long Chen had already reached an extremely high level, his attainments in the Law of Wishes were not too strong. Now, he just happened to control Ghost Emperor Fengdu, the #1 expert of Ghost City, the only existence on the Divine Emperor list. After using the Eye of Wishes to control him, Long Chen began to question him. He basically did not hold back, and told Long Chen some of the more crucial locations of Ghost City. Long Chen memorized them all. Forget everything that happened today, and sleep peacefully. Okay. If the Law of Wishes was developed to its most terrifying level, it could display even more unimaginable effects. This was also Long Chen's future development goal. For example, any random law could completely control a person. How strong would that be? Long Chen could do it now, but the stronger one was, the harder it was to control. For example, this Ghost Emperor Fengdu, he could only ask a few questions. When Ghost Emperor Fengdu fell asleep again, Long Chen put him back into his coffin, and let him return to the soil at the highest point of Ghost City. There are only a few places that might exist. Let's search first. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence must not fall into the hands of others. Even if others could not use it, if it fell into the hands of others, especially those supreme deities, it would basically be impossible to find. Now that he knew the location, it was time to find it in one go. The 9th ancestral dragon was a dragon of illusions and transformations. Its law of transformations was the mystical side of all things. From stillness to movement, replication, transformation. It was said that apart from the other ancestral dragons, the Shadow Dream Dragon could transform into anything. If Long Chen completely controlled the law, he could transform into anything, and even possess everything of others. That was true transformation. The Umbra Dream Dragon was ever-changing. Long Chen now knew very well that his goal was to fuse with all 9 types of ancestral dragons, apart from the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. He even wanted to find the origin dragon souls of these 9 ancestral dragons and fuse them all. At that time, he would truly be heaven-defying. No one could imagine how strong he would be at that time. Even the rulers of the sky-devouring race, even the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, could not compare. Perhaps this was the first ancestral dragon's plan. Therefore, searching for the ancestral dragon's blood essence and origin dragon soul was, in fact, Long Chen's most important mission. It wasn't just for Long Qinglan, the dragon's sacrificial continent, and the myriad worlds, but also for himself. Long Chen felt that day was not far away. Let's start with the dragon with endless transformations, the Umbra Dream Dragon. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu provided a few dangerous places. Long Chen found a few other experts of the Ghost City of Fengdu to verify them before heading to those places one by one. To this day, if the ancestral dragon's blood essence was nearby, Long Chen would feel it very strongly. Moreover, the thing left behind by the Black Jade Dragon Head was also helping Long Chen's search. Generally speaking, as long as he approached, there would be a reaction. To Long Chen and his companions, the so-called dangerous places and forbidden areas were just ordinary deity emperors might pose a threat to them. However, Long Chen was like a hot knife through butter. No, regrettably, after searching one place after another, he still couldn't find it. Previously, he thought it was easy, but after coming to the Taihao domain, he realized that it was actually like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's right. Back then, there were 5 types of blood essence on the dragon's sacrificial continent. I've been searching for so many years. It's normal now. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't too anxious now. After all, he still had some time. The sky-devouring clan hadn't taken action, and the myriad world still existed. This place, even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that he didn't dare to enter. There are the legendary 8 great heavenly ghosts of the Ghost City of Fengdu in the entire Ghost City of Fengdu. Basically anyone who enters will not come out alive. It's an absolute forbidden area of death. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu did enter, but when he came out, he was seriously injured. Long Chen and Lingxi appeared in the Ghost City of Fengdu. It was a very secluded place with no signs of human habitation within a million miles. Beneath their feet was a dark swamp with thick black fog. In the deepest part, there was a pool called the Heavenly Ghost Pool. This was the #1 forbidden area of the Ghost City of Fengdu to other worlds. The Ghost City of Fengdu was undoubtedly a terrifying world. It was vicious, bloody, dirty, and ugly. Therefore very few outsiders came to this world. A place like the Heavenly Ghost Pool was hidden in the depths of the ghost city of Fengdu. It was even more inaccessible. If the ancestral dragon's blood essence exists in the ghost city of Fengdu, it's most likely to be in this place. Arriving here, Long Chen could already feel the terrifying Yin Qi in the Heavenly Ghost Pool. Anyway, this place. Lingxi frowned as she looked at it. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was like a dirty cold pool. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. You go back first. Long Chen opened the door to the realm of life and let her in. He could handle this place by himself. However, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be interested in coming out to take a look. So, Long Chen went with him so that they could take care of each other. Be a little more careful. Even the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu said that we can't come to this place. I just don't know what the 8 great heavenly ghosts are. Could it be 8 hidden gods and devils? That shouldn't be possible. Gods and devils wouldn't be willing to stay in this place. Perhaps it's something left behind from before the epoch. It's just that too many people have forgotten about it. Then, they randomly named it the 8 great heavenly ghosts. No matter what, we'll know once we go in. Hopefully the blood essence is inside. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang broke through the layers of black fog and passed through the dangerous swamp. Finally, they arrived above the Heavenly Ghost Pool. The Heavenly Ghost Pool was filled with baleful energy and was extremely cold. It wasn't big and was a little narrow. It felt like they couldn't get out even if they entered. Go in. The two of them entered the Heavenly Ghost Pool side by side. Under the suppression of their power, the pool water was directly forced away. Especially since Mo Xiaolang now had the Chaos Green Flame, which had the effect of purification. Under the burning of the Chaos Green Flame, the cold water of the Heavenly Ghost Pool was constantly evaporating and disappearing. I reckon that if we let you stay here for a little longer, the Heavenly Ghost Pool will dry up. At that time, this place will change from the most dangerous place to a place where tens of thousands of people can play. Tyrannical power could change too many things. The ghost city of Fengdu was originally a world that was countless times stronger than the dragon sacrificial continent. But now, Long Chen and the others were too powerful. Therefore, when they came to the ghost city of Fengdu, they could easily become gods that ruled over this world. The life and death of the billions of living beings in this world was just a matter of a single thought from them. This was the so-called power. Long Qinglan had told Long Chen how powerful he was. With a thought, he could destroy the world and annihilate trillions of living beings. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't do that. The responsibility of the strong was to maintain order and protect the weak. Only then could the myriad worlds prosper. Otherwise, they would be destroyed and everything would disappear. Without the weak, there would naturally be no strong. There really is one. Long Chen stopped and looked down with Mo Xiaolang. After entering, they discovered that the space inside the Heavenly Ghost Pool wasn't small. At this time, after discovering traces of the enemy, Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed down. An incomparably majestic power from the Trillion Shrine turned the endless pool water into ashes. The appearance of the enemy appeared directly. It's actually a kind of fortune divine tool. Long Chen's eyes saw through the essence of this legendary creature with a single glance. It was undeniable that the creature in front of Long Chen and the others was no weaker than the Ghost God clan. If it wasn't for the fact that it possessed the power to suppress them, it would be very difficult to tell whether it was a real creature or a fortune divine artifact. Long Chen could see that the creature in front of them had a strong body, a green face and fangs. It wore a tattered bronze armor and was covered in a deathly aura. Its flesh and blood were rotting. This was the so-called 8 great heavenly ghosts. It wasn't a living creature, but a fortune divine tool in disguise. However, this fortune divine tool was very powerful. Even Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't know what it was. After losing to the 8 great sky ogres, he probably didn't know what it was either. He was ranked 90th on the Divine Emperor ranking. Not even as strong as Great Emperor Yuehua. Roar. The rough aura, the angry roar, and the majestic baleful Yin Qi. Its body was the fortune divine tool, and the rotting flesh and blood were just an illusion. What kind of monster is this? Mo Xiaolang couldn't understand what it was. After all, this fortune divine tool was very good at disguising itself. It was Long Chen's first time seeing such a fortune divine tool. It's a fortune divine tool. Long Chen sneered as he watched it approach. He might not be able to obtain the ancestral dragon's blood essence today, but he would definitely gain something. Mo Xiaolang was a little confused. However, Mo Xiaolang was confused. When the heavenly ghost heard Long Chen's words, its expression changed drastically. Its dark green face turned blood red. It roared loudly and brandished its claws. With terrifying power, it charged at Long Chen. Its roar spread across half of Ghost City of Fengdu. At least trillions of living beings in Ghost City of Fengdu trembled when they heard it. Heavenly Ghost. It's the Heavenly Ghost. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The world is going to end. We're all going to die. Run. The Heavenly Ghost is angry. The Fengdu continent is going to be finished. The people of Ghost City of Fengdu would not call themselves a city, but a continent. It was just that their situation was much more complicated than the average continent. Long Chen didn't know what was happening outside. Let me. At his current realm, Mo Xiaolang didn't have any room to display his strength. At this time, he took out the slender Chaos Demon Saber, held the saber hilt with both hands, and slashed down from the sky. Chaos Green Fire. The Chaos Demon Saber was surrounded by towering emerald green flames. Suddenly, the flames formed an astral saber and collided with the Heavenly Ghost. Immediately, a ravine appeared on the Heavenly Ghost's body. The Heavenly Ghost let out a shrill scream. It was in extreme pain. Chapter 30-20. We Can't Escape. Mo Xiaolang was the first to rush down, followed by Long Chen. The entire Fengdu Ghost City was panicking over the Sky Ghost's rage, but they acted like nothing had happened as they followed behind the stone steel. The stone steel is the true form of this destinable divine artifact. The so-called 8 Sky Ghosts should have 8 stone steels as one. I'm guessing that the destinable divine artifact that could defeat the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu should be an eternal grade destinable divine artifact. Long Chen gazed into the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Lake. If we can obtain an eternal grade destinable divine artifact like this, we can only say that our luck is too good. In the myriad worlds, all eternal grade destinable divine artifacts were supreme treasures. Back then, Long Chen had spent so much effort to obtain the Ghost Blood Curse. Compared to that time, this time was simply too easy. Even defeating the Chaos Fiendish Demons and Di Jun was not easy at all. They had fought to the death to obtain their eternal grade destinable divine artifacts. We're here. At this time, the huge black stone steel plunged into the ground with a loud bang, causing endless smoke and dust to rise. Previously, Long Chen had seen a ghostly image on the huge stone steel, completely identical to the sky ghost that had appeared before. At this moment, when the black stone steel landed on the bottom of the lake, a total of 7 similar stone steels appeared around it. The only difference on each stone steel was the image of a sky ghost. However, every sky ghost looked different. Some were thick, some were thin, some were tall, some were short, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some resembled a primeval troll, and some resembled a centipede. The only similarity was that they all had similar heads. There were a total of 8 stone steels, all massive and heavy. At first glance, one could tell that the combined might of these stone steels was not inferior to the sky-burying coffin. Boom! When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang approached, the 8 stone steels suddenly transformed into 8 sky ghosts. Their appearances were basically the same as the previous images on the stone steel. The sky ghost that had been injured by Mo Xiaolang was also among them. It was these 8 who joined forces to deal with the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu. As soon as this thought flashed through Long Chen's mind, the 8 heavenly ghosts in the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Lake unleashed an earth-shattering roar as if they were facing a great enemy. This time, it was even more terrifying. The 8 great heavenly ghosts appeared at the same time. For a moment, it seemed that the entire ghost city of Fengdu was trembling. Countless people were panicking and running around, scared out of their wits. The experts sleeping in the coffins woke up one after another. The sky ghost's roar was the most terrifying signal in the entire ghost city of Fengdu. I didn't expect an eternal grade fortune divine artifact to be hidden in a primordial chaos realm. It's probably because no one has guessed that this eternal grade fortune divine artifact has existed until now without anyone obtaining it. In the face of the roars of the 8 great heavenly ghosts, Long Chen only felt lucky. Xiaolang, you should be able to control 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts. It just so happens that the Chaos Demon Saber specializes in offense, and this fortune divine artifact can be used for offense, defense, and suppression. It's similar to the heaven-burying coffin. If you subdue it, your battle prowess will increase by leaps and bounds. No problem. Mo Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he saw the 8 great heavenly ghosts. It had been a long time since he had participated in a battle. Today, it was just taking care of an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. If Ghost Emperor Fengdu could rank in the 30s on the Divine Emperor list, perhaps these 8 great heavenly ghosts would be his fortune divine artifact. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Mo Xiaolang was an ultimate divine emperor, and with the 8 ancestral flames and the chaos demon saber, subduing an eternal grade fortune divine artifact without a master was a piece of cake for him. Long Chen watched the battle from the side while Mo Xiaolang rushed down. Listen, I want to control you. The 8 great heavenly ghosts didn't seem to be in their right mind. They didn't care what Mo Xiaolang said and attacked directly. The 8 great heavenly ghosts surrounded him and attacked violently, causing a huge commotion in the heavenly ghost lake. Most of the land around them was already crumbling. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. About a quarter of an hour later, the 8 great heavenly ghosts became 8 stone steels under Mo Xiaolong's feet. Mo Xiaolong's current combat strength could rank in the top 10 on the Divine Emperor list. It was indeed not difficult for him to control an eternal grade fortune divine artifact, just like how Lingxi controlled the myriad world's divine sword. It's done. The 8 stone steels recognized their master and became a part of Mo Xiaolang. This is an eternal grade fortune divine artifact called the Deity Ghost Celestial Steel. It can suppress, defend, and attack. It can also conjure the 8 great heavenly ghosts. With the ancestral flames working together with them, their power should not be any weaker than the Chaos Demon Saber. Mo Xiaolang was excited. Long Chen had also watched him grow stronger step by step. Big brother, thank you, Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. What are you thanking me for? This is your luck. Mo Xiaolang shook his head. It's not just the Deity Ghost Celestial Steel. I feel that without you, I would not have been able to live until now. Although I have confirmed that I am from the Sky Devouring clan, I still have to say that without you, there would be no me. Not just in the past, but in the future, no matter when, my life will always be yours. Long Chen smiled and said, That's enough, don't say such sentimental words. Your life is your own, and we are all working hard for the same goal. No one knows what the future holds. We just need to work hard to the extreme and do what we have to do. Even if we die, it's fine as long as we die. I'm not like you, wasting your life for me is not worth it. You also have your own life and important people. I understand. Mo Xiaolang smiled and said no more. Long Chen searched the depths of the heavenly ghost lake and found nothing related to the ancestral dragon's blood essence. As expected. Let's go to another place. But to be able to get an eternal grade fate divine tool, our luck today is heaven-defying. Let's hope that our luck is still this good. The two left the heavenly ghost lake. There was no movement here now. The chaos in Fengdu Ghost City would probably calm down soon. Next, they searched a few more places. After confirming that the ancestral dragon's blood essence was not in Fengdu Ghost City, they prepared to leave for the next world. It took me 5 days. If that's the case, it'll take me a few months to finish searching the entire Taihao territory. It'll be easier to search the lesser worlds later. Finally, it'll be the Taihao Divine Realm. I just hope that thing won't be in some uninhabited area or even the fragmented stars. If that was the case, it would be a real headache. There were too many broken stars in the entire Taihao domain. If they searched them one by one, they would not be able to find all of them even after millions of years. Ah! At the highest point of Fengdu Ghost City. Whoosh! Soil flew. A coffin exploded. Ghost Emperor Fengdu appeared from the ground, panting heavily. He floated in the air, covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, he looked in a certain direction in shock. After a while, he appeared above the heavenly ghost lake. The entire heavenly ghost lake had dried up. My deity ghost heavenly steel, my deity ghost heavenly steel. Ghost Emperor Fengdu cried. He knelt in front of the heavenly ghost lake, trembling. There were no words to describe his sorrow. Who was it? Who was it that stole my deity ghost heavenly steel? There should be no one in the entire ghost city that can do it. Even I can't control it. Who was it? He roared and roared. He hugged his head and hit the ground repeatedly. In fact, he had long known that the 8 great sky ghosts in the heavenly ghost lake, which the entire ghost city regarded as a nightmare, were actually eternal-grade fortune divine artifacts. In the entire ghost city of Fengdu, only he knew about them. Even if experts from other worlds came here, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu would hide the information about the heavenly ghost lake. For so many years, nothing had happened. But when he woke up today, the deity ghost heavenly steel was gone. He had guarded it for so long, tried so many times, just for the day when he could control the deity ghost heavenly steel. At that time, his cultivation would definitely rush into the top 30 of the Divine Emperor list. His position in the myriad worlds, in the entire Taihao domain, would be different. Finally, he remembered. It's them. After so many hardships, he finally remembered the two illusory figures. They had suddenly appeared and forced him to tell him the location of the heavenly ghost lake. They seemed to be looking for something. Then they came here and took the deity ghost heavenly steel. That's right, they came here through the gate of the universe. The gate of the universe. Divine Taihao. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's eyes widened. That's right, Divine Taihao. The deity ghost heavenly steel couldn't just disappear like that. At this time, he calmed down and contacted Divine Taihao. A ball of light gradually appeared on a gem in his hand. Within the light was a terrifying supreme god. Facing him, Ghost Emperor Fengdu held his breath. What business do you have with me? Divine Taihao asked. Divine Taihao. There is something I must tell you. A few days ago, two gods came to Ghost Fengdu City through the gate of the universe. Oh, it's that Long Chen, right? Divine Taihao said indifferently. How does Divine Taihao know his name? Ghost Emperor Fengdu himself didn't know. The entire myriad worlds know. You're the only one who doesn't know. Go on, and then? Ghost Emperor Fengdu hurriedly said. They seem to be looking for something. They searched the entire Ghost Fengdu City and have left. I was suppressed by them before. Now that I've regained my freedom, I saw them using the gate of the universe, so I came to you. Divine Taihao, what happened? It has nothing to do with you. However, I still have to thank you for bringing me this news today. There will be a gift sent to you later. If there's any news in the future, just tell me directly. Thank you, Divine Taihao. Also, when Divine Taihao is going to kill those two, please let me know. They also took something of mine. Before he finished, the connection was cut. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was stunned. Long Chen, who is this? I've been asleep for hundreds of years. Did I miss some news? Chapter 30-21. Subsequently, Long Chen searched through the entire Taihao territory, one world after another. After searching all the primordial chaos realm worlds, he turned to the order level worlds. Not long after, he had searched nearly 30 order level worlds. At that time, Long Chen did not have much hope. He actually felt that the most likely place was the Taihao Divine Realm, but he was too lazy to confront Hierarch Taihao directly. Now, he decided to spend some time to search the remaining worlds. Because of the Gate of the Universe, a task that would have taken hundreds of years could be completed in a few months. The further he went, the smaller the worlds became. Then came the creation-level worlds. In the end, he did not dare to choose a world and search them one by one according to the distance. He searched every single world in the entire Taihao territory. There were close to 300 worlds, and he spent about 4 months to go through almost all of them. Unfortunately, he still could not find it. Looks like I still have to make a trip to the Taihao Divine Realm. In the endless starry sky, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Taihao Divine Realm. He had recently gotten to know revered divinity Taihao, and realized that this person was very similar to Di Jun. It was no wonder that they were birds of a feather. In any case, revered divinity Taihao was not a kind character. Under his rule, the entire Taihao domain was very strict and hierarchical. Although I obtained the Gate of the Universe from Di Jun, it was something that Di Jun borrowed from him. Naturally, he would not let it go. If I go to Hierarch Taihao, I will have to fight with him. After all, he was an ultimate god. Anyone who could become an ultimate god was obviously not a simple character. If he was not stronger than Di Jun would probably be the master of the Taihao territory. There was a certain level of risk in fighting with Hierarch Taihao, but Long Chen still had to go. Otherwise, he would be wasting his time searching through the 300 worlds. There's still the last world. Lingxi activated the gate of the universe and brought Long Chen to the last world in the Taihao territory. After searching that world, Long Chen would head to the Taihao divine realm. He, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang appeared next to the last world. This was actually a prehistoric world. The strongest person there was a divine lord. It was a world that was slightly stronger than the spirit essence star ocean. But to Long Chen and the others, it was just too small. The place where the living beings lived was only a few tenths of the size of Fengdu Ghost City, which was slightly larger than the dragon sacrificial continent. However, when the three of them saw this world, they couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the myriad worlds. Actually, a world like the Builder Tree was already amazing enough, but the world in front of them was even more amazing because it was actually a flower. The entire world was a 9-colored flower that stood proudly in the endless starry sky. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. The entire world was enveloped in a kind of dreamlike brilliance, like a fairyland in a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that the level of this world was a bit low, presumably Lingxi and the other women would want to live here. So beautiful. Hearing Lingxi's sigh, Yang Lingqing, Xueqi, and Xueqi came out of the life realm one after another. They chattered among themselves. Looking from the starry sky, the world formed by this flower was indeed extremely beautiful, making people gasp in admiration. A world in a flower. Actually, Long Chen also felt that it was quite amazing. However, presumably, the living beings that lived there wouldn't feel too much of a difference. The land was still the land, the mountains were still the mountains, and the rivers were still the rivers. There would only be slight changes. This is a prehistoric world called the Flower Fairy World. There is a kind of flower fairy race, which is actually a type of human race. There are no males in the flower fairy race, only females. As long as the females consume a kind of magical liquid that is produced in the flower fairy world, they can conceive and give birth to daughters. The entire flower fairy world stands aloof from worldly affairs because very few people can reach the border of the Taihao domain. Actually, for the entire myriad worlds, such a world was too small. Just like the dragon sacrificial continent, it was fortunate that it was relatively remote. Otherwise, it would be easily destroyed. Of course, because the level of the world was relatively low, there were no experts who wanted to occupy such a world. It was useless and would only ruin one's reputation. Moreover, as long as it was the Taihao domain, it was also considered the territory of Hierarch Taihao. Regardless of whether it was inside or outside the Taihao domain, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go in and take a look. After searching this world, we'll go to Hierarch Taihao. Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang headed towards the Flower Fairy world. As there was no threat, Xueqi and the rest also wandered around. Long Chen didn't care much about them. After the search was over, he would take them away. In such a small flower fairy world, no matter how carefully they searched, 2 days was enough. After descending into the flower fairy world, Long Chen felt that it was quite interesting. Every flower petal here formed a continent and living beings lived on it. There were also many flower fairy race living in places like the flower heart. After descending, Long Chen also saw the flower fairy race. They were members of the human race. Their bodies changed slightly and there was a fresh fragrance of flowers. The entire world was enveloped in a psychedelic fragrance of flowers, but it was very beautiful. To the flower fairy race who only had beautiful women, men like Long Chen were very rare. The entire flower fairy world was similar to the dragon sacrificial continent back then. The living beings on it would only think that the flower fairy world was the entire world. They wouldn't have the concept of men in their eyes. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to disturb their simple lives. He found a few gods and asked a few questions before starting to search the flower fairy world. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi held one of the eyeballs left behind by the black jade dragon head and searched in another direction for the legacy blood essence. What a comfortable place. Coming here and feeling the beauty of this place was indeed a kind of enjoyment. The entire flower fairy world was filled with all kinds of beauties. They were all as delicate as flowers. It was simply a man's paradise. Long Chen focused on searching for the legacy blood essence. Logically speaking, the legacy blood essence of the shadow dream demon dragon that appeared in such a psychedelic world should be even bigger than the ghost city of Fengdu. Therefore, Long Chen was prepared to search carefully. If Xiaolang has any news, he will tell us. It was much simpler to split into 2 teams and search separately. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi were together in the flower fairy world. Xueqi was in Mo Xiaolang's arms and blushing. It smells so good, How come it smells so good here? Soyun suddenly smelt the fragrance in the air. Mo Xiaolang raised his head and saw that in the distance, there seemed to be another continent made of flower petals. Surprisingly, there was a colorful smoke rising up into the sky. That strong fragrance was coming from that continent. How is that possible? This fragrance was simply too fragrant. The colorful smoke was also very strange, as if it was burning something. However, just what was being burned to produce such a fragrance that swept through several continents? That world seemed to be in a state of chaos. Countless flower fairies were also looking at the other side of the sky. It's the Xueqi continent. What's going on there? Oh my god, how many people have died because of that thick smoke? Doesn't that smoke come from burning corpses? What's going on in the Xueqi continent? Has the goddess of Xueqi gone crazy? More and more people were talking about the Xueqi continent. Mo Xiaolang and Soyun glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they sped up. In a small world like the flower fairy world, it was very easy for them to cross a flower petal. Whoosh! A small world like the flower celestial realm almost couldn't bear the presence of their experts. Thus, Long Chen was very careful when moving around. He didn't want any small movements to cause the deaths of the common people. There's a strong cultivator. After Mo Xiaolang arrived in the Xueqi continent, he suddenly stopped. He was already very close to the colorful smoke. The smell was disgusting. There was a strong cultivator in the smoke. Mo Xiaolang had to be an extremely strong cultivator. Mo Xiaolang wouldn't call him a strong cultivator like Feng Du's ghost emperor. It was impossible for such a strong cultivator to appear in the flower fairy world. At that moment, the entire Xueqi continent was covered by the colorful smoke. There were more than 1 billion flower fairies in the Xueqi continent. They were all screaming and screaming. It was like the end of the world. Mo Xiaolang could hear people screaming. The demons want to burn us to death. So many people are dying. The entire continent of Xueqi was in chaos. The paradise on earth had turned into hell on earth. Mo Xiaolang saw through the thick smoke that there were countless corpses of the flower celestial clan in the center of the continent. They were piled up into a gigantic mountain. At that moment, a huge fire was burning them. In a flash, countless living beings would be burnt to death. In fact, most of the corpses that were piled up were flower fairies who were still alive. They had been burned alive. Hundreds of millions of people were piled up together. Only a strong cultivator who was stronger than the flower fairy world could create such a scene. It was like a god slaughtering mortals. "Brother, come here," shouted Mo Xiaolang. Then, he turned into a sun-devouring wolf. He was the ancestor of fire. He opened his mouth and in a flash, all the fire in the Xueqi continent was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang. That was just an ordinary fire. That way the smoke stopped. When the corpses of the flower fairies saw the fire disappear, some of them ran away, some of them screamed in pain. Some of them had already been crushed to death. "Who are you?" When the thick smoke dispersed, a figure appeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. It was a man dressed in extravagant clothes. His hair was pink and there was a huge peony flower on his chest. His appearance was bewitching and his eyes were cold. There were no pupils in his eyes, only 2 blood-red flowers. He wasn't a strong cultivator from the flower fairy world. Chapter 30-22. When they heard Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen and Lingxi thought that he had found the inherited blood. They opened the gate of the universe and arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang in a flash. They had been on the other side of the world of flowers, so they didn't know much about the situation there. Now that they saw it, they knew why Mo Xiaolang had sent them here. This was divine supremacy Taihao's territory. Ordinary gods and demons wouldn't do something like killing living beings. Now, hundreds of millions of flower fairies had almost lost their lives. To create such a large amount of smoke, at least millions of flower fairies had died, perhaps even millions of them. Below them was a scene of hell on earth. Mo Xiaolang didn't say much. The chaos green fire swept past. Most of the injured flower fairy clansmen, who were on the verge of death, recovered under the nourishment of the chaos green fire. Gods, they came to save us. How great! Damned demon, he has to be punished in the end. God, please kill this demon and take revenge for my flower fairy clan. In Xueqi, hundreds of millions of celestial clan members were kneeling on the ground. Tears were flooding their eyes. They had seen so many of their friends and family being burned alive. No one would ever forget the look of despair in the flames. Brother, that guy deserves to die. Mo Xiaolang looked at him coldly. He had just seen a moment before, so he was furious. Especially at that moment, that guy was still smiling proudly. He didn't seem to care at all. 2 more friends. What day is it? What a coincidence that so many strong cultivators came to the celestial flower world. It's rare to see so many strong cultivators, said that guy smiling indifferently. He was tidying up his pink hair. Lingxi didn't say much. She went down and separated the celestial flowers so that they could escape safely. She then used a heavenly rule technique to protect the entire continent of Xueqi. She quickly protected all the celestial flowers. Otherwise, if they fought, the first thing that would be destroyed would be the world of flowers. The other party didn't stop Lingxi. Instead, he sneered coldly. At this time, Divine Emperor Yu Hua revealed the other party's identity. This is a guy from the southern starfield, the Taitsong territory, which is next to the Taihao territory. He calls himself the Peony Godchild. He's always been a loner and does things his own way. He's the kind that everyone hates. His style of doing things is unrestrained. I guess he's done a lot of things like killing hundreds of millions of living beings today. He's quite strong, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. He ranks 9th on the Divine Emperor list. Ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor list, it could be said that he was the 9th most powerful Divine Emperor in the myriad worlds. Obviously, he was quite close to Di Jun and the Chaos Demons. Is there no one to deal with this kind of person? As long as he doesn't offend himself, no one would bother to deal with him. But now that he has touched Divine Taihao's territory, Divine Taihao will probably be furious. Yet, he isn't afraid. Clearly, he wants to leave after this. Today's matter should be quite important to him. I don't think he will let this matter rest. Long Chen understood. Even if Long Chen and the others arrived, the Peony Godchild wouldn't stop slaughtering the Flower Fairy clan. Since Long Chen was there, he couldn't bear to watch billions of living beings die in front of him. That kind of person bullied the weak and had no morals. As expected, when the Peony Godchild saw that Lingxi was protecting the Flower Fairy clan in Xueqi, he laughed like a woman and said, "How interesting. A random Divine Emperor wants to stop me, the Peony Godchild? That's funny, that's too funny. I thought it was boring today. I have to thank you for making my trip more interesting." Mo Xiaolang was a straightforward person. When he heard that, he clenched his fists. He had seen the Flower Fairy clan with his own eyes, so he hated them. I'm curious. You're a Divine Emperor, but you're killing living beings. What can the Flower Fairy clan do to you? Is it because you want to kill them? The joy of killing. The joy of killing billions of living beings. No, no, no. Since you are here, I will tell you the truth. I have an eternal rank Fate Divine artifact. It was slightly damaged when I fought with someone last time. The Flower Fairy race is similar to me. They have a very small amount of a divine item in their bodies. As long as I refine them, this divine item can be extracted. About 10 million Flower Fairies can be refined into a drop of Flower Fairy dew. Don't underestimate this Flower Fairy dew. As long as I have a dozen drops, my treasure will be able to recover. Tell me, why wouldn't I do it? Long Chen understood. So that was it. That guy didn't deserve to be forgiven. Even though he had come to find the ancestral dragon's blood, he had coincidentally met such a person. If he killed him, he would be helping many people in the 10,000 worlds. These insignificant living beings are all trash among trash. Their existence is meaningless. I didn't destroy their world, but I made them contribute their lives. In fact, it's a great gift to them. At this point, the so-called Peony Godchild smiled at Long Chen and said, "So, are you here to help or to enforce justice? I'm really curious." Haha, if you want to help, I don't want to share the Flower Fairy dew with you. Of course, it's useless to you. If we fight in the Flower Fairy realm, we'll destroy this place. More people will die. We have to lure him to the starry sky. Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. Big brother, let me do it. This person is too despicable. If I don't kill him with my own hands, I won't be able to calm my hatred. If Long Chen attacked, he would be able to take him down. All right. As for Lingxi, she would protect the Flower Fairy realm. It wasn't that Long Chen and the others were belligerent. This originally had nothing to do with them. However, if they didn't fight, the peony godchild would kill hundreds of millions of living beings. If other strong cultivators came, they would punish such an evil person who broke the rules and had no bottom line. If you have the guts, go up. I'll fight you alone, Emo Xiaolang said in a low voice. The peony godchild said in surprise, "Oh, aren't we going to fight together? If you come alone, it'll be so troublesome for me to deal with you." After saying this, he laughed again. At that moment, Long Chen, who was right behind Emo Xiaolang, attacked. He was extremely fast and instantly appeared in front of the peony godchild. The burying sky coffin fell and with a boom, the peony godchild was trapped inside. Big brother. Emo Xiaolang hadn't expected him to attack. In fact, with Long Chen's current means, it was too easy to take care of this guy. Long Chen was very calm. He threw the burying sky coffin into the death realm and said with a smile, "Go in. I'll let you have some fun. I'll continue to look for the inheritance blood essence." If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he could directly use the heart of the great void to take the peony godchild's life. However, since Xiao Lang wanted to give it a try, he would let him try. This battle was more important to him. It would help him hone the Celestial Emperor's sun refining technique, the Chaos Demon Blade, and the Celestial Tablet of Ghosts and Gods. All right. In the Death Realm, there was no need to worry about the other party destroying the Flower Fairy Realm. Emo Xiaolang entered directly, and Long Chen closed the Death Realm. At that time, the peony godchild also ran out of the burying sky coffin. Now, when he saw the vast Death Realm around him, he could no longer be proud. Long Chen and Lingxi removed the rules. Many of the Flower Fairy clan didn't know what had happened, but seeing that the peony godchild had disappeared, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Long Chen and Lingxi. Let's go and continue to look. Long Chen quickly disappeared from everyone's sight with Lingxi. Of course, he was also paying attention to the battle between the peony godchild, who ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor list, and Emo Xiaolang in the Death Realm. Trapped in the Death Realm, the peony godchild was stunned. Where is this? His face was full of shock. He no longer had the arrogant and proud expression from before. In this strange place, he had lost his sense of security. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that when Long Chen arrived, he seemed to have used a door. He didn't pay attention to it at the time, but now that he thought about it, it should be an eternal grade fortune artifact, a bit like the famous Gate of the Universe. He had been ignoring Long Chen, because Long Chen looked the weakest among the three of them. During the conversation, he didn't expect that Long Chen would suddenly strike, and that he would instantly produce an eternal grade fortune artifact. He didn't know about the heaven-burying coffin or the life and death realm, but he had heard some rumors recently. It was said that Di Jun, the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, had borrowed the Gate of the Universe from Divine Tai Hao to hunt down a guy named Long Chen. And on Pango Continent, Long Chen had defeated Di Jun, and it was said that the Gate of the Universe had fallen into Long Chen's hands. This legendary figure. It was because Divine Tai Hao had lost the Gate of the Universe and could not appear in the Flower Fairy realm instantly that he had the courage to come here. Of course, he had never seen what the Gate of the Universe looked like, so he didn't recognize it just now. Now that he thought about it, this group of people clearly included the terrifying Long Chen. You are Long Chen. The peony godchild stared at Emo Xiaolang with a dull look in his eyes. Emo Xiaolang shook his head. He produced the Chaos Demon Knife and said coldly, "This is the Death Realm. Since you are here, you can't get out. Of course, maybe you will have the chance if you defeat me. If it's not you, then it must be that one." The peony godchild suddenly realized why Long Chen was always the center of attention among the three of them. Chapter 30-23. He was not a fool. Putting aside Emo Xiaolang's abilities, Long Chen, who could defeat Di Jun, had the power to fight against an ultimate god. He was not someone he could deal with at all. That was the most terrifying person. He was afraid of Long Chen. Therefore, at that moment, he was covered in cold sweat, especially on the ferocious blood sea. It's too late to beg for mercy. You were too arrogant just now. I don't want to say it a third time. If you really want to get out of here, defeating me is the only way. Either you have the ability to kidnap me, or my big brother will give in. Remember, you only have one choice, and that is to fight me fair and square. The peony divine son understood. It seems that you're treating me as a tool to hone you. If you weren't so disgusting, no one would target you. I really just need to defeat you. Since he was a tool to hone himself, the peony divine son easily understood. Long Chen wanted Mo Xiaolang to have a fair battle with him, so all he had to do was to defeat Mo Xiaolang. That would be easy. Even the kidnapping that Mo Xiaolang mentioned might be his only way out. You underestimate me too much. The peony divine son laughed after he understood. To be honest, he was only afraid of Long Chen, not Mo Xiaolang. Over the years, he had fought countless divine emperors and was least afraid of divine emperors. Above the blood sea, the gorgeously dressed peony divine son and the black-clothed Mo Xiaolang stood opposite each other. The chaotic aura on the Chaos Devil blade swept across. The blade looked ferocious and could tear apart the opponent's will at any moment. At that moment, the peony divine son sneered and spread his hands. Since he had decided to fight, he naturally had to go all out. At that moment, countless peony flowers surrounded him. They were extremely beautiful. In this bloody world of death, the peony divine son had opened up a world of flowers that felt untainted by mud. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang's Chaos Devil Blade and Black Demonic Aura were simply the most evil of all evil compared to the peony divine son. Unfortunately, the eyes could not see everything. It was the peony divine son who seemed to be righteous but had actually slaughtered billions of lives for his own selfish desires. Flower Ancestor. The peony divine son shouted. A gorgeous peony flower appeared on his palm and rotated in his hand. It had a terrifying power that was no less than the Chaos Devil Blades. It was no less than the peony divine son's flower, an eternal-level creation divine weapon. This should be the divine artifact of creation that the peony divine child wanted to repair. However, the damage was actually so little that it would not affect the battle at all. Because of this, he wanted to use billions of creatures to make up for it. Choosing to fight with me to train yourself is the biggest mistake of your life. Little devil, you don't even have the right to talk to me. The only person I admire is your big brother. Rather than admiration, it was more like awe. The peony divine son was really angry. He had not expected that a seemingly insignificant action would put him in such a situation. These shameless people always use the moral high ground to criticize others. Ordinary living beings are insignificant ants. How can the lives of trillions of living beings be compared to a god king? They dare to say that they can't crush these living beings. The peony divine son's anger was no less than that of Mo Xiaolang. In his anger, he naturally attacked with the most explosive force. 100 Flower Feast. At that moment, it seemed that the entire world of death had been occupied by countless flowers. There was an endless sea of flowers around. The peony divine son had built a sea of flowers that lay across the sea of blood, trapping Mo Xiaolang in it. The rules of the 100 Flower Feast were activated. In an instant, the entire sea of flowers was changing. Countless flowers exploded and turned into a large number of petals. Those petals gathered together. They were originally formed by the rules. Now, they formed the destructive power of the rules. In the entire sea of flowers, countless petals were like blades that attacked Mo Xiaolang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The space of the world of death was stable. Otherwise, it would have been cut apart. 3 kinds of ancestral fires burned on Mo Xiaolang's Chaos Demon Blade. When the 3 kinds of ancestral fires gathered together, it was a destructive power. Moreover, the 3 kinds of flames repelled each other. As a result, Mo Xiaolang did not need to use the rules at all. Just the 3 kinds of ancestral fires, the creation divine power of the Chaos Demon Blade, and the power of the Celestial Emperor Sun cultivation technique formed a terrifying power. Clang, clang, clang. Facing the 100 Flower Feast, Mo Xiaolang did not need to retreat at all. He directly rushed toward the countless petals. The speed of his Chaos Demon Blade was very fast. Once the petals' rules got close, he would use an extremely powerful force to directly smash them. Bang, bang, bang. Countless huge petals exploded into powder. They exploded around Mo Xiaolang, forming an incomparably beautiful color that did not dissipate. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Mo Xiaolang's flaming blade moved forward with a majestic momentum. The 100 Flower Feast in front of him was continuously smashed. Soon, he approached the peony divine son. This made the peony divine son frown slightly. This kid is quite powerful. Even the 100-flower feast can't deal with him. He controlled the flower ancestor. The flower ancestor turned into a huge flower that spun above his head. Every ray of light it emitted would condense into a petal. This was a violent collision between the petals and the Chaos Demon blade. Boom! Mo Xiaolang coldly cut off the last petal. He had already reached the peony divine sun. The Chaos Demon blade slashed down with the power of the 3 kinds of ancestral fires. Dream Flower Bush. At that moment, the peony divine sun did not panic. Instead, he smirked. At that moment, the flower ancestor stood in front of Mo Xiaolang. It changed again. At that moment, the flower ancestor gave birth to a 9-colored light. In an instant, the entire blood sea was surrounded by this light. The powder that had been cut off from the petals shone in the sea of flowers. The peony divine sun had already disappeared in front of Mo Xiaolang. Illusion. Mo Xiaolang's guess was right. This was an illusion. Everything was changing in the dream flower bush. There were all kinds of temptations. Countless peony divine suns appeared around him. It was difficult to tell which one was real and which one was fake. He knew that if this went on, he would definitely be defeated. No wonder he's ranked 9th on the Divine Emperor ranking. He's quite capable. He was much stronger than the Eternal Emperor and the others. However, his eyes quickly turned blood red. The 3 kinds of ancestral fires on his body surged and swept out. No matter what kind of illusion it was, there was no place for the peony divine sun to hide under the eruption of the ancestral fires. In an instant, the 3 kinds of ancestral fires swept the world. The entire death world had a blood sea below and an explosion of 3-colored flames above. It was scorching, cold, and purifying. Boom! The dream flower bush was broken. However, at that moment, it seemed that it was the moment that the peony divine sun had been waiting for a long time to attack. When the dream flower bush was broken, he suddenly appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head. Flower of Rebirth, die. A powerful rule power was probably the peony divine sun's strongest move. Under his control, the flower ancestor appeared above Mo Xiaolang's head. Suddenly, the flower turned completely gray. It was filled with an endless amount of death power. From top to bottom, it descended towards Mo Xiaolang. The gray continued to spread. A slight touch would mean death. There was no way to get rid of it. The peony divine sun had already disappeared. In fact, he had merged with the flower ancestor. It was obvious that the peony divine sun had been preparing for a long time. He wanted to end this battle. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's eyes turned cold. He did not dodge. Instead, he held the Chaos Demon blade with both hands. At that moment, the 3-colored ancestral fire on the Chaos Demon blade surged and instantly formed a huge 3-colored fireball. It grew larger and larger until it was infinitely large. Such a huge fireball was like the sun. When the flower of rebirth descended, the rule power exploded. Refined Sun Imperial Fire. This was the rule power that Di Jun had once used to attack Long Chen. After being swallowed by Mo Xiaolang, it became Mo Xiaolang's. This was Di Jun's ultimate achievement in the way of fire. After being modified by Mo Xiaolang with the 3 kinds of ancestral fires, the power it had formed was something that even Long Chen was looking forward to. When the flower of rebirth descended, the refined Sun Imperial Fire erupted. From bottom to top, the light of the death world shone brightly, completely suppressing the light of the flower of rebirth. The gray was swallowed by the 3-colored flames. Boom! That earth-shattering explosion directly caused the entire death world to tremble. Countless seawater in the blood sea was pushed to the edge of the death world. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The divine power of the refined Sun Imperial Fire was actually not far from the one that Di Jun had displayed that day. Although Mo Xiaolang was slightly weaker than him in terms of power, he had 3 kinds of ancestral fires after all. When everything dissipated, the peony god's body was charred black. Even his pink hair had been completely burned. The flower ancestor in his hand was even more damaged. It was almost at its last gasp. He looked at Mo Xiaolang in a daze above the blood sea. From his point of view, the person next to Long Chen was also a monster. Mo Xiaolang had used absolute power to suppress him. The peony god undoubtedly wanted to win, but so far, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Mo Xiaolang had broken his heavy attacks and dealt him a heavy blow. After the ancestral fire passed, the peony god's body was now charred black. But Mo Xiaolang was in front of him, not injured at all. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang held the Chaos Devil Blade in his hand. The aura of chaos filled the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an unparalleled evil god. Die! At that moment, the defeated peony god's eyes suddenly became fierce. It seemed that he had not been completely defeated. Sure enough, at that moment, when he held the flower ancestor in his hand, he suddenly threw out a black divine talisman with his left hand. It turned out to be an eternal level creation divine weapon. His second eternal level creation divine weapon was the peony god's last hope. This was also the moment when Mo Xiaolang thought that he had been defeated and was least prepared. Xiaolang. Got it. Long Chen reminded him. Buzhou Mountain Divine Talisman. On the other side, the peony god controlled the Buzhou Mountain Divine Talisman. The divine talisman descended on the top of Mo Xiaolang's head. Suddenly, an incomparably huge black mountain appeared behind the divine talisman. Fiend God Buzhou Mountain. It was a terrifying weight. It seemed that the power of this eternal level creation divine weapon lay in its weight. Crush him. The peony god was very excited. This was his final trump card, his ultimate move to save his life. Chapter 30-24. The peony divine son had hidden the Mount Buzhou divine talisman until the end because it could cause the most damage to the enemy at the most critical moment. Generally speaking, he could use the flower ancestor to finish off his enemies. He rarely used the Mount Buzhou divine talisman. In the myriad realms, not many people knew that he had two eternal level divine artifacts. The Mount Buzhou divine talisman looked like a light divine talisman, but its weight was beyond imagination. Given how huge the Mount Buzhou divine talisman was, it was easy to imagine how heavy it was. Once the Mount Buzhou divine talisman was attached to him, he would not even be able to move. He would be crushed. The one who laughs last is the winner. The peony divine son was furious. A talisman fell from the sky and headed for Mo Xiaolang's head. Even though he was scorched black, he still looked ferocious and proud. Although he had been seriously injured by Mo Xiaolang, the chance to get back at him had come. As long as he used the Mount Buzhou divine talisman to control Mo Xiaolang, he was confident that he could make Long Chen let him go. This was his only hope of survival. However, even under the suppression of the Mount Buzhou divine talisman, Mo Xiaolang did not seem afraid at all. It was difficult for the peony divine son to notice his expression. After all, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Deity and Ghost Divine Tablet. Mo Xiaolang put down the Chaos Demon Saber and flipped his hand. Suddenly, 8 huge black stone tablets surrounded him. The 8 stone tablets had 8 vivid pictures of heavenly ghosts on them. The killing intent of the Deity and Ghost Divine Tablet completely surpassed that of the Mount Buzhou Divine Talisman. Go! There was a huge roar. The 8 Deity and Ghost Divine Tablets formed a stone tablet in a short period of time, directly blocking Mo Xiaolang's head. Just as Mo Xiaolang was about to attack the peony divine son with his sword, the Deity and Ghost Divine Tablet blocked the Mount Buzhou Divine Talisman. Eternal level. The other party had never expected that Mo Xiaolang would also possess a second eternal rank Fortune Divine artifact. He had assumed that Mo Xiaolang would die without a doubt. As long as the Divine Steel blocked the Buzhou Mountain Divine Talisman, the Peony Divine Child would be exposed to Mo Xiaolang. In front of the Peony Divine Child, Mo Xiaolang crossed the Blood Sea with the terrifying chaotic blade in his hand and attacked. Rumble! At this moment, the Mount Buzhou Godly Talisman was pasted onto the Deity Ghost Heaven Steel. Instantly, the Deity Ghost Heaven Steel was suppressed and its weight increased immensely. It broke free from Mo Xiaolang's control and headed towards the depths of the Blood Sea. Return! Mo Xiaolang turned a deaf ear to it. Just as the huge Deity Ghost Heaven Steel crashed into the Blood Sea, the entire Deity Ghost Heaven Steel suddenly changed from 1 piece to 8. The 8 heavenly ghosts reappeared, and the Mount Buzhou Godly Talisman was only pasted onto one of them. In an instant, one of the Deity Ghost Heaven Steel smashed into the Blood Sea. The other 7 suddenly appeared next to Mo Xiaolang as he rushed towards his opponent. The 7 black stone tablets swept up a monstrous aura and violently attacked Mo Xiaolang. In the Peony Divine Child's eyes, Mo Xiaolang was simple and straightforward at the moment, but he had brought about a crisis of death. Divine Talisman. In a panic, he hurriedly controlled the Divine Talisman to return. However, Just as the divine talisman was about to move again, the stone tablet that was stuck to it suddenly flipped over and suppressed the divine talisman for a moment. At this moment, boom boom boom, the 7 black stone tablets suddenly smashed beside the peony divine sun, completely trapping him. Mo Xiaolang arrived in the next moment. The chaos monster saber in his hand burst into a blazing light as he roared and slashed down with his saber. Break! The peony divine child was shocked. He manipulated the almost broken flower ancestor to shake the deity ghost heaven steel. Unfortunately, he was injured by the imperial fire of the refined sun and could not escape from the deity ghost heaven steel at all. As he struggled, the chaos demon blade carried 3 kinds of ancestral fire and slashed at his body. Return! Mo Xiaolang controlled the deity ghost heaven steel. Under his control, the deity ghost heaven steel formed a completely sealed space without a single crack. In this sealed space, the 3-colored ancestral fire descended and exploded. Imperial fire of the refined sun. No! Mo Xiaolang's unparalleled power exploded in the deity ghost heaven steel. He did not give his opponent any room for negotiation. When the imperial fire of the refined sun exploded again, the peony divine child, who was completely unable to resist, let out an earth-shattering scream. He had lost. Boom! Everything was destroyed. After a long time, Mo Xiaolang was a little tired. The peony divine child had already turned into ashes in front of him. Under the burning of the 3 ancestral fires, not even a trace of his remnant soul was left. The only things left were the flower ancestor and the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou. Among them, the flower ancestor had been more severely damaged. It would probably take a while and some treasures to recover. The divine talisman of Mount Buzhou, on the other hand, was undamaged. Mo Xiaolang did not think too much about it. He just did not like the peony divine child's behavior. Now it had been solved. The divine talisman of Mount Buzhou has a different function than the deity ghost heaven steel. It's good for you. Try to control it during this period. You defeated its master, so it will be more convinced of you. Long Chen said. Mo Xiaolang thought about it. The 3 of them were the only ones who could control the eternal rank destinies. Long Chen had to spend time on the primordial dragon pagoda, Lingxi's gate of the universe, and the myriad world sacred sword would take a lot of effort, especially the myriad world sacred sword. It seemed that the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou was still suitable for him. 3 eternal rank destinies. It's a little stressful, but I'll give it a try. He went to communicate with the divine talisman of Mount Buzhou with peace of mind. Long Chen spent a total of 2 days searching the entire flower fairy realm, but to no avail. As expected, the legacy blood essence of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon was not in any of the Taihao domain worlds other than the Taihao Divine Realm. Of course, it was also possible that he had missed it. It was also possible that the legacy blood essence was not even in the world of the living, but in some remote place in the Taihao domain. The Shadow Dream Charm Dragon should have fought here, so it's normal to hide the legacy blood essence in some insignificant place. But most importantly, I have to go to the Taihao Divine Realm. What was meant to come seemed to be unavoidable. He had to go to the Taihao Divine Realm eventually. And he had to face Hierarch Taihao eventually. As long as I find some treasures to repair the flower ancestor, I can still use it. If that doesn't work, I can use the flower ancestor to exchange for the gate of the universe. Regardless of whether he is willing to let me search in his Taihao Divine Realm, I still have to go. Most people would not be willing to let others search in their own home. Even Long Chen was not willing. Therefore, he knew that a battle was unavoidable in this trip to the Taihao Divine Realm. Perhaps Hierarch Taihao would appear the moment they got close and fight to take back his gate of the universe. The gate of the universe is very useful and can save a lot of time. I must not give it to him. This was Long Chen's principle. After the final preparations, they were ready to meet Supreme Divinity Taihao. This might be a long confrontation. Mo Xiaolang had already reached his limit in dealing with the Mount Buzhou Divine Talisman. At his current level, it was already a miracle that he could control 3 eternal grey destinies. Of course, his battle prowess had also skyrocketed. With 2 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts, his current battle prowess was estimated to be in the top 3 of the Divine Emperor list. Among the Divine Emperors, there were very few who could be his opponent. Lingxi was preparing the gate of the universe. After a while, they passed through the gate of the universe towards Hierarch Taihao's base camp, the Taihao Divine Realm. This was the place where the gate of the universe had stayed for a long time. He could go anywhere. The Taihao divine realm was in the core of the Taihao domain. A golden planet could be seen in the distance. That was the Emperor Jun realm. Further away, there seemed to be a city at the end of the sky. That was the Fengdu Ghost City. But neither the Emperor Jun realm nor the Fengdu Ghost City were as big and magnificent as the Taihao divine realm. The Taihao divine realm was the place that the god fiends of the Taihao domain yearned for the most. Solemn, huge, and high above, it ruled over nearly 300 worlds in the Taihao domain. From a distance, the Taihao divine realm looked like a continent. But unlike the dragon sacrificial continent and Pango continent, it was a circular continent. Looking down from the starry sky, it was a huge circular continent divided into two parts, one black and one white. To put it simply, it was a taiji yin and yang fish. The black part seemed to have shadows, while the white part shone brightly. The entire continent revolved around a center, constantly rotating. Of course, the people in the Taihao divine realm would not feel this rotation. To them, the earth was motionless, but the stars, the Emperor Jun realm, and the Fengdu Ghost City were revolving around them. It was another magical world. That was not the only magical thing in the myriad worlds. The entire Taihao divine realm was about a quarter of the size of Pango continent, about the same size as each of the three heavens. This was also the standard of an eternal level world. The entire Taihao divine realm was shrouded in a black and white brilliance, like a dream. There were many god fiends on it. The white part of the continent was inhabited by the Yang divine clan, while the dark part was inhabited by the Yin demon clan. The Yang divine clan cultivated the divine Tao, while the Yin demon clan cultivated the fiend Tao. Therefore, the Yang divine clan was the god, and the Yin demon clan was the fiend. The full name of the Taihao divine realm was the Taihao Yin Yang divine realm. According to the rumors, Divine Lord Taihao cultivated both god-fiend and fiend. That was why the Yang divine clan and the Yin demon clan could coexist. Now, a figure was above the Taihao divine realm, at the center of its rotation. Venerable, why don't you go after Long Chen and take back the gate of the universe? Since we know he has the gate of the universe, there's no point in going after him. The gate of the universe can traverse myriad worlds. No one can catch up to him. Then are we just going to let it go? That's not it. I heard that he is looking for something in the Taihao divine realm, and has almost searched all 300 worlds. If he still can't find it, I think he will come to the Taihao divine realm. Oh, so Venerable is going to set a trap. The trap is already set. Chapter 30-25. The Taihao Yin-Yang Realm. Long Chen and Lingxi came out of the gate of the universe and saw this place from afar. This was the territory of Divine Taihao, the original owner of the gate of the universe. Naturally, they could not appear very close to the Taihao Yin-Yang Realm. After taking away the gate of the universe and letting Lingxi return to the realm of life, Long Chen headed for the Taihao Divine Realm. He transformed into a beam of blood-red light and traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The Taihao Divine Realm seemed far away, but it was actually very close to him. Before long, he was very close to the vast Yin Radiance continent. Compared to the giant-like Pango continent, the Yin Radiance continent was smaller, but it rotated around a core. It was extremely magical, and the power of heaven and earth on it was about the same level as the third heaven. Half Yin, half Yang, half celestial, half fiend. Before coming here, Long Chen had learned about the Taihao Divine Realm and Divine Taihao from Divine Emperor Yu Hua. He already knew that Divine Taihao cultivated both Yin and Yang, both celestial and fiend. That was why some people called him Divine Taihao Yin and Yang Celestial Emperor. It was somewhat similar to the Yin and Yang Celestial Emperor of Pango continent, but in fact, the laws they were good at were different. It was said that Divine Taihao was good at two laws. One was light, the light of dawn, the light of everything. The other was darkness, the shadow, the silence of everything. It was said that the gate of the universe was not Divine Taihao's most powerful divine artifact of creation. It was only used more frequently so more people knew about it. Long Chen looked around. The Taihao Yin-Yang realm was huge. Even if Divine Taihao doesn't stop us, it will take a long time to search for it. In the entire Taihao domain, the essence blood of inheritance is most likely to appear here. However, if Divine Taihao has been guarding this place for so many years, he may have obtained it. If he does, it will be difficult to find it. In that case, it would not be as simple as defeating Divine Taihao, but completely crushing him to force him to take it out. There was not much hope of that, unless Long Chen was willing to exchange something with him. Of course, it wasn't very likely. After all, it was something useless to Divine Lord Taihao. When Long Chen arrived in the sky above the Taihao divine world, what was meant to come would come. Although he was still a distance away, he knew that Hierarch Taihao had already discovered him. He already felt like he was being watched. Divinity Taihao was different from the Wildlands Hierarch's desolation and dominance. Divinity Taihao cultivated both fiend god and divinity. It was strange and vast, giving Long Chen the feeling of the god of Taiji. Of course, he had nothing to do with the god of Taiji. Behind him, a man had suddenly appeared. When Long Chen turned around, he saw a young man dressed in a black and white robe behind him. The left side was pure white, while the right side was pure black. Looking up, the middle of his eyebrows and the bridge of his nose were also divided into two colors. One was pure white, while the other was pure black. It was just that their positions were the opposite of his clothes. However, his eyes had no pupils. On the black side of his face, his eyes were white like a core. On the white side, his eyes were black like a core. Around him, the ultimate god-level energy formed a terrifying vortex that surrounded him in the center. He seemed to have merged with the entire Taihao Yin-Yang divine realm. His every move was the Taihao Yin-Yang divine realm's every move. He was a dangerous person. He and Di Jun called each other brothers, and Jian Wushuang had taken away his gate of the universe. Jian Wushuang naturally had to be wary of him. However, Divine Taihao did not show any hostility towards Long Chen. His half-white half-black lips curled into a gentle smile and said to Long Chen in a demonic and deep voice, "I did not expect the new #1 Divine Emperor to come to my Taihao divine realm. Welcome. Welcome." His attitude was surprisingly friendly. His words, actions, and expressions didn't reveal any hostility. Long Chen was a little surprised. He had originally thought that the other party would fight for the Cosmos Gate as soon as he arrived, let alone allow Long Chen to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Long Chen came here with the idea of trying his luck. Jian Wushuang was naturally vigilant when the other party took the initiative to be friendly. Jian Wushuang said bluntly, "You must be the lord of the Taihao territory, Divine Taihao. To be honest, you must know about the grudge between me and Di Jun. I killed Di Jun and took his things, including the Gate of the Universe." At this point, Hierarch Taihao shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry about it. As the saying goes, treasures are given to heroes. By lending the Gate of the Universe to Di Jun, I'm also bearing the risk that he might lose it. But you've won the Gate of the Universe fair and square from Di Jun. That's your good fortune. If you're really embarrassed, just take it as a gift from me." Before Long Chen finished speaking, Divine Taihao had already finished speaking. The other party was very generous and did not care about it at all. If it was not for Divine Emperor Yu Hua, Long Chen would have really believed him. That old fox definitely knows that you're looking for something in the supreme vast divine world. He's definitely thinking about the Gate of the Universe. Now that he's putting it nicely, he must be thinking of ways to snatch it back. You have to be careful. Divine Emperor Yu Hua definitely knew Divine Taihao better than Long Chen, so Long Chen did not believe what he heard and saw. Of course, this was actually a battle of wits and courage. If he wanted to find the inheritance blood essence of the Shadow Dream Dragon here, he had to stay here and defend against the other party's moves. Since the other party was like this, Long Chen would beat him at his own game. Anyway, he was very confident that he could escape. With the help of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, Divine Taihao might not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he said directly, "In that case, Long Chen will accept your gift. Long Chen will definitely remember this generous gift. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. However, I actually came to the Taihao territory this time because I need your help with something." Long Chen was more than happy to have a good relationship with the other party. This way, he could openly make his request, and the other party would not be able to refuse. Divine Taihao stood between light and darkness. The light was shining, while the darkness was the shadow. He smiled faintly at Long Chen. "I know. I heard that you have been to the Imperial June Realm, the ghost city of Fengdu, and some other places. A few days ago, something happened in the Flower Fairy Realm. It seems that you helped to kill the peony god. If you need anything, just let me know. Longchen said, that's right. I am in the Taihao territory to find something. I have searched all the other worlds in the Taihao territory, and only the Taihao divine realm is left. I hope that you can let me search for it. It won't take too long. He looked at Divine Taihao's reaction. He roughly knew that Divine Supremacy Taihao's enthusiasm was fake. Since he was faking it, he should have agreed to it. However, Hierarch Taihao shook his head and said, Brother Longchen, you're making things difficult for me. To me, the Taihao divine realm is my home. The countless living beings here are my descendants. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to come to my home to look for something. Divine Taihao refused. It was strange. Could it be that what he said was true and not an act? Did he really think that he was giving the gate of the universe to him? He is playing hard to get. Believe me, if you say a few more words, he will definitely let you in. Perhaps he has already set up a trap for you. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was more familiar with Divine Taihao. Divine Emperor Yu Hua was not one to be taken advantage of. Hearing this, Longchen knew what to do. He looked sincerely at Divine Taihao and said, Divine Emperor, Di Jun and I come from the same world. That world is on the verge of destruction, but there are some things that are lost outside. They are things that only we can use. They might have been lost here. How about this? Divine Taihao can send someone to accompany me. I will not touch anything else. When I find it, I will bring it to Divine Emperor for inspection. I will not touch anything else in the Taihao divine realm. Is that okay? Divine Emperor Yu Hua frowned at Longchen's words. In the end, he said as expected, to be honest, I think you are a trustworthy person. You are much more reliable than Di Jun. Since it is so important to you and belongs to you, we will do as you say. Out of respect for both of us, I will send a Divine Emperor to follow you. If you find it, you have to let me have a look. After all, this is the Taihao divine realm. Longchen said happily, Thank you, Divine Emperor. Don't worry, I will not take anything from the Taihao divine realm. Divine Emperor, you have helped me a lot this time. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. On the surface, it was a happy ending. Divine Taihao was watertight, but it was obvious that he had ulterior motives. Although Longchen had obtained the search plan, he knew that it was also a trap set by Divine Taihao. In the end, whether he would find the inheritance blood essence or be trapped by Divine Taihao's trap would depend on the game between the two of them. This was a battle beyond the battle. Then, I will not waste your time. Let my two disciples lead the way for you. They are more familiar with the Taihao divine realm. After saying that, Divine Taihao disappeared in front of Longchen. After a while, two ultimate divine emperors appeared. They were a man and a woman. The man was completely black, without a trace of other colors. The woman was pure white, without a trace of other colors. She was terrifyingly white. They were Yu Qing and Wu Xia. They were the core disciples of Divine Taihao and were probably on the Divine Emperor ranking. They did not speak much. The pure white Wu Xia led the way for Longchen. Please. Longchen could not be bothered with them. Next, it was a game between him and Divine Taihao. It depended on whether Divine Emperor Yu Hua's trap was better, or if he found the inheritance blood essence first. Chapter 30-26. The supreme vast divine world was several times larger than Fengdu Ghost City. It would take about a month just to look at some key areas. If one were to search carefully, it would probably take half a year. Time is of the essence. I have to find the key areas first. But Divine Taihao's traps will be set in these places, and the essence blood is most likely to be in these places. Longchen weighed his options and decided to let Yu Qing and Wuxia bring him to a few key locations. This was a challenge for him. Perhaps Hierarch Taihao was very confident in his trap, but Longchen was also very confident in himself. Hierarch Taihao only wanted the gate of the universe. Even if he failed in the end, he could just return the gate of the universe to him. There would be no danger of death. It didn't seem like the hatred between him and Di Jun. Following that, under the guidance of the two divine emperors of the supreme vast divine world, Longchen went through all the traps in the supreme vast divine world. There were many forbidden areas that even Yu Qing and Wuxia did not dare to enter, but Longchen went through them all in one go. But he didn't find anything. During this time, he saw the sun god race and the shadow demon race. One cultivated as a god, the other cultivated as a demon. It was a miracle that the two coexisted in the same world. Xueqi was from the shadow demon race, and Wuxia was from the sun god race. Most of the sun god race cultivated the rule of light. Divine Taihao was the pinnacle of everything. The two were very close to each other on the divine emperor list. They were both in the 40s, similar to Tai Ching Heaven's 9 swords Shen Huang. In the Taihao divine realm, Long Chen had gone through the well of demons, the battlefield of the gods, and the forbidden land blessed by heaven. He hadn't encountered any of divine Taihao's traps yet. Of course, Long Chen didn't look at divine Taihao again. It was as if he had disappeared. Usually, the ancestral dragons leave their essence blood in places that ordinary people can't get close to, such as the sacred star of destiny, the 3-life divine stone, and the necropolis of the massacre dragon. So Long Chen decided to finish searching these places first. He had to admit that he had obtained the essence blood by chance. This time, he spent the longest time looking for it, and there was no result. After we finish the next place, we'll have to go to the darkness continent, Wuxia said to Long Chen. They had already searched half of the vast Yin-Yang divine world. Where is the next place? Long Chen could vaguely sense that in this bright world, there seemed to be extreme darkness gathered in front of him. It's the Eye of Light. Actually, it's very easy to see the Eye of Light in the sky above the supreme vast divine world. It's where the young fish's eye is. Corresponding to it is the Eye of Darkness in the darkness continent. The Eye of Light and Darkness are the most dangerous places in the supreme vast divine world. All the yin-yang spiritual energy in the supreme vast divine world originates from these two places. However, these two places are the places where the power is the most rampant. Even the fiend gods can't get close to them. Oh. It was a place similar to Pangu's heart. However, the Pangu spiritual energy in Pangu's heart was gentle, while the Eye of Light and Darkness was brutal. If Hierarch Taihao wants to set a trap for you, this is probably the place. You have to be very careful in the Eye of Light, Divine Emperor Yu Hua reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Long Chen smiled faintly. In this place, he opened the death rain and left the brand of the death rain here. If he was trapped there, he could appear here through the death rain. This brand could be preserved for at least 10 days. Then, he had the resurrection from the dead, the primordial dragon pagoda, the gate of the universe, and other things to rely on. Even Di Jun's forbidden realm of eternity couldn't trap Long Chen now. Moreover, he had Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi as his assistants. If the Shadow Dream Demon Dragon's inheritance blood exists, it might be in the Eye of Light. The so-called Eye of Light was actually the birthplace of the dark force of the entire Taihao divine realm. It was the core of the Radiance continent. The countless forces that were born were actually directly transferred to the Dark continent from the sky. Of course, the Eye of Darkness was the birthplace of the Light force, which was transferred to the Radiance continent from the sky. Endless light surrounded Long Chen, but he could see that the sky and the continent in front of him were already shrouded in the dark force. In the mountains ahead, a long black dragon rose up into the sky, then spread out and headed in the direction of the dark continent. That long black dragon was the dark spiritual Qi. The dark spiritual Qi born in the Eye of Light engulfed the entire dark continent and created countless demon spirits in the Taihao divine realm. We're here. We won't go any further from here. We'll wait for you here. However, I still have to warn you. The dark spiritual Qi in the Eye of Light is too rampant. You'd better be careful. It's best not to go too deep. Otherwise, even if you go in, you might not be able to come out. Although Wu Xia said it was a warning, his face was expressionless. All right. Thank you, both of you. Long Chen headed straight for the Eye of Light. Seeing his figure getting smaller and smaller, their expressions didn't change at all. They only informed divine supremacy Taihao when Long Chen disappeared from their vision. Master, he's already gone in. The Eye of Light. When Long Chen arrived here, he was already engulfed by the dark spiritual Qi. In this extremely majestic spiritual Qi, he could no longer see things that were too far away. Of course, he hadn't actually reached the Eye of Light. The spiritual Qi in this place is rampant and violent. It's no wonder no one comes here. However, a place with such dense spiritual Qi will definitely give birth to natural treasures. Therefore, people will still come to take the risk. However, there was no one around him. This was a little strange. This was still the periphery. It seems like his trap is here. Long Chen sneered. Although he was aware of this, he continued forward. The dark spiritual qi was like a demon, sweeping and tearing violently. Loud tearing sounds and roars could be heard. The violent power could directly tear a god king into powder. Boom, boom, boom. Endless rumbling sounds were heard everywhere. According to estimates, even a god emperor wouldn't be able to withstand the core of the Eye of Light, let alone go deep into the core. About 2 hours later, Long Chen finally arrived at the real Eye of Light. This was because the endless dark spiritual energy had erupted in the endless abyss in front of him and swept towards the sky. It was like a huge black dragon rushing towards the sky. Long Chen had to control his body steadily in this place. He took out the black jade dragon head's eye and paid attention to its movements at all times. There was still no movement at this position. Long Chen decided to go down. The moment you go down, it might be his trap. I know. However, Long Chen also knew that the place where the inheritance blood essence could possibly exist was in the depths of the Eye of Light. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and rushed into the abyss of the Eye of Light. In an instant, countless violent forces attacked and tore at him. Boom, boom, boom. Violent dark spiritual qi kept erupting around him. Spiritual qi erupted and pushed him up into the sky. Long Chen had to withstand this force and go deeper into the Eye of Light. Although he didn't know how deep the Eye of Light was. After descending for about 2 hours, Long Chen was almost at his limit. If he went any further, he might have to rely on the primordial dragon pagoda. However, Long Chen knew that he couldn't show his trump card before Hierarch Tai Hao made his move. I haven't found the inheritance blood essence yet, and I don't know how deep the Eye of Light is. At this position, if there's a trap, it should be time to activate it. Long Chen had to focus on Hierarch Tai Hao now. If the other party insisted on using extreme methods, he could only fight for a chance to stay and search in the Tai Hao divine realm. Suddenly, he felt Hierarch Tai Hao's presence. Indeed. Dark torrent. He suddenly turned his head and saw Hierarch Tai Hao appear above him. He could only see a shadow. After all, the dark spiritual qi here was too dense and completely affected his perception. When Long Chen sensed Hierarch Tai Hao, it was actually the time for him to make his move. In that instant, within the Eye of Light, the incomparably violent dark spiritual qi around Long Chen suddenly turned into a liquid state. Black waves. In this way, the tearing power of the dark spiritual energy could be said to have increased by several times. If Ling Shi were to appear in this position, it was very likely that she would not be able to withstand such a great tearing power. She would also not be able to use the Cosmos Gate. This was probably Hierarch Tai Hao's plan. His nomological laws and the surrounding dark spiritual energy actually formed a kind of superposition. If this was outside, this nomological law definitely wouldn't be able to display such strength. Indeed, this is the trap he set up. Hierarch Tai Hao clearly knew that the one controlling the gate of the universe was Lingxi. Lingxi did not have a strong body like Long Chen, so her appearance in the Eye of Light would only be dangerous. That was why he chose this place. Not to mention Lingxi, if the dark torrent was activated in the center of the dark spiritual qi, Long Chen would not be able to withstand it for long. Once it started, his body began to crack. You can't use the gate of the universe. Return it to me. This is my only request. If you don't return it, I can only trap you here and crush you to pieces. Hierarch Tai Hao's voice was very cold and indifferent. To think that you were willing to part with it. It seems that you are not a magnanimous person. Long Chen still sneered in the terrifying storm. You know the use of the gate of the universe. It is more important than ordinary eternal grade destinies. I cannot give it to you for free. You are not a fool, and I hope that you will not risk your life for it. I have no intention of going against you, but what is mine will ultimately be mine. No one else can take it away. As Hierarch Tai Hao spoke, he strengthened his nomological power when he saw that Long Chen did not respond. Chapter 30:27. At the Eye of Light, the dark spiritual energy was at the limit of what a divine emperor could withstand. Divine Lord Tai Hao's dark rules amplified the chaos. Divine Lord Tai Hao, who was already an ultimate god, was several times more powerful. He attacked quickly, hoping to force Long Chen to admit defeat as soon as possible. If he did not, it would be a devastating blow. Amidst the dark tide, Long Chen resisted the power as he looked across the dark ocean and saw Divine Lord Taihao's cold eyes. Divine Lord Taihao would not stop until he surrendered. Long Chen was not surprised. He had already prepared to fight Divine Lord Taihao when he dared to come to the Taihao Divine Realm. "Give me back the gate of the universe." Divine Lord Taihao roared. "Impossible." He did not expect Long Chen to give him such a firm answer. This made him so angry that he laughed. However, in the next moment, Long Chen opened up a blood-colored door in the midst of his raging dark tide. He entered and disappeared right in front of Divine Lord Taihao's eyes. Yes. Divine Lord Taihao was sure that Long Chen had left. He withdrew his rules and the dark spiritual energy calmed down. Of course, the calmness was only relative to the previous state. Even if it was calm, it was still a place that divine emperors would not dare to come. It seems like I have underestimated his abilities in this aspect. However, this is good too. I can test his abilities if I fight him head-on. He wants to search for something in the supreme vast divine world and will not leave easily. I have plenty of opportunities to take back the gate of the universe. Divine Lord Taihao thought as he left. Before long, he rushed out of the Eye of Light. "Master, Long Chen said he is waiting for you in the starry sky." Yu Qing and Wu Xia approached after he came out. They were shocked to see Long Chen, who was supposed to be suppressed by Divine Lord Taihao in the Eye of Light, suddenly appear before them. Divine Lord Taihao's plan had obviously failed. "Did he attack you?" "No, his attitude was good," said Wu Xia. "I understand." In fact, this was also Long Chen's intention to fight him fair and square. He did not attack Divine Venerable Taihao's disciple nor did he destroy the supreme vast divine world. Instead, he left for the cosmos like a gentleman. "I want to return to the gate of the universe, and he wants to find what he wants in the supreme vast divine world. It looks like we'll have to fight after all. Since the trap won't work, let's fight openly." After saying that, Divine Supremacy Taihao vanished before their eyes. He headed towards the endless starry sky above the Taihao divine world. "If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have used that little trick just now. You and I both have our own needs, and we can solve them in a battle." Above the starry sky, Hierarch Taihao appeared in front of Long Chen. Other than the Wildlands sect leader, this was the first time Long Chen had faced a Tai God realm expert, a supreme god. However, that time, the Wildlands sect leader had only tested him. He had not actually attacked. "You know me a little, so you naturally know that I control the realms of life and death. Yet, you still want to use a place like the Eye of Light to trap me. It's really too boring." Long Chen was already confident. Indeed, he easily broke through the trap set up by Divine Supremacy Taihao. Hierarch Taihao smiled faintly. "I know that the realms of life and death are mysterious, but I didn't expect them to be this mysterious. You can even escape from the Eye of Light. Logically speaking, the gate of the universe should be affected by the dark spiritual qi there. All in all, I have indeed underestimated you. Otherwise, he would not have continued his search in the supreme vast divine world." Hierarch Taihao could not refuse. Otherwise, he would not have continued searching in the supreme vast divine world. Hierarch Taihao said, "Then let's do it this way. You and I will fight. If you lose, you will return the gate of the universe to its owner. If you win, I will let you search the supreme vast divine world for as long as you want." Long Chen thought about it and shook his head. "That won't do. It's not fair. If I lose, I will lose an eternal level fate divine weapon. If you lose, you will lose nothing." Hierarch Taihao said. "Then what do you want?" Long Chen said, "It's very simple. You are a supreme deity, and I am only a deity emperor. Everyone knows that it is difficult for me to defeat you. Otherwise, the Taihao domain would not be your territory, but Di Jun's. So, what I mean is that I will send 3 people to attack you. That will determine the winner." To be honest, this was a direct confrontation between the legendary Long Chen and Hierarch Taihao. Many people in the Taihao divine realm knew about it, including the experts. A large number of people had gathered below to watch the 2 figures in the sky, who were like stars in the sky. "Oh." Hierarch Taihao thought for a while. At that moment, Long Chen had already sent Mo Xiaolang and Ling Si out. The 2 of them stood side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. "Just the 3 of you." Hierarch Taihao was a little surprised. He thought that Long Chen would find one or two ultimate gods to help. If it's just these two, then it's no problem. He readily agreed. With his cultivation level, he could easily tell that these two were ultimate divine emperors. They had their own unique characteristics and were obviously very close to Long Chen's level. However, Divine Lord Taihao did not feel that they were much of a threat. After confirming it, the atmosphere became tense. Hierarch Taihao took a look at the supreme vast divine world below. Even the battle here would affect the supreme vast divine world. Therefore, he moved a part of the place and the supreme vast divine world became smaller and smaller in his eyes. Big brother, I'm a little nervous. Mo Xiaolang took a deep breath. He did not expect Long Chen to get them to fight Hierarch Taihao. It was too exciting. This is a valuable experience. Don't worry, you guys just need to influence him from the side. I'll be the main one. Long Chen was in a very relaxed mood. Currently, Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi had grown up very quickly and lacked actual combat experience. It was not easy to meet an ultimate god-level opponent. Alright. Lingxi had basically not made a move yet. He knew that Long Chen wanted to train them. Of course there was a certain risk. However, seeing how confident he was, he should be able to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, Hierarch Taihao stood in front of them. The power of black and white, light, and darkness formed a majestic vortex around him. The power of an ultimate god swept out. It should be eternal level power. However, the power of an ultimate god was very powerful. Hierarch Taihao's power was the sum of Long Chen and the other two. At that moment, Hierarch Taihao had no emotions at all. His face was black and white like a machine. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen noticed that there were two changes happening to his body. One was on his finger, and the other was on his neck. A black ring appeared on his finger. Its shape was unclear, but the moment it appeared, Long Chen and the others felt a sense of suppression. It was just a small ring, but it seemed to have endless shadows within it. Just like Devil Wa's black hole law, it was an endless vortex. It was an eternal level creator artifact. Besides that, there was an incomparably gorgeous platinum necklace around his neck. Every gemstone was as dazzling as the eternal opal stone, and they were dazzling and radiant. This was also an eternal grade fortune divine artifact. So the rumors are true. Hierarch Taihao, apart from the Gate of the Universe, really has two semi-original incipient artifacts. The black ring is Shadow, and the platinum necklace is Dawn. Both are semi-original incipient artifacts. Long Chen realized that he had underestimated this guy. Di Jun had a semi-original incipient artifact, the Myriad World's Divine Sword, and Hierarch Taihao could suppress him. Now that he thought about it, it was normal for him to have two semi-original incipient artifacts. Shadow, Dawn. Indeed, the black ring looked small, but it could easily cover everything in the world. The light of dawn was still in the process of awakening. As soon as the two creator artifacts appeared, Long Chen and the others felt great pressure. Mo Xiaolang retreated to the left and held the Chaos Devil Saber with both hands. The other two creator artifacts were hidden in the dark. Lingxi's Gate of the Universe was Hierarch Taihao's target, so it was still on her arm. But now, she took out the illusory Myriad World's Divine Sword and held it in her hand, which attracted Hierarch Taihao's attention. Myriad World's Divine Sword. Hierarch Taihao squinted. It seems that Di Jun's death is all because of you. Both the Gate of the Universe and the Myriad World's Divine Sword were under Lingxi's control. To be honest, Hierarch Taihao was very shocked. Lingxi had the Gate of the Universe and the Space Principle, so Long Chen didn't need to worry about his safety. At this moment, Long Chen held the Ghost Blood Curse in his hands. His murderous intent exploded. Humph! Hierarch Taihao snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he launched his attack. He didn't move. He reached for the necklace on his neck. In that instant, the dawn exploded with terrifying light. This was Hierarch Taihao's attainment in the Rule of Light. The Rule of Light was displayed through the dawn. In that instant, the dawn exploded, piercing through everything in the world. Cosmic Divine Light. This beam of light swept in all directions. It was like the first beam of light since the creation of the world. Even in the eyes of the people in the Taihao Divine Realm, the sky and everything in the world turned completely white. Of course, Hierarch Taihao wouldn't attack the Taihao Divine Realm. Therefore they were safe. As for Long Chen and the others, They were in the most direct line of attack of the cosmic divine light. Long Chen didn't worry about Lingxi. Under Long Chen's command, she directly used the gate of the universe to travel to a place where the cosmic divine light couldn't reach. As for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was very straightforward. He directly retreated to Mo Xiaolang's side and opened the Death's Rain to enter. This way, no matter how destructive the cosmic divine light was, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Chapter 30-28. Coming out of the Death Rain unscathed, Divine Lord Tai Hao's wrath formed a power that connected the endless territories. Everything seemed to tremble in his light and darkness. Not far away, Lingxi also appeared from the gate of the universe. There are no rules to begin with. Why can't we do this? Long Chen smiled faintly. During a battle, every second and minute could change dramatically. Now he held the ghost blood curse and descended in front of Divine Lord Tai Hao. Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang hid in the dark. I understand. Divine Lord Tai Hao's voice was cold for a long time. The starry sky behind him was divided into two. On the left was an endless world of light, and on the right was a world of darkness shrouded in shadows. In the world of light, power surged. In the world of darkness, shadows lurked. Murderous intentions were all hidden in the deepest depths. When Divine Lord Tai Hao's voice trailed off, Long Chen and he attacked at the same time. Death Rain Massacre. The moment the ghost blood curse appeared before him, the swastika symbol exploded and spread toward Divine Lord Tai Hao. At this moment, a third eye appeared between Long Chen's brows. It was completely blood-red. It was the core of the Death Rain. Behind him was a surging, endless sea of blood. It was the power of the entire Death Rain. The murderous intentions of the entire Death Rain gathered in this sword. Pure murderous intentions. The sword exploded. The Death Rain Massacre slashed down. Within the sword light was a sword-shaped dragon shadow. It let out an earth-shattering roar and slashed toward Divine Lord Tai Hao. Not bad. After finally witnessing Long Chen's power, Divine Lord Tai Hao confirmed that he could fight against Divine Lords. However, fighting and defeating were two different things. Facing Long Chen's attack, Divine Lord Tai Hao took out the Shadow Ring. This semi-primeval incipient grade creator divine weapon was the Heart of Darkness. At this moment, it was beating like a real heart. Shadow Hand. With a flip of his hand, the shadow fused with Hierarch Tai Hao's palm. In an instant, endless darkness gathered on his palm, forming an incomparably huge dark palm. It was invisible and yet tangible at the same time, blocking Hierarch Tai Hao's attack. It was just a palm, but it was half the size of the Tai Hao divine world. In this palm, Long Chen and his attack were as insignificant as ants. Rip. The huge shadow hand tore Long Chen apart. However, the shadow hand was like cotton. After it was torn apart, Long Chen was surrounded by it and fell into an endless swamp of darkness. If he did not use a special method, Long Chen would be trapped in the swamp and become a turtle in Divine Supremacy Tai Hao's jar. It was clear that Divine Supremacy Tai Hao had the upper hand in this battle. Long Chen's Death World Calamity was unable to do anything to him. However, Long Chen would not just sit and wait for his death. He is indeed a terrifying opponent, a supreme deity. Hierarch Tai Hao was already at the pinnacle of all realms. Long Chen had opened the Death World Dragon Gate and escaped from the dark swamp. It had taken him very little time to do so. By the time he appeared, Mo Xiaolang's second wave of attack had already erupted according to his plan. Sun Refining Imperial Fire. This would be the most shocking scene for Hierarch Tai Hao. His former friend Di Jun's nomological law was being used by Mo Xiaolang. Furthermore, it had been modified. The three ancestral fires formed an incomparably huge sun. It swallowed terrifying waves of fire and combined with its unstable form. When Hierarch Tai Hao used the Shadow Hand to stop Long Chen, the sun-refining imperial fire descended on his head. Not bad. Hierarch Tai Hao was shocked. He naturally tried to defend himself. However, he was not prepared for this attack in his haste. The Dawn Necklace suddenly expanded and formed a gemstone shield that surrounded him. Then, the sun-refining imperial fire exploded in front of him. Boom! In the endless universe, all that could be seen was flames. Looking up from the Tai Hao divine realm, the sky was actually completely covered by the sea of fire. Nothing could be seen. The battle was still ongoing. Long Chen could clearly feel that Hierarch Tai Hao's shield had been torn apart under the suppression of the sun-refining imperial fire. The nomological law that Mo Xiaolang had prepared for a long time should have posed a certain threat to him. Of course, every ultimate god was a supreme one. They would not be defeated so easily. If he could defeat Hierarch Tai Hao in one move, Long Chen would not have needed to put on such a show. When the sun-refining imperial fire erupted, Lingxi was also prepared under Long Chen's instructions. She hid the gate of the universe. Mo Xiaolong's sun-refining imperial fire was above while the gate of the universe was below. When the sun-refining imperial fire erupted and suppressed Hierarch Tai Hao, Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe at the most chaotic moment. Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Although she was a little nervous, Lingxi still swallowed him into the Forbidden Realm of Eternity under the best conditions and under circumstances that Hierarch Tai Hao did not expect. To Hierarch Tai Hao, his biggest mistake today was that he did not know that the two opponents had Di Jun's abilities. It was as if Di Jun had been disintegrated by them. That was supposed to be Di Jun's killer move, but it had fallen into Lingxi's hands. It's the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Lingxi was still unable to completely suppress Hierarch Tai Hao in that frozen world. Thus, Hierarch Tai Hao was still able to speak. However, his movements were greatly restricted. Hierarch Tai Hao was about to use his own power to destroy the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. Although Lingxi had learned the nomological law, she was not as good at using it as Di Jun. This was a problem of battle experience. However, Lingxi's silver hair was flying. She had no intention of stopping. Under the attack of the sun-refining imperial fire, Hierarch Tai Hao was already slightly injured. Forbidden Zone Obliteration Cut. Under the slaughter of the myriad world's god sword, the forbidden realm of the eternal world in front of him shattered. Endless spatial fragments enveloped Hierarch Tai Hao. Originally, the destruction of the forbidden realm of the eternal world would have destroyed Hierarch Tai Hao along with it, just like what happened to Long Chen previously. However, Hierarch Tai Hao was stronger now. In that instant, the shadow turned into liquid and covered his entire body. Boom boom boom. In Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi and Hierarch Tai Hao appeared again after a strong vibration of space. Lingxi quickly dodged to avoid a head-on confrontation with Hierarch Tai Hao. Hierarch Tai Hao was currently very wasteful in the face of the three's nomological attacks, especially the Forbidden Zone of Eternity. His body was lacerated with several bloody scars. His majestic aura was also greatly affected. It could be said that he was in a position where he was being crushed by Long Chen and the others. For an ultimate god, it was an intolerable humiliation. Therefore, Hierarch Tai Hao was furious. Long Chen realized the danger and had already warned Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. After this attack, Hierarch Tai Hao was likely to target them. It was just as Long Chen had expected. Black Hot Cuss. Suddenly, the black shadow ring condensed on his palm. After being suppressed by Long Chen and the others, Hierarch Tai Hao finally entered the battle mode that he had not entered for a long time. He became ruthless. His nomological rule was cast on Mo Xiaolang in the distance. A nomological rule transcended everything and moved forward in the darkness. It was an irresistible nomological rule that descended on Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang let out a low roar. Xiaolang. Long Chen was a little nervous. He could tell that the so-called Blackheart Curse was a terrifying dark force. It was like a parasite in Mo Xiaolang's body. It began to melt and corrode his heart before spreading to his entire body. If it was not stopped, Mo Xiaolang would definitely melt in the darkness and turn into ashes. That was the power of Hierarch Tai Hao when he was angry. However, when Long Chen was at his most nervous, Mo Xiaolang's hair turned green. A large amount of chaos green fire appeared on his body and enveloped him. The chaos green fire was a flame of purification and also had the characteristics of the fire of life. Perhaps it was the most suitable to deal with a nomological rule like the Blackheart Curse. Don't worry, big brother. I can control it, but it will take some time to completely expel it. Mo Xiaolang quickly sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen relaxed a little, but he soon had a bad feeling. Sure enough, although Lingxi was further away, Hierarch Tai Hao still attacked her. Seeing this, Lingxi immediately activated the Gate of the Universe, but Hierarch Tai Hao was faster. Lost Forbidden Zone. It was a strange, swift, and irresistible nomological rule. Against Mo Xiaolang, it was the Blackheart Curse. Against Lingxi, It was the dazzling light. Countless rays of light gathered in the starry sky and formed a dazzling gem, trapping Lingxi and the gate of the universe within. Don't worry, Chen. These nomological rules can't do anything to me. I will soon be able to activate the gate of the universe. Within the resplendent gem, Lingxi spoke words that reassured Long Chen. Their 3 lifetimes threads were still connected. This allowed Lingxi to completely utilize the power of the two of them at critical moments. In fact, the same was true for Long Chen. This was the benefit of having Lingxi grow stronger. If the two of them were to fuse as one, the explosive power they could unleash would be unimaginable. There was one more person, and that was Li Xuanji. She was Long Chen's Yin demon. If she was at the same level as Lingxi, Long Chen would be able to reach greater heights in a short period of time if he fused with her. You're the only one left. Hierarch Tai Hao's angry eyes finally fell on Long Chen. He naturally wanted to end the battle once and for all. At this moment, without hesitation, Hierarch Tai Hao used Dawn and Shadow at the same time. He used 2 semi-primeval incipient grade creator divine weapons to use the same nomological rule. However, there were 2 nomological rules hidden within this one nomological rule. This gave Long Chen a great inspiration. Evidently, Hierarch Tai Hao had fused the 2 nomological rules of light and darkness in this move. Chapter 3029. The shadow released by the shadow had already covered countless starry skies. There was only a deathly stillness in sight. On the other hand, a light comparable to the divine light of the universe was born from the dawn, forming an ocean of light that controlled countless territories. The Hierarch Tai Hao was unprecedentedly strong at this moment. In the next moment, the rules erupted from the shadow and the dawn. Heart of light and darkness. Suddenly, a huge heart was born on the boundary between light and darkness. This heart was covered in black and white stripes, as if it was the core of the world. It was beating violently, letting out a terrifying roar. Every time this heart beat, there would be a destructive impact in front of Long Chen. Too strong. Long Chen had no choice but to admit it. However, he might not be afraid in a situation where he could only defend himself. When Supremacy Tai Hao had made his move, the third eye between his brows had given birth to a new color. Now, the power of the world of life and the world of death was being used together. The opponent can perfectly combine the power of light and darkness into a heart. If I can do it too, it will be perfect. The fusion of the powers of light and darkness gave Long Chen a visual and spiritual impact. It made him deeply experience the infinite changes of the nomological laws. When it came to the fusion of the nomological laws, Hierarch Tai Hao was definitely the first to do so. Life and death calamity. Ghost blood curse and sacrificial spear. One left, one right. On the left was the turquoise whirlpool of life. On the right was the murderous sea of blood. Long Chen tried his best to let these 2 rules be close to each other, letting the most violent sea of blood merge with the whirlpool that took away life, retaining their common characteristics, but stimulating their own powers that didn't exist. The heart of light and darkness in front of him gave Long Chen the greatest reference. He entered a perfect state, like a copy, imitating the opponent's rules. A deeper understanding of the heart would require more careful research in the future. In front of the heart of light and darkness, Long Chen's eyes glowed brightly. The blood sea churned and the green vortex swept out. Behind him, under his strong will, the power of life and death, the vortex of the realm of life and the blood sea of the realm of death fused together, turning into a blood-colored vortex. The slaughter of the blood sea and the life deprivation rule of the whirlpool completely fused together, forming a kind of qualitative change. In that instant, the ghost blood curse and the heavenly spear attacked with the same attack. This was a true life and death calamity. Under the circumstances, Lord Tai Hao had given Long Chen the greatest reference and allowed him to achieve a breakthrough at this critical moment. When the life-death calamity erupted, the power formed was already enough to be in a stalemate with Lord Tai Hao. Then, there was a destructive collision. Rumble! The entire vast yin-yang godly realm was trembling. The supreme divinity is fighting someone else. How terrifying. That Long Chen Shenhuang hasn't been defeated yet? It said that he defeated Di Jun. His cultivation is very close to the supreme divinity level, but there are 3 of them and only 1 supreme divinity. It's not fair. Don't worry. Even if there are 300 of them, the supreme divinity will still defeat him. Our supreme divinity is the master of the entire vast domain and controls 300 worlds. The gods and demons of the vast Yin-Yang godly realm were naturally more knowledgeable. Protect. A large number of divine emperors and demon emperors stood above the vast divine realm, protecting the entire continent. After all, the battle had exceeded their expectations. Even Lord Taihao himself didn't expect it to reach such a level. The battle was still in chaos. The power of life and death, light and darkness were completely mixed together. The entire starry sky was in such chaos that there was no way to avoid it. Lord Taihao was extremely shocked. At this time, the power of life and death was wreaking havoc around him. He actually blocked it. Lord Taihao didn't expect that Long Chen would be able to block his killing move head-on. This was simply a miracle. Moreover, he saw that Long Chen was also able to fuse two types of laws like him. In this myriad of worlds, other than him, there was no one else who could do it. He didn't have much time to think. Just as he was resisting the power of life and death, Mo Xiaolang suddenly appeared above him. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already consumed the curse of Blackheart with the chaotic green flame. At this time, he suddenly appeared at the most chaotic moment. Divine Ghost Steel. In an instant, 8 divine ghost steels burning with ancestral fire fell from the sky, suppressing Lord Taihao. The 8 steels quickly merged into one. It was like a continent that Lord Taihao couldn't dodge at all. Break. He didn't particularly care about Mo Xiaolang's attack. While resisting the power of life and death, he summoned the shadow and used the shadow hand to block the huge divine ghost sky steel. But something unbelievable happened. The divine ghost steel broke his shadow hand. His law of darkness was broken like tofu. According to Lord Taihao's estimation of the divine ghost steel, this was simply impossible. But it did happen. The divine ghost celestial steel broke the shadow hand and hit revered supremacy Taihao's head. His head was bleeding, but he wasn't seriously injured. However, in the battle between him and Long Chen, this kind of change would cause him to collapse. Rumble. The slaughter of the world of death and the life of the world of life rushed into his body at the same time. The 3 kinds of injuries were simply overwhelming Lord Taihao. In fact, Lord Taihao didn't know that Mo Xiaolang had directly stuck the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman on the divine ghost steel. At first, he was the one controlling the divine ghost steel. Later on, the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman suppressed the divine ghost steel and directly hit Lord Taihao's head. In the chaos, the divine ghost steel was broken into 8 pieces by Lord Taihao. However, Mo Xiaolang didn't care at all because his Buzhou Mountain God Talisman had broken away and stuck to Lord Taihao's head while he was resisting Long Chen's power. Terrifying weight. Even Lord Taihao's body was crushed by this power, and countless blood vessels were formed. This wasn't the end. At this moment, the gate of the universe opened behind Lord Taihao and Lingxi's beautiful figure appeared from it. Kill him. Long Chen said. Oh, okay. Lingxi was in a hurry, but she had no problem using the law. Now was the best time. The moment she appeared, the myriad world's godly sword appeared as well. World Annihilation / When Di Jun used this law, he could directly block Long Chen's life and death calamity. This was Lingxi's strongest killing move. She followed Long Chen's instructions and channeled her strongest power into the myriad world's godly sword. The myriad world's godly sword manifested 10,000 worlds in the universe. 10,000 worlds were annihilated. After the annihilation, a destructive sword chi was born. The sword chi swept through the space between Lord Taihao and himself at the fastest speed in this battle. Lord Taihao was attacked by Long Chen and the others from 3 directions at the same time. He had just been tortured by the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman and Long Chen's life and death calamity when Lingxi's world annihilation / came. When he turned around, he saw the sword chi born from the annihilation of 10,000 worlds. Dawn. Boom. Even the power of dawn couldn't block the myriad world's godly sword and world annihilation / With a crash, Lord Taihao was cut in half. The higher the level of the body, the harder it was to recover. This kind of injury had already doomed Lord Taihao's defeat. Especially the Buzhou Mountain God Talisman. Under the suppression of the divine talisman, he felt the weight of the entire continent. His body was constantly breaking apart. Heart of Taishu. At this moment, the heaven-sacrificing spear pierced through the power of light and darkness and arrived in front of Lord Taihao. The power of stopping time swept out. If it was before, it might not have been able to lock onto him. But now, under the influence of the heart of Taishu, Lord Taihao couldn't move. Whoosh! The tip of the heaven-sacrificing spear pierced the heart of precepts of Hierarch Taihao. As long as it pierced the heart of precepts, time would accelerate. Even if it couldn't kill him, it would cause him to lose most of his strength and even cause him to fall to the Divine Emperor realm. Long Chen knew that among the Life Realm Calamity, Death Realm Calamity and Heart of Great Void, the Heart of Great Void was the most lethal. That was the power of time. For Lord Taihao, everything seemed to have stopped. You've lost. You know it. Long Chen didn't want to say anything more. The details of the battle could be seen by everyone in the Taihao Yin-Yang godly world. Lord Taihao had already lost. It would be unbecoming of a dignified Lord Taihao to go back on his words at this moment. After saying that, Long Chen first let Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi return to the life realm. They had performed well in this battle. Without them, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat Lord Taihao unless he used the power of the primordial dragon pagoda. Then, he removed the heart of Taishu. When the heart of Taishu disappeared, Lord Taihao's broken body started to fuse back together. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. The black and white eyes looked at Long Chen quietly. Of course it was dangerous. However, Long Chen knew that the gap between them wasn't that big, so he wasn't afraid of him. He didn't need to say anything. He just waited for Lord Taihao to say it. At this moment, when the deity emperors spread the news of Lord Taihao's defeat, the entire Taihao Yin-Yang godly world was in an uproar. Of course, they weren't willing to believe it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still held a deep grudge against Long Chen. All right, you've won. Lord Taihao finally said something to reassure Long Chen. After that, he returned to the Taihao godly world and disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Although he didn't say anything else, since he had won, it was Long Chen's right to search the Taihao godly world. He heaved a sigh of relief and rested for a while in the life realm. Daddy, were you beating up bad guys just now? Xiao Longyan turned into a divine dragon and coiled around Long Chen's neck. Her pair of big eyes stared at Long Chen. Chapter 30:30. Hierarch Taihao hid in the Taihao divine world and did not appear again. He seemed to have lost his desire to take back the gate of the universe. Information of this level could not be concealed in the myriad worlds. Soon, many people knew that Long Chen had challenged Hierarch Taihao in the Taihao divine world. Although he had 2 helpers, he had defeated Hierarch Taihao in the end. As a result, Long Chen's strength was even more recognized. Many people now regarded him as a godly venerable. Even though the celestial emperors in the Taihao divine world hated Long Chen, they also respected Long Chen. No one noticed Long Chen. They only dared to look at him from afar but did not dare to approach him. Most of the divine demons in the Taihao divine world knew that the 3 people who defeated Hierarch Taihao were in the Taihao divine world. That's right. Long Chen was completely relieved to search for the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Divine Supremacy Taihao knew that he couldn't do anything to Long Chen, so he basically didn't provoke Long Chen. He was a man of his word and kept his word. He no longer disturbed Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen could move freely in the Taihao divine world. In this world where the ancestral dragon's blood essence inheritance was most likely to appear, Long Chen basically conducted a carpet search. First, he searched the key places. Then, he expanded his search to the entire Taihao divine world. Half a year had passed. Unexpectedly, there was no trace of the blood essence in the entire Taihao divine world. It's really not here. After Long Chen searched the entire Taihao divine world and confirmed that it did not exist, he could not help but feel depressed. It seemed that the difficulty was much higher than he had imagined. Could it be scattered in the universe? The Taihao domain is so vast. How can we find it? Lingxi was also troubled. If that was the case, it was basically impossible to find it. Moreover, so much time has passed. Even if it was originally in the Taihao domain, it might be somewhere else or in someone's pocket. What do we do now? Lingxi asked. Long Chen thought about it and said, looks like I have to go to the time tunnel first. I've been busy for nothing recently. However, before I go, there's something I have to confirm. What is it? Did Divinity Taihao obtain the essence blood inheritance a long time ago? Long Chen took to the skies in the vast supreme vast divine world. He faced the boundless light and darkness spiritual energy and said, Hierarch Supreme Vast Divine, come out and meet me. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Billions of people in the Taihao divine world could hear him. Long Chen knew he would come. Not long after, Divine Supremacy Taihao appeared in front of Long Chen. Why? Are you leaving because you can't find it? Revered God Taihao's gaze was as calm as water. Long Chen stared at him and said, the thing I'm looking for is indeed not in the Taihao divine world. However, I want to confirm if you've obtained it long ago. After all, this is your territory. If it was here, you should have found it long ago. Hierarch Taihao said coldly, who knows what you're looking for? Long Chen answered, a drop of blood. If he didn't say that, even if the other party knew, he wouldn't know what Long Chen was looking for. It didn't matter if he didn't have it. The words, a drop of blood, wouldn't reveal too much information, let alone anything related to the dragon sacrifice continent's divine dragon. A drop of blood. Hierarch Taihao was stunned. He really didn't know what Long Chen was looking for. For millions of years, he had long believed that everything useful to him in the Taihao divine world was in his hands. Therefore, he knew that Long Chen wouldn't be able to find anything. However, a drop of blood. This reminded him of something. A drop of blood. All right, it's dark green in color, and there seems to be a brand similar to yours and Di Jun's. It's difficult to detect but useless. It's very beautiful, and even I don't know what it is. I found it in the deepest part of the Eye of Light. You must be talking about this thing, right? Hierarch Taihao said frankly. He didn't expect it to really be with him. Long Chen was originally disappointed and prepared to leave. He was just trying his luck before leaving, but he didn't expect to find a clue just like that. He couldn't appear too excited in front of Hierarch Taihao. After listening to Hierarch Taihao, he replied, that's right. It's the thing you're talking about. Hierarch, what do I have to do for you to give it to me? He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Since that thing was with him, there was no other way. He couldn't fight with Hierarch Taihao again, and it was uncertain whether he could defeat him this time. The best way was to obtain it peacefully. Hierarch Taihao smiled. He said, I didn't expect such a coincidence. Since you've asked, I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I never wanted to be your enemy, but it's a fact that you took something from me. My request is very simple. I just want the gate of the universe back. This isn't asking too much. Long Chen, I think that since this thing is so important to you, I just want the gate of the universe back. I've already shown you my greatest kindness. This was indeed troublesome. There were too many variables if he forcefully snatched it. The ancestral dragon's blood essence was too important, and Long Chen couldn't take the risk. Hence, he could only use the method of exchange. It would be fine if he wanted other eternal-level divine weapons, but the gate of the universe. Long Chen really couldn't bear to part with it. However, the gate of the universe was too insignificant compared to the ancestral dragon's blood essence. After a short period of struggle, Long Chen and Lingxi had a brief discussion. Of course, Lingxi agreed to his decision. All right, the gate of the universe it is. However, I haven't confirmed that what you're talking about is what I want. Let me see that drop of blood first. At their level, it seemed that playing petty tricks was a shameful behavior. However, Hierarch Taihao shook his head and said, I can't take it out now. To tell you the truth, I've had this drop of blood for a while, but it was useless. Hence, I gave it to another ultimate god as a gift. Which one? Hierarch Taihao smiled and said, don't worry. What's yours will eventually be yours. I guess she hasn't studied it yet. So, if you really want it, I'll go with you to find her. When you return the gate of the universe to me, I'll definitely give you that drop of blood from her. Don't worry. We're ultimate gods, and we'll keep our promises. We won't play any silly tricks with you. After listening to this, Long Chen fell silent for a moment, then asked, it should be fine. But I want to know who the ultimate god you're talking about is. Hierarch Taihao said, Hongjun's Starry Ocean, the ninth heaven Saint Mother. Hongjun's Starry Ocean. Hongjun's Starry Ocean. Pangu Continent. Hongjun's Starry Ocean was the core of Southern Star Region, and its status was the same as Pangu Continent in Western Star Region. It was the only original incipient realm in Southern Star Region. An 8th grade original incipient realm was comparable to Pangu Continent. Of course, Long Chen had learned about that place. The biggest master of Hongjun's starry ocean had a similar status as ancient god Savage Wilderness and heaven god Lu Ya. They were located on the Hongjun superstar, in the center of Hongjun's starry ocean. That supreme god seemed to be called the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor, ancient god Savage Wilderness, and heaven god Lu Ya were at the same level. Hongjun's starry ocean was infinitely huge. There were even hundreds of stars at the level of Lingsu star, and there were hundreds of millions of planets around it. In the center of Hongjun's starry ocean, there were a total of 6 largest stars, with the Hongjun superstar in the center. Among the 5 stars around it, any one of them was as huge as the Taihao divine realm. The 9th heaven Saint Mother was the master of one of them, the 9th heaven Saint Star. She was one of the ultimate gods of Hongjun's starry ocean. At first, Long Chen was just a domain lord in southern star region, similar to the Taihao domain. A ultimate god like the 9th heaven Saint Mother was equivalent to the immortal divine phoenix, Yin Yang heavenly emperor, and others in western star region. She was about the same as divine lord Taihao. I have a good relationship with the 9th heaven Saint Mother, so we have given each other a lot of things. I gave her that drop of blood. It's true. If you really want that thing, you have to go to Hongjun's starry ocean with me. You have the gate of the universe, so it won't take us long to get there. Divine Lord Taihao said lightly. Then he said, of course if you're being paranoid, then forget it. I don't want to say more. I want to get the gate of the universe back, but I don't want to beg you. I'll give you some time to decide and then come to me. There's no need. Let's go to Hongjun's starry ocean now. Long Chen said directly. What was there to be afraid of? Even if Hierarch Taihao and the 9 Heavens Holy Mother teamed up against him, he had the resurrection from the dead, the primordial dragon pagoda, and the realms of life and death. Unless Hierarch Taihao could get the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor to deal with him. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor was one of the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Information was always available in the myriad of worlds. Divine Emperor Yu Hua told Long Chen that the possibility of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor dealing with Long Chen was very small. After all, the Heavenly Tao Sacred Emperor was a super character that rarely appeared. Aren't you afraid that I'll join forces with the 9th Heaven Saint Mother to deal with you? Moreover, I have many friends there. Divine Lord Taihao said. Long Chen smiled. Of course I'm afraid. But I also believe that you didn't lie to me. That drop of blood is in the hands of the 9th Heaven Saint Mother. That's enough. It seems that you're very confident, Divine Lord Taihao said and didn't say anything else. He looked at Long Chen and let Long Chen prepare. Lingxi had to be there to activate the gate of the universe. Long Chen could have entered Lingxi's divine kingdom directly, but he couldn't let Divine Lord Taihao in. Otherwise, he would be in a passive position. I'll let you in. Once you're there, I'll let you out. How about it? At this point, Long Chen opened the Death World Dragon Gate and exposed the Death World to Divine Lord Taihao. No problem. Chapter 30-31. Supreme Divinity Taihao went straight to the Death World, completely unworried that Long Chen would trap him there. His lack of vigilance made Long Chen feel that he had been too stingy even though he had put up so many defenses. The matter of inheriting the essence blood had been going in circles for so long, and now there was finally some progress. This was a good thing. Then, let's go to Hongjun's Star Ocean. The gate of the universe should have been there. Let's go directly to the sacred planet of the 9 heavens. Okay. Next was Lingxi's turn. Long Chen was in her divine kingdom, waiting for time to pass. During this time, Divine Emperor Yu Hua told Long Chen all the information about 9 Heavens Holy Mother. This was to prevent Supreme Divinity Taihao from working with 9 Heavens Holy Mother to cause trouble. Speaking of which, this 9 Heavens Holy Mother is quite similar to someone. Of course, they are not on the same level. Who? Taoist of many treasures. Divine Emperor Yu Hua said a name that Long Chen could not guess. Seeing Long Chen's confusion, she continued. The similarity is that 9 Heavens Holy Mother has an amazing love for all kinds of treasures, even to the point of obsession. Her taste is sometimes a little strange. In the myriad worlds, there aren't many eternal rank creation divine artifacts, and most of them are in the hands of the supreme deities. It's said that the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens has 9 eternal rank creation divine artifacts. That's quite a lot. Although the number could not compare to Taoist of many treasures, They were all eternal grade destinies. Taoist of many treasures did not even have one eternal grade destinies. Just one eternal grade destinies was more valuable than the dozens of destinies Taoist of many treasures had. Divine Emperor Yuhua said, "One more thing. Her strength comes from many destinies, and her own laws are also very strange. It's a little like Lingxi's heavenly rules and spirit arts. They look messy, but they are infinitely mysterious, and can even unleash shocking power." She combined those laws and called it the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. Long Chen understood heavenly rules and spiritual arts. Therefore, he was even more aware that such strange methods were sometimes beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This kind of opponent was even more adept at using all kinds of schemes. If he could achieve the desired effect, he might be able to defeat someone much stronger than him. In terms of crafting traps, he was much better than Divine Lord Taihao. It looks like the Nine Heavens Saintess is a trap, but I still believe that the ancestral dragon's blood essence is in her hands. If only you knew that she might be a trap. Hierarch Taihao would never give up on his determination to take back the gate of the universe. The gate of the cosmos has a miraculous effect. Even if you used other fortune divine artifacts to exchange for it, he wouldn't want it. Do you know anything else about the Ninth Heaven Saintess? Divine Emperor Yuhua contemplated for a while and then said, "Her infinite divine technique is at eternal level. It's not as exaggerated as original incipient grade. It was called the Nine Heavens Saint Mother's Scripture of Salvation. But I also heard that it has many magical effects. Also, I don't know what her 9 fortune divine artifacts are, but I heard that they are 8 trigrams, horsetail whisk, mahogany sword, gourd, heavenly book, mirror, pearl, bell, and 9 colored stone. It should be these things, but I don't know what they are. If we really fight her, it's enough to know that she has many strange trump cards." The art of Qi Men Dun Jia, the 9 Heavens Saint Mother's Scripture of Salvation, and the 9 fortune divine artifacts. Long Chen memorized them all. He was about to face this challenge. Whether he would obtain the blood essence inheritance or fall into the trap of the 2 hierarch Taihao would depend on the outcome. After some time, Lingxi told Long Chen that they had arrived at the 9 Heavens Sacred Star in the Hongjun Star Sea. When Long Chen came out of the Divine Nations, he was standing in the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, he was in the middle of an incomparably vast star field. Compared to this place, the Spirit Essence Star Sea could only be considered a few %, or even a thousandth. Closer to him were planets similar to the Spirit Essence stars. Each of them was shrouded in dreamy colors. The entire starry sky was swept by a kind of cloud and mist. It was a power stronger than the light spiritual energy and dark spiritual energy. As expected, this was the power of the Hongjun Star Sea. It was called the Hongjun Spiritual Energy. The Hongjun Spiritual Energy was born in the major stars and spread throughout the entire Hongjun Star Sea, covering everything. The closer one was to the core, the denser the Hongjun Spiritual Energy. If the myriad worlds were a world, the interior of the Hongjun Star Sea was like a separate world. In the distance, there were hundreds of stars revolving around the center of the Hongjun Star Sea. Each star was a top-notch world. Beside these stars and in the distance, there were countless planets. There were billions of them, big and small. They either revolved around the stars or directly revolved around the core of the Hongjun Star Sea. The big ones were almost as big as the stars. Even the small ones could probably house many people. It was said that the Hongjun Star Sea was the world with the highest population among the myriad worlds. In front of him, there were billions of worlds, but they were magnificent. Even now it was so prosperous. Who knew how grand it was before the epoch? No matter what, before the epoch, the Hongjun Star Sea was at least a world second only to the Dragon Sacrifice continent. What Long Chen saw was only the exterior of the Hongjun Starry Sea. In reality, beneath his feet, there was a dreamlike 9-colored planet. This giant star was incomparably huge, more than 10 times the size of the Lingsu giant star, or even dozens of times. It was shrouded in 9-colored clouds. There were at least 1 trillion living beings below. This was because the 9 Heaven Saint Mother only allowed experts who had reached a certain realm to enter the 9 Heavens Sacred Star. That's right, this was one of the 6 superstars of the Hongjun Star Sea, the 9 Heavens Sacred Star. Among the 6 superstars, the biggest one was located at the core of the entire Hongjun Star Sea. It was the Hongjun Superstar. Long Chen looked in that direction. It was a huge planet shrouded in incomparably dense Hongjun's spiritual energy. It was several times denser than the nine heavens' sacred star. It gave Long Chen the feeling of Panga's heart. The southern starfield's strongest heavenly Tao divine emperor was within the Hongjun superstar. Long Chen did not have the time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He stared at the nine heavens' sacred star below. Clearly, the nine heavens' Saint Mother was within it. After preparing for such a long time, it was time to face the nine heavens' Saint Mother and Hierarch Tai Hao. Long Chen let Lingxi return to the realm of life. Then, he opened the door to the realm of death and let Hierarch Tai Hao out. After so many days, Hierarch Tai Hao was not at all willing to let Long Chen imprison him in the realm of death forever. We're here. The gate of the universe is really fast. Among the eternal grade Fortune Divine artifacts, there doesn't seem to be a Fortune Divine artifact as capable as the gate of the universe. Hierarch Tai Hao sighed and looked at the nine heavens' sacred star. He said, "Follow me. She's within it." The nine heavens' Saint Mother was the owner of the nine heavens' sacred star. She was one of the dozen or so Hierarch Tai Hao in the southern starfield. Long Chen followed behind Hierarch Tai Hao and entered the nine heavens' sacred star. He looked down at the vast number of living beings. Every world had its own wonders. The people here called themselves the nine heavens' sacred clan. They were self-reliant and arrogant. In the entire Hongjun star ocean, they only respected the people on the Hongjun superstar. They felt that only the people there were nobler than them in the entire world. After crossing the beautiful rivers and mountains of the nine heavens' sacred star, they soon arrived at a nine-colored palace. This palace was extremely huge. This is her nine-colored holy palace. It's carved from a semi-primeval incipient grade chaos treasure. It's actually a hole. Long Chen looked at the colorful palace. He had to admit that this was the most beautiful palace he had ever seen. From this nine-colored palace, it could be seen that the nine heavens Saint Mother was a person who pursued perfection to the point of insanity. Tai Hao, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Just as they approached, a dignified, domineering, and kingly voice came from the nine-colored holy palace. The moment this voice came out, not to mention ordinary creatures, even Long Chen and the others felt a sense of suppression. It was as if this woman was born to be a ruler, born with the divine might to rule over trillions of living beings. I came here today because I need your help, old friend. Hierarch Tai Hao brought Long Chen into the nine-colored palace. There were many god kings in the nine-colored palace. After Hierarch Tai Hao arrived, they all welcomed him. In the center of the god kings, Long Chen saw the nine heavens Saint Mother. She was indeed an exquisite, beautiful, domineering, and majestic woman. From head to toe, she was decorated with countless chaos treasures. She was simply a woman covered in treasures. However, this did not affect her temperament. Instead, it made her look more noble. At a glance, one could see that all 10 of her fingers were covered with rings. The rings were all precious gems, and there were even things similar to eternal opals. Her eyes had 9 colors, like colorful gems, which made her look even more outstanding. I didn't expect that you would bring me a legendary figure. He rose in Mount Buzhou, flourished in the third heaven and Panga continent, and even became the #1 god king in all the worlds. The nine heavens Saint Mother's shining eyes stared at Long Chen, and a faint smile curved the corner of her mouth. You know him? Hierarch Tai Hao asked in surprise. In all the worlds today, the only ones who don't know him are those sealed worlds. Besides, didn't you come to the sacred planet so quickly because of the gate of the universe in his hand? The nine heavens Saint Mother smiled faintly. The gate of the universe originally belonged to Hierarch Tai Hao, but she said it like that. It was a little embarrassing for Hierarch Tai Hao in front of everyone. However, Hierarch Tai Hao did not care. He said directly, "The reason why I came to see you this time is related to him. Recently, he has been looking for something in the Tai Hao domain, which is very important to him. That thing is actually the strange drop of blood that I gave you. I wonder if you still remember it?" The nine heavens Saint Mother was shocked. Tai Hao, you want to take back something that you gave to someone else? That is not what a man should do. Chapter 30-32. Hierarch Tai Hao said helplessly, "You're right. It's indeed a rather embarrassing thing. But Long Chen really needs it, so I can only bring him here to ask for it from you." Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens looked at Hierarch Tai Hao, then at Long Chen. She suddenly smiled. Tai Hao, you're really something. He hasn't risen for long, but you're already so close to him? How enviable. Since that's the case, to be honest, I can't hide it. It's not a problem to give it to Long Chen. But what? Hierarch Tai Hao asked. Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens shook her head. The chaotic treasures on her swayed gently, shining with brilliant colors. Her beautiful eyes flashed like gems. I'm really sorry. I studied that drop of blood a few days ago, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure it out. Then I got a little angry, so I gave it to someone else. You? Hierarch Tai Hao was a little depressed. Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens had given something to someone else. It was indeed somewhat inexcusable. It was even worse than giving it away and then coming back to ask for it back. Long Chen looked at their conversation and didn't say much. Now, there was another person. Was Hierarch Tai Hao really plotting against him? Was everything they were saying just a show? Who did you give it to? Hierarch Tai Hao gave up on blaming Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and asked. After all, Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens was a woman. It was her choice to do what she wanted with her treasures. Heavenly Tao Venerate. Forget it. That drop of blood is useless to him. I just gave it to him. Since Long Chen needs it so much, I'll bring the two of you to ask for it from him. I'm sure Heavenly Tao Venerate won't refuse out of respect for me and Tai Hao. Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens smiled gently at Long Chen. It seemed that she was really sincere about befriending Long Chen. She was even willing to ask for something back that she had given away. Hierarch Tai Hao's request even required Long Chen to exchange for it with the Gate of the Universe. This inheritance blood essence, after going around in circles, just where was it? Was it really in the hands of the Heavenly Tao Master? Or was it all fabricated by Divine Lord Tai Hao from beginning to end? Had he already made an agreement with the Ninth Heaven Saint Mother? However, how could he describe the appearance of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon? Hierarch Tai Hao turned around and said to Long Chen, now we can only go find Shangtian Tao Master together. You're pretty lucky. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't bring you there for free. Long Chen nodded and said to the Ninth Heaven Saintess, in that case, Long Chen thanks the Saintess in advance. Little friend Long Chen, you've been on the rise recently. You're a young hero that everyone knows. It's my honor to be able to help you. It sounded like there was a trace of intention to rope him in. No one would refuse the Nine Heavens Saintess invitation. She was perfect, dignified, and noble, one of the most powerful women in the myriad worlds. Only the strongest gods and demons dared to covet a woman like her. At this point, the Nine Heavens Saintess led the way. Long Chen and Hierarch Tai Hao followed her to a supergiant similar to the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. It was called the Shangtian Dao Star. The Shangtian Dao Star was on the other side of the Hongjun supergiant. The Nine Heavens Saintess could only take Long Chen and go around the Hongjun supergiant. Because it wasn't far, there was no need to use the Gate of the Universe. Along the way, the Nine Heavens Saintess was very curious about Long Chen. Her beautiful eyes fell on Long Chen. Speaking of which, I'm really curious about your background. Long Chen laughed a few times, which was considered a response to this topic. At this time, he was listening to Divine Emperor Yu Hua introduce the Shangtian Dao Master in the God Nation. Actually, I feel that there's a contradiction. At first, the Nine Heavens Saintess blamed Hierarch Tai Hao for coming to ask for it. Now, she agreed so easily to ask for the inheritance essence blood. Logically speaking, with the Nine Heavens Saintess's personality, she would value any treasure. It's very rare for her to give it away. Anyway, I've never heard of it. So they've been lying to me so far. Long Chen thought about it and felt that it was about time. Previously, the Nine Heavens Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao didn't dare to attack directly in and around the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. They were afraid that Long Chen would take the opportunity to destroy the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. Now they were far away from the sacred star of the Nine Heavens, but they hadn't reached a new world. They could be considered to be in the endless starry sky. Moreover, Hierarch Tai Hao also knew that Long Chen had the realms of life and death. Obviously, to deal with Long Chen, they had to find a way to break the realms of life and death. Obviously, the Nine Heavens Saintess was a person who was proficient in all kinds of strange techniques, similar to Lingxi. It was very likely that she had a way to prevent Long Chen from entering the realms of life and death, and use the Gate of the Universe. This is the endless starry sky. It's convenient for them to set up a trap and attack. Moreover, I'll be facing 3 ultimate gods soon. In other words, the Heavenly Tao Master is likely not on the Heavenly Tao star but somewhere in the starry sky waiting for me. Once I get close, the prepared trap will be activated. Long Chen had more or less figured it out by now. What he didn't understand was, it's just a gate of the universe. Why is Hierarch Tai Hao so influential that he could get the other 2 ultimate gods to help him set up a trap just for an eternal rank creation divine weapon? The 9 Heaven Saintess was someone who had 9 eternal rank creation divine weapons. There's another key point. Do they have the inheritance blood essence? If they do, Hierarch Tai Hao can just exchange it with me for the gate of the universe. There's no need to waste so much effort. The inheritance blood essence is useless to them now. If they don't have it, then how do they know what the inheritance blood essence looks like? Therefore, Long Chen believed that they had it. Moreover, he was almost certain that the 3 of them had set up a trap and were waiting for him to take the bait. Although he didn't know their real reason, Long Chen was very resourceful. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "It's hard to go there like this. I'll use the gate of the universe and we can reach there in an instant." With their speed, it would take them about an hour to reach there. The 9 Heaven Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao looked at each other. The 9 Heaven Saintess said, "That's not good. That Heavenly Tao Venerate clearly doesn't like people getting close to him. That old fellow has a bad temper. Let's just follow his rules." Hierarch Tai Hao nodded. "That's right, and it won't take long." To be honest, with Hierarch Tai Hao's desire for the gate of the universe, he would definitely not be able to get it if Long Chen was willing to show it to him. But now, Shen Tian had directly refused. This was a kind of natural and unnatural behavior. Long Chen was certain that their goal was not the Heavenly Tao planet, but a trap somewhere in the cosmos. Of course, this trap might be in the middle of their journey. What if I have to use the gate of the universe to reach the Heavenly Tao planet directly? Long Chen retreated from their vague encirclement and escaped their control. When Long Chen said this, the expressions of Hierarch Tai Hao and the 9 Heaven Saintess turned from warm to cold. They looked at each other. It was clear now that Long Chen understood their goal. The 2 hierarchs looked coldly at Long Chen. One was black and white, and the other was 9-colored. Long Chen smiled and said, "I understand. What I want is still with you. 9 Heaven Saintess. Is it not enough to exchange for it with the gate of the universe? What you want so badly is naturally not enough." When Long Chen pointed at her, the 9 Heaven Saintess was very calm. Her words directly admitted that the inheritance blood essence was with her. It also meant that she definitely had other plans. Moreover, she had already discussed it with Hierarch Tai Hao. Perhaps Hierarch Tai Hao only wanted to return to the gate of the universe at first, but after communicating with the 9 Heaven Saintess, his goal was no longer the same. It might even involve the involvement of a 3rd ultimate god. Although Long Chen had avoided a trap set by the other party, it would obviously be more difficult after the truth was revealed. He was now even more certain that the inheritance blood essence was with the 9 Heaven Saintess. However, it would be impossible to exchange for it without paying a price. It would be even more troublesome if it was not an exchange but a battle. The 2 guys in front of him were both ultimate gods. If Long Chen wanted to snatch something from the 9 Heaven Saintess Divine Kingdom, he would have to beat the 9 Heaven Saintess half to death. That would be even more troublesome. Indistinctly, the 9 Heaven Saintess and Hierarch Tai Hao had surrounded Long Chen. The 3rd Heavenly Tao Lord was likely to be on his way. They were not anxious at all, because they possessed what Long Chen desired. They knew that it was impossible for Long Chen to leave the matter at that. It was impossible for him to escape. They could not be in a stalemate now. After all, the other party might have more people. Is it this? At that moment, a black spot of light appeared in the 9 Heaven Saintess' hand. It was a drop of the Divine Dragon's Inheritance Blood Essence. Long Chen had seen the Ancestral Dragon's Inheritance Blood Essence many times and could certainly tell that it was a drop of Inheritance Blood Essence that was constantly changing. The Shadow Dream Dragon's Inheritance Blood Essence was really in her hands. Whoosh! In just a flash, the 9 Heaven Saintess took back the Inheritance Blood Essence. She put her hands behind her back and smiled at Long Chen. Currently, they seemed to have regained the upper hand. "All right, I'll just ask. What do I have to do to get this thing?" Long Chen was a little helpless. The thing he wanted the most was in the hands of others. That was a weakness. Now that there was no need for trickery, and it was more difficult to deal with him openly. All right, you get straight to the point. I'll get straight to the point. The Nine Heavens Saintess seemed to be the leader. Obviously it was her idea. In the beginning, Hierarch Tai Hao really only wanted the gateway of the universe. After a short pause, the Nine Heavens Saintess said in a cold voice, I heard that when Di Jun fought with you, he seemed to have used an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Anyway, there's this rumor. Before we were just guessing and hearing about it. Now, we're almost sure. We want this thing. If you can afford it, I'll give it to you. Chapter 30-33. The Primordial Dragon Pagoda? Long Chen didn't expect that they would target the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. After so many years, Di Jun rarely showed the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. Therefore, the savage ancient god was the first to confirm that he had the primordial incipient divine weapon. An original incipient divine weapon was a peerless treasure even to a hierarch. No wonder they coveted it. However, Long Chen still smiled. I won't lie to you too. The thing you mentioned does exist, but it's just a drop of blood. Even if you get it, it's useless. Di Jun and I come from the same place. It belongs to us. You can't control it even if you get it. Nine Heavens Saintess shook her head. I knew you would say that, but we don't believe you. Take it out and give it to me. Whether I can control it or not is our business. In this world, no creation divine weapon has such a restriction. Even if he couldn't control it now, it was still an original incipient divine weapon. It was a treasure. If he continued, he would be able to control it one day. It was an original incipient divine weapon. Long Chen thought to himself, in their eyes, I already value the inherited blood essence enough. The more they want it, the harder it is to get it. To be honest, the primordial dragon pagoda was not as valuable as the ancestral dragon's blood inheritance to Long Chen. It was a far cry from it. But to them, the primordial dragon pagoda was much more valuable than the blood inheritance. If it really came to the most difficult stage, Long Chen might be able to use the primordial dragon pagoda to exchange for the heritage blood essence. However, it was absolutely impossible now, unless they were ruthless enough to throw the heritage blood essence to a place where Long Chen would never be able to find it. Obviously, they wouldn't do that. Long Chen said decisively, I understand what the two of you mean. However, you both know that there's no such thing in this world. That drop of blood is important to me, but it's not on the same level as what you want. If the two of you win and want that thing, then I can only leave. Another day, I will snatch it from your hands. His words were really ruthless, and they were stuck in a dead end. The primordial dragon pagoda was out of the question. Besides, they might come to snatch it in the future. The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Divine Supremacy Tai Hao looked at each other. Don't be so determined. We believe that this thing is very valuable to you. And that thing is useless to you right now. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. We have plenty of time. We're waiting for you to make the exchange, said the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens. She had the attitude of not giving up even if she got it. To Long Chen, perhaps he was stalling for time? Their goal from the beginning was to set up a trap and directly snatch it. It was just that Long Chen had forced him to negotiate. Long Chen did not forget their original goal, which was to rob them. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to obtain the inheritance blood essence today. Moreover, they were too passive in their opponent's territory. It would be even more troublesome if more ultimate gods appeared. Long Chen could vaguely feel the approach of the third ultimate god. It was very likely that he and the Ninth Heaven Divine Mother had a way to trap Long Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him join them. One more person meant one more share of the loot. Looks like there's nothing left to discuss. Goodbye, you two. Long Chen disappeared and retreated. He opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate behind him. Divine Supremacy Tai Hao and the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens could not stop him from disappearing. Whoosh! The Death Realm Dragon Gate closed. Long Chen completely disappeared before their eyes. Humph! The Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens clenched her fists. Her nine-colored nails shone with light that could pierce the sacred star of the Nine Heavens. This guy. He's pretty fast. We've set it up for so long, but he still saw through us. In fact, their plan was very simple. It was not easy to see through them. They only needed to bring him to a location between the sacred star of the 9 heavens and the heavenly Tao star. "So we give up?" asked Divine Supremacy Taihao. "No, that's impossible. He'll definitely come back and find a way to get it. Our trap today didn't work, but as long as we plan it carefully, I don't believe that 3 ultimate gods can't catch him." As soon as they finished speaking, the 3rd ultimate god arrived. It was the heavenly Tao Venerate. The heavenly Tao Venerate looked like an ordinary old man. Compared to the other 2, he was too ordinary. The only eye-catching thing about him was that his hair was too long, too white, and his body was too hunched. He escaped. Yes. Then it seems that he's not willing to exchange it. In other words, in his heart, this drop of blood is not as valuable as the original incipient grade fortune divine weapon, said the old man. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens was slightly angry. That's not necessarily true. He just doesn't want to give up the fortune divine weapon. I know him. With his personality, he'll definitely come back. He won't give up until he gets this drop of blood. The old man nodded. Then it's even simpler. We can force him to exchange, but this method will not be effective. The best way is to create a perfect trap so that he can't guard against it no matter how hard he tries. He might even fall into our trap the moment he appears. As long as he doesn't use the life and death realms and the gate of the universe, it'll be very easy for the 3 of us to attack him together. The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens nodded. Taihao, what do you think? Hierarch Taihao said faintly, "It's nothing. We can set it up directly. But can we escape the heavenly law Holy Emperor's eyes? He might even interfere with the original incipient grade fortune divine weapon." The Holy Mother of the 9 heavens said, "Don't worry too much. Even if he's the Lord, he can't interfere with our freedom. After all, there are 3 of us. It can be considered a very powerful force. If the 3 of them work together, they wouldn't be much weaker than the heavenly law Holy Emperor." Hierarch Taihao didn't say much. He knew that it would be convenient to have 3 people. But if they succeeded, it would be the real trouble. There was only one original incipient grade fortune divine weapon, but they had 3. Hongjun Supergiant. A majestic mountain, a boundless world of mortals. Located at the core of the Hongjun Supergiant was a place called the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. Only the divine emperors on the divine emperor list were qualified to enter this place. This was because this was the place where the Heavenly Law Holy Emperor cultivated in seclusion. The Heavenly Law Holy Emperor was here to find the final mystery of cultivation. This was also the biggest legendary place in the entire Hongjun Star Ocean. A place that billions of creatures yearned for. A god that existed for more than an era was the master of 1/4 of the myriad worlds. The Heavenly Law Holy Palace wasn't big, but it floated in the liquid Hongjun spirit energy. Outside, a middle-aged man descended from the sky and landed in front of the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He said respectfully, "Master, 9 Heaven Saint Mother, Hierarch Taihao, and Shang Tian Dao Venerate have been acting strangely recently." No one in the Heavenly Law Holy Palace answered. But the middle-aged god knew that this was a sign for him to continue. They know that the god called Long Chen has an original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. 9 Heaven Saint Mother has something that Long Chen wants. They are going to steal Long Chen's original incipient grade fortune divine weapon. That creation divine weapon is said to have come from Di Jun of the Taihao territory. Di Jun and Long Chen are said to have come from a world called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. But according to our investigation, this is an unranked world and has been destroyed by Di Jun. After saying that, the middle-aged god waited patiently for an answer. However, there was still no movement for a long time. He prostrated on the ground and said, "Master, please instruct me." Then, countless pale leaves drifted out of the Heavenly Law Holy Palace. Those leaves danced in front of the middle-aged god and finally fell in front of him, forming some words. The middle-aged god looked at them nervously. It said, "They can't use that treasure. Don't worry about it. Disciple understands." The middle-aged god knelt again, then stood up and left respectfully, disappearing into the vast sea of primordial spirit energy. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew, and the pale white leaves flew into the air. It wasn't until the gust of wind dissipated that the leaves fell back to the ground and neatly stacked on top of each other. If the middle-aged god was still here, he would probably see that after the pale white leaves fell, they formed 4 words. Dragon Sacrificial Continent. At this moment, Long Chen was standing outside the Hongjun Star Sea. In front of him was the incomparably vast Hongjun Star Sea. They must be setting up a new trap, waiting for me to fall into it. I didn't expect that they would want something like the primordial dragon pagoda, which they can't use. In fact, no one thought that Divine Venerable Tai Hao only wanted the gate of the universe. They didn't expect his appetite to grow. However, my biggest gain today is seeing the inheritance blood essence. Next is the game. They want the primordial dragon pagoda, and I want the inheritance blood essence. I must take the initiative and not let them lead me by the nose. Otherwise, I will definitely fall into their trap. Not only will I not get the inheritance blood essence, but I will also lose everything. 3 divine venerables working together to deal with him. Long Chen was not in a hurry, but the more anxious he was, the easier it was to fall into their trap. He had a large number of people in his divine nation, and they could gather together to think of a solution. Every day, he came up with a big idea, but none of them was very appropriate. In fact, the key was to face the goddess of the 9 heavens alone. That way, he only needed to defeat her. After all, the inheritance blood essence was with her. She would not give it to them carelessly. They must be suspicious of each other again. The goddess of the 9 heavens wants the primordial dragon pagoda the most, so she will definitely hold onto the inheritance blood essence tightly. If she gives it to someone else, it will be the same as giving away her greatest support. He was sure of that. Next, he had to think about how to separate the goddess of the 9 heavens from them. I suddenly thought of a place, an original incipient realm in the Southern Star area. Divine Emperor Yu Hua knew the world's best, and many of his ideas came from her. Isn't there only the Hongjun Star Sea in the Southern Star area? Oh no, it's an original incipient realm world like Mount Buzhou or Sun Refinement. Even ordinary god spirits can't get close to such a world. In fact, its level is very high, but the spiritual chi is not as thick. So that was the place. Is it far? What's it called? It's near the Hongjun Star Sea. It's called the Heavenly Secret Area. Chapter 30-34. High Heaven's Secret Realm? Hearing about this place, Yu Hua Divine Emperor must have a plan. Long Chen didn't know much about this original incipient grade barren world, but since it was a place similar to the God and Devil's Buzhou Mountain, it should be huge, mysterious, and terrifying. Everyone quieted down, waiting for Yu Hua Divine Emperor to tell them more about the High Heaven's Secret Realm. Yu Hua Divine Emperor said, "The High Heaven's Secret Realm is not far from here. The gate of the universe must have been there before. With your speed, it will take you a month to get there. But with the gate of the universe, it will take you a while. Let's go and take a look. I will tell you more about it on the way." All right. Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe, making it the divine tool for rapid transportation. When the gate of the universe was activated, Long Chen was in Lingxi's divine country, listening to Yu Hua Divine Emperor talk about the High Heaven's Secret Realm. The High Heaven's Secret Realm is next to the Hongjun Starry Sea. The 2 primeval incipient grade worlds are actually side by side. However, the Hongjun Starry Sea is too bright while the High Heaven's Secret Realm is dark and void. Hence, it is hard to see them. In terms of size, the High Heaven's Secret Realm and the Hongjun Starry Sea are not that different. Listening to her, Long Chen imagined 2 eyes that were similar to Di Jun's eyes. One was as bright as fire while the other was dark and void like a whirlpool. Actually, the Azure Secret Realm has another name. It's called the Universe Beehive. It looks like a beehive. Of course, it's an incomparably huge beehive with countless entrances. But in fact, inside it is the largest and most terrifying maze in the myriad of worlds. The deeper you go, the more bewildering it is, and the harder it is to come out. Thus, for so many years, many gods and devils have been trapped inside and have yet to come out. Long Chen could roughly imagine the appearance of the High Heaven's Secret Realm. Perhaps the Universe Hive was a more appropriate name for him. Rumor has it that the deepest part of the Heavenly Secret Realm is a place that no one has ever reached. Even the Heavenly Divine Emperor doesn't dare to enter. Generally speaking, according to the power of the maze, it is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is where divine kings usually train. It's considered the primary area. The second part is where even divine emperors can't walk out of the maze. The third part is the core area, where even divine emperors don't dare to enter. It's said that the heavenly divine emperor has entered it before, but he came out very quickly. He didn't dare to go deeper. In that case, the real threat to Long Chen and the others should be the third group. Say, in the high heaven's secret realm, can I enter the life and death realms? Can Lingxi use the gate of the universe? This was the question that Long Chen was most concerned about. Yu Hua Divine Emperor said, I can't be sure. We need to test it out. I reckon that the first two parts should be fine, but the third part doesn't need to be entered at all. If our goal is to separate the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens from the three of them, this would be the most suitable place. So, let's wait until we arrive and test it out. In that case, Long Chen was still very interested in the high heaven's secret realm. He was curious about what was in the deepest part of the universe beehive. Even the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor did not dare to enter. As Long Chen grew stronger, there were no more secrets in the myriad realms to him. The origin of the mystical dragons was a huge secret, and the deepest part of the universe beehive seemed to hold such a secret as well. If there's nothing important in the future, we can explore this universe hive. Just as Long Chen thought of this, Lingxi told him that they had arrived at the high heaven's secret realm. He came out of the divine country, which was still some distance away from the high heaven's secret realm. It was because of this that he could see the appearance of the high heaven's secret realm clearly. It was indeed a place as huge as the Hongjun Starry Ocean. However, the Hongjun Starry Ocean was mostly a starry sky, and a small part of it was solid land. The high heaven's secret realm was about the same size as the Hongjun Starry Ocean. It looked huge, but it was actually empty inside. In fact, it was similar to the Hongjun Starry Ocean's starry sky, except that it was surrounded by the walls of the hive. As far as the eye could see, in the middle of the black clouds of nothingness was an incomparably huge beehive under their feet. It was a beehive that was as huge as the entire sea of stars. On the beehive, there was an endless number of beehives, each of which was a very regular hexagonal shape. With such a large number of beehives arranged as a whole, it gave off a head-numbing feeling, as if they were countless neat mouths. The universe hive. Inside each hive was actually an endless starry sky. Actually, this is a battlefield. It's an excellent place for adventuring. So many gods of Hongjun Starry Sea come here. Of course, one needs to be at least at the Divine King realm to survive here. There are many natural treasures in the universe beehive, as well as infinite divine techniques and other treasures dropped by predecessors. Because it's possible to meet randomly here, it's an excellent battlefield. Just like Fiend Celestial Buzhou Mountain, it's a rare place to improve oneself. However, most of the battles on Fiend Celestial Buzhou Mountain are formal and there are people watching. Most of the battles here are life and death battles and treasure battles. Long Chen understood that this was the place he had chosen to fight against the three ultimate gods. Looking down, he could roughly see through 2/5 of the universe hive. He could see at a glance how many gods there were and how many illusory mazes there were. The remaining 3/5 were all in the illusory maze and were difficult to distinguish. Especially the deepest 1/5. It was probably a place that even the heavenly Tao Divine Emperor would not enter. In addition to those that he could see at a glance, the deepest 2/5 of the universe hive was the battlefield he had chosen. Let's go down and take a look. At Long Chen's realm, there was no need to worry about not being able to enter or leave. He sped down and chose a hive entrance at the center of the entire universe hive. When he landed at the hive entrance, he could no longer see the hexagonal opening around him with the naked eye. The surroundings were already endless grayish-black fog. The whistling sound of the wind rushed up from below like the cry of a monster. It sounded really terrifying and made one's hair stand on end. Long Chen didn't say anything else. After entering the boundless starry sky, he flew deeper and deeper. Once he was inside, he realized that there were even more passageways. In fact, it didn't take long for him to come up with hundreds of millions of options. He was now going deep based on his intuition. In this huge universe hive, to be honest, the ones who felt it the most were Dugu and terrifying. This was because after walking for so long, Long Chen did not see a single person. Of course, he roughly knew that there were hundreds of thousands of godly kings training here. However, compared to this huge universe hive, these godly kings were too small. It would take at least a few years for two of them to meet, or even longer. However, the godly spirits were not in a hurry. They had all the time in the world. A few days later, Long Chen reached the 2/5 of the universe hive he wanted. This was also a place that only godly emperors could reach. After arriving here, the illusionary laws were indeed strengthened. There was a feeling of being everywhere. It was difficult to identify one's position and direction. There were still endless passages around. It was simply driving one crazy. This is the place. Long Chen and Lingxi gave it a try. First, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate. As expected, he succeeded. There were no restrictions here. Then, he opened the Death Realm from the inside and returned to the outside of the Universe Hive. This way, as long as the imprint he left in the depths was still there, he could enter the depths of the Death Realm in a single step. Lingxi also used the Gate of the Universe to come out. At least this proves that 2/5 of the Universe Hive is an illusionary maze for divine venerables. It's not easy to find people. Except for the two of us, it's also not easy to get out. So before they arrive, I can set up as many laws as possible in the entire maze so that I can shuttle through the entire heavenly secret realm at any time. This way, both of us will have the ability to move at any time. When the three of them arrive, there will always be a way to separate them, lure them away, and so on. This place was so illusionary. There were no life and death realms nor the gate of the universe. After entering, it would be troublesome to get out. This was indeed the most ideal place for Long Chen. As long as he could move around freely, it was actually a huge advantage. Lingxi asked, but they must also know about the heavenly secret realm and your plan. This way they won't come here. Even if they come, they won't want to be separated from each other. Long Chen said, although that's the case, it still depends on how much they desire the primordial dragon pagoda. As long as they desire it enough, they can do anything. At this time, Long Chen could actually issue a challenge to them. He could give it a try and see if they would come. Moreover, Long Chen was sure that they had prepared a new trap. The next step would be to see whose plan had the upper hand. The core point of Long Chen's plan was to separate the Saintess of Nine Heavens from the others. Then, his trump card was the primordial dragon pagoda. During the last battle with Hierarch Tai Hao, Long Chen consciously didn't use the primordial dragon pagoda. It was very likely that they would underestimate him and think that Long Chen couldn't use the power of the primordial dragon pagoda yet. After all, it was a divine tool of creation at the primordial incipient grade. As for them, as long as they could control Long Chen and prevent him from leaving, they would be able to seize the primordial dragon pagoda with their combined strength. Chapter 30-35. Looking at your 9 Heavens Holy Mother's 9 eternal grade fortune divine artifacts, one of them is so special and strange. I don't think you need to set up any traps. As long as your fortune divine artifact attacks Long Chen, he won't dare to escape even if he has the life and death realms and the gate of the universe. The 3 divine venerables were currently gathered in the 9-colored Holy Palace, waiting for news of Long Chen's reappearance. Holy Mother 9 Heavens instantly understood what divine venerables were talking about. Divine Venerables Tai Hao said, "You're talking about the heavenly scroll that asks what love is in the world, right? Indeed, this is the most special of all the creations I know. It doesn't have any offensive effect, but it's like a curse. As long as you fall for it, the effect is really strange. You all know Long Chen. You know that he values friendship the most. Obviously, this is his nemesis." Holy Mother 9 Heavens suddenly giggled. She looked at the two of them with a rebuking look and said, "I didn't expect you 2 old guys to be so evil. You even thought of this." "That's right, this is my only semi-original incipient level creations. It's also the one I thought was the most useless creations. I didn't expect it to be useful now. Let me think. That's right. With his personality, as long as he falls for it, he'll definitely be at my mercy. The most terrifying thing about this thing is, if I fall for it, I won't be able to undo it." The heavenly scroll that asks what love is in the world was indeed a strange name, just like the effects of the creations. Divine Venerables Tai Hao said, "I remember that there's only one way to undo this heavenly scroll, and that is to use the life of someone who loves the victim. That person must love the victim deeply. That Long Chen seems to have a wife that he loves dearly. If he loses this person, wouldn't that be worse than killing him? If so, I'm afraid he'll go crazy and take revenge in the future." Holy Mother 9 Heavens and Divine Venerables Tai Hao looked at each other. They had the same opinion. "Tai Hao, you're too cowardly. I know that you only wanted to take back the gate of the universe from the beginning, but now, the 3 of us are on the same side. If you don't make up your mind, how can you succeed? This drop of blood can't be wasted." The Saintess of the Nine Heavens said coldly. That's enough. Let's not have any internal conflicts. What I mean is, after we get the treasure, we should just kill him to avoid trouble in the future. After all, it's said that the speed at which this person rose to power is unprecedented. Heavenly Tao Sovereign said. That's right. Kill him. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens said decisively. He could not be merciful. Once he was merciful, he might be the one to die in the end. All right. Honored Divinity Tai Hao nodded, but he knew Di Jun's fate better than the other two. He was still in awe of him. Things had developed to this point and were no longer under his control. He knew Jiutian Goddess's character the best. The thing she desired would make her crazy to a perverted degree. Haha, we need to ask Long Chen what love is in this world. Let's see how he answers. The next time he appears, he will definitely come for that drop of blood. Try your best to control him. As long as he falls for it, everything will be settled, the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens said confidently. At this moment, Heavenly Tao Sovereign said, Holy Mother, he knows that the drop of blood is in your hands. He will definitely target you. I think that in order to prevent the drop of blood from being obtained, it's better to hand it over to me or Tai Hao for safekeeping. That way, even if he succeeds, we won't lose our only hope. Hearing this, Honored Divinity Tai Hao also raised his head. The current situation was that whoever had the essence blood would have the upper hand. After a moment of silence, the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens shook her head and said, You don't have to worry about this. It's absolutely safe with me. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Heavenly Tao Sovereign smiled coldly. The three of them knew that after obtaining the primordial dragon pagoda, how to divide the spoils would be a big problem. If Long Chen died, the drop of blood would actually be useless. Therefore, Heavenly Tao Sovereign and Honored Divinity Tai Hao did not force it. The three of you come out. At this moment, Long Chen's voice came from above the nine-colored holy palace. This shocked the three ultimate gods. They did not expect Long Chen to return so quickly. Fortunately, they had just finished the design. Get out! The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens and the others looked at each other and directly rushed out of the nine-colored holy palace and out of the sacred star. However, on the way, Long Chen's voice came again. I have no intention of fighting with the three of you today. If the three of you have the guts, come to the High Heaven's secret land. I will wait for you here. If the three of you take this as a letter of challenge, then this is my letter of challenge. I will be waiting for the three of you. After saying this, Long Chen directly returned to the High Heaven's secret land through the gate of the universe. This made the three ultimate gods very excited, but they came out empty-handed. Long Chen's words were transmitted to the entire Nine Heavens sacred planet. Obviously, there were too many people who heard it. Now, the entire Nine Heavens sacred clan was discussing what was going on. This is bad. If this matter spreads, there will be more people who know and want a piece of the pie. Even if we get it in the end, it will be troublesome. Heavenly Tao Sovereign frowned, his face grim. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens watched Long Chen disappear and was slightly angry. She didn't even think about it and said, Then it's very simple. Since he has issued a letter of challenge, it means that he wants to fight to the death. There is no benefit in dragging this matter out. Let's go directly to the High Heaven's secret land. Hierarch Tai Hao said, The principle is the same. You two know very well what kind of place the High Heaven's secret land is. Obviously, this Long Chen wants to use the High Heaven's secret land to separate the three of us, mainly to deal with the Holy Mother. We have our plans and strategies, and he also has his. The Holy Mother of Nine Heavens sneered and said, Don't you understand? In fact, this is good. We lack the opportunity to fight him head-on. Since we know that he wants to split us up, will you still be separated? We have entered the High Heaven's secret land thousands of times, but we are not as familiar as an outsider like him. It can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is indeed more anxious than we are. What we are least afraid of is not that he has set a trap for us, but that he is not interested in that drop of blood and then runs away, never to appear again. I agree. The more anxious he is, the more flaws he will make, especially since he doesn't know what the Holy Mother's heavenly book is. If he wants to split us up, we will have to see if he has the ability to do so. What we lack is an opportunity to fight him head-on. The more he tries to deal with us, the more opportunities we have. Then let's do it. Supremacy Tai Hao was more familiar with Long Chen. He knew that Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master were looking down on him. He knew that there was no point in saying anything more, but he had a level of caution that even Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master did not have. While everyone was discussing, the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens and the other two had already stealthily moved in the direction of the High Heaven's secret land. Of course, that place was also the hive of the universe. These days, Long Chen had been making arrangements inside the hive of the universe, waiting for the arrival of the three. Obtaining the essence blood of inheritance depended on this decisive battle. He left the mark of the death rain everywhere he went. Although the hive of the universe was huge, he was fast and could move quickly. Even the billions of passageways could not trap him. He was constantly building the death rain in the hive of the universe. It would be great if I could trick the Holy Mother of Nine Heavens into the death rain. It's a pity that she knows the use of my death rain, so she will definitely not come in. Time passed quietly, and he could already feel the three gradually approaching. Big brother, how should we separate them? Mo Xiaolang was also prepared. This time, he and Lingxi's strength was needed. The other party must know that our goal is to separate them, so there's actually no way that will definitely work. It all depends on the situation at that time. In any case, we can continue to deal with them here. If we can't succeed in a day, then we'll just have to wait for a few days, a few months, or even a few years. There will definitely be a day when we can deal with them. Long Chen was not anxious at all. However, he was sure that the other party was actually more anxious than him. After all, there were many people who wanted the primordial dragon pagoda, but only Long Chen wanted that drop of essence blood of inheritance. Long Chen could continuously move between half of the hive of the universe, continuously merging his entire body into it. He could appear and disappear from most places at any time. Although some of the marks would disappear after a dozen days, new marks would also be formed. About a month after the declaration of war was issued, 3 peak supreme deities descended above the hive of the universe. They came with great momentum. Many gods and demons outside the hive of the universe saw them, but they dared not come close. They only dared to worship from afar. Each of them was a peak figure in the myriad worlds, controlling billions of living beings. Long Chen, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' voice reached the billions of hives in the hive of the universe, reverberating throughout the entire hive. It was simply deafening. "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time," Long Chen said lazily. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and the other 2 gods were naturally not afraid of him. They immediately rushed into the hive of the universe. As expected, the 3 ultimate gods followed them at all times, not daring to leave each other's side. They were very cautious as they moved towards the depths of the hive of the universe. About half a day later, they arrived at the area with more deity emperors, and also the place where Long Chen had set up. Of course, it was too big and chaotic inside. Finding Long Chen's location was undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Long Chen entered the Death World and searched for their location among the countless marks of the Death World. He could roughly sense which mark the ultimate gods were near. Found them. Long Chen immediately locked on to their location. This was his advantage. He knew where they were at all times, but the other party did not. "Let's go find them." "No, let them wander around. Let's wear down their patience first." Long Chen smiled. Chapter 30-36. The Cosmic Hive. Now, Long Chen and the 3 supreme deities were all in the Cosmic Hive, and they were in a similar area. They would not go deeper, but they could easily see through the shallower areas. Naturally, they knew that Long Chen would not be in that area. There were hundreds of millions of densely packed passageways in the dark Cosmic Hive. The 3 supreme deities were flying through these countless passageways. Finding Long Chen here was much more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack for them. After entering the depths of this place and circling around, the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens revealed an impatient expression. "Long Chen, you're the one who issued a challenge to the 3 of us here. Why are you hiding here like a tortoise?" Her voice passed through hundreds of millions of passages and echoed in the entire Cosmic Hive. After hearing her voice, many deity emperors began to look for a way out of the Cosmic Hive. They could tell that it was one of the supreme deities in Hongjun Star Sea, Saint Mother Jotian. Isn't Long Chen the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list? There's a declaration of war between them. They want to fight here. A battle between supreme deities. Don't supreme deities rarely fight each other? In fact, it was not because supreme deities rarely fought each other, but because they were too few in number. They were the pinnacle of the myriad worlds and would not fight easily. It's said that there are 3 ultimate gods, Ultimate God Taihao, Saint Mother Jiutian, and Heavenly Tao Master. They've joined forces to besiege Long Chen. We'd better leave quickly, lest we get hurt. It can't be. Isn't Long Chen still a deity emperor? He seems to have defeated Emperor Jun, but he hasn't reached the level of an ultimate god yet. He doesn't seem to have any conflict with them. I heard that he took away Ultimate God Taihao's cosmic gate and refused to return it. That angered Ultimate God Taihao. There's nothing to sympathize with. I can only say that he deserves to die. How dare he occupy the things of a supreme deity, the Tai divine realm. In the cosmic hive, deity emperors and deity kings were leaving in large numbers. About a few days later, Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens' patience ran out. Long Chen did not appear from beginning to end. She said many times, but there was no response. This was simply a kind of mockery and humiliation. If you don't come out now, it'll be boring. We can only leave. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens and the other 2 ultimate gods were surrounded by an illusory grayish-black fog. It looked simple, but in fact, it had a very strong hallucinogenic effect. The passages in the honeycomb were also constantly changing. This was the best place to hide. What's the rush? At that moment, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang appeared from one of the passageways far behind them. The 3 ultimate gods suddenly turned around and saw Long Chen's team. The 2 teams were facing each other in the chaotic cosmic hive. Their gazes collided, and the rules collided. When the 2 sides met, the space was distorted. The nearby cosmic hive was also distorted. Of course, this was initiated by Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens. She had long lost her patience. Now that she finally saw Long Chen, the feeling of being played made her very unhappy. Don't lose your mind. Maybe this is the effect he wants. Heavenly Tao Master reminded her. Okay. As soon as Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens nodded, Long Chen's team immediately took action. There were many passageways around them. Long Chen turned around and went into one of them, while Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi went into another. The 2 teams quickly disappeared from the 3 ultimate gods' sight. Where do you think you're going? Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens chased after them. Long Chen was certain that the other party was actually more anxious than he was. Based on that, he would be able to separate them one day as long as he dragged it on. It was not easy to deal with 3 ultimate gods together. The 3 ultimate gods chased after Long Chen. However, just as they were about to enter Long Chen's passageway, Divine Taihao suddenly stopped and saw the direction where Lingxi disappeared. Taihao! Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens and the others were very fast. It seemed that they would soon catch up with Long Chen. However, at this moment, Divine Taihao directly flashed and chased after Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. Taihao, he deliberately separated us. Heavenly Tao Master shouted. Divine Supremacy Taihao didn't listen to him at all. Very quickly, he disappeared before their eyes. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens snorted and said, It seems that he doesn't want to go with us. He just wants his cosmic gateway. He wants to beat us at our own game. Let's just ignore him. In the end, we will get the original incipient grade creator divine weapon and have one less person to share it with. From the beginning, his role was just to bring Long Chen here. They were always sticking to Long Chen. Long Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Divine Taihao would follow Lingxi and the others after the first time he caused trouble. It seemed that Divine Taihao had some changes in his mind. However, it also saved Long Chen a lot of trouble. It was enough for him to understand Divine Taihao and Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens. Next, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang would hold Divine Taihao back. At least, they wouldn't let him get close to Long Chen's battlefield. After all, although the cosmic hive was huge, once a battle between ultimate gods happened, it would cause a huge commotion and be extremely destructive. Even if they attracted Divine Taihao away, he might return during the battle. Therefore they had to attract him far enough. Divine Taihao must also know what Long Chen's goal was. However, he wanted such an opportunity. Since Long Chen had made such a plan, he had to separate from Lingxi and the others to face Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens. Therefore, Lingxi and the others were also taking a risk. They had to compete with Divine Tai Hao. Divine Tai Hao seemed to have guessed that Long Chen would do that, so he chased after them with great difficulty. Whether he would catch up and take back the Gate of the Universe or Lingxi and the others were enough to hold him back, it all depended on the abilities of the two sides. Lingxi had the Gate of the Universe. With the cooperation of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, Long Chen was quite relieved. Once he couldn't hold Divine Tai Hao back, Long Chen would let them leave the Cosmic Hive and stay as far away from Divine Tai Hao as possible. Then, he was the only one left. Long Chen, is this fun? It seems like there's no end. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens followed behind him at all times. She was getting more and more angry. Interesting. I have plenty of time to play with you. Then you'll never get that drop of blood. You'll never get what I have. It's the same. Long Chen said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of making a mistake? Perhaps Divine Tai Hao will catch your two helpers. Moreover, if I make a big noise, he'll come back. That's not for you to worry about. Long Chen smiled coldly. Don't provoke me. I'm still polite to you now. I only want that original incipient grade creator divine weapon. But if you provoke me, it won't be as simple as that creator divine weapon. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens gritted her snow-white teeth. What? Do you still want my people? Long Chen turned his head and smiled casually. It's your life. It had been a long time since Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens heard someone talk to her in such a tone. She was holy, noble, and eternal. She was the supreme god. Usually, all she heard was worship, and compliment. Then I don't have to worry. Otherwise, it won't be good if word gets out that you're robbing the cradle. Long Chen laughed. In fact, in terms of speed, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was already very fast. She had surpassed Long Chen and seemed to be about to catch up. Humph! Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' eyes spun rapidly. A fierce chase ensued. After asking Lingxi's side, they still kept a certain distance from Hierarch Tai Hao. Long Chen was relieved. Seeing that Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was still so crazy, he suddenly had an idea. He avoided Heavenly Venerate and talked to Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens in private. Let's discuss it. To be honest, you know that there's no end to this. We can't do anything to each other. I can only accept a one-on-one fight with you. If I win, that drop of blood will be mine. If you win, the primordial dragon pagoda will be yours. You don't have to share it with the other two. This is a matter between you and me. There's no need to involve others. What do you think? Long Chen knew Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens from her reputation. She was definitely a person who valued money as much as her life. Such a person would be willing to share the primordial dragon pagoda with others if she was so eager to get it. Because of this, Long Chen was certain that he could succeed in this cosmic hive. After all, the other three were not of one mind. They each had their own ideas. For example, Heavenly Venerate beside her was actually the first trap for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. After that failure, he was now a fighting force for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. However, the problem was that Long Chen had the life and death realms. He would not allow them to surround him. It's called the Primordial Dragon Pagoda, right? Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was not in a hurry to agree to Long Chen. Instead, she muttered the name of the Primordial Dragon Pagoda without batting an eyelid. However, she knew very well that Hierarch Tai Hao was getting farther and farther away. Just like that, the chase continued for half a day. The farther Hierarch Tai Hao was, the more difficult it was for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens and the other two to surround Long Chen. Long Chen knew that she must have been struggling internally during this time. For you to reach this point, you must know the principle of seeking wealth from danger. Only by following my bottom line will you have this opportunity. Are you afraid of me? The greatest temptation that Long Chen gave her was the opportunity to occupy the Primordial Dragon Pagoda alone. She could directly obtain it and even refine it, surpassing Heavenly Venerate and Hierarch Tai Hao. This was a huge opportunity. Looking back, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' colorful eyes were already filled with an incomparably intense divine light. I'll fight. The problem is, how will you shake off Heavenly Venerate? Long Chen smiled. He had finally achieved his goal. Chapter 30-37. It'll be easy as long as you agree to it. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly changed directions. Although there were hundreds of millions of passageways around them, they could roughly identify which passageways led to the depths of the cosmic hive with their realm. Long Chen's current direction was towards the depths of the cosmic hive. What do you think he's trying to do? Heavenly Tao Master looked puzzled. I don't know. I don't dare to enter the depths of the cosmic hive. He's trying to go all out. Let's give it a try. What we can withstand is definitely stronger than a divine emperor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three experts chased each other through the cosmic hive at a terrifying speed. They passed through millions of passageways, broke through countless mystic realms, and directly entered the depths of the cosmic hive toward the chaos. Good boy, you've got guts. Heavenly Tao Master shouted angrily. It was simply a matter of life and death. After a long time, Lingxi had lured Divine Tai Hao far enough away. At that moment, Long Chen had entered the most dangerous area of the cosmic hive. In front of him was a gray void that condensed into illusory images in the endless void. They were like pupae hidden in the deepest part of the cosmic hive. When Long Chen crashed into the image, there was a chaotic law hidden within. It was an illusory and dormant law that was strong enough to affect Long Chen. Defy the heavens and change my fate. Long Chen instantly woke up and came out of the illusion. Just as he came out, Saint Mother of Nine Heavens and Heavenly Tao Master also entered at the same time. Saint Mother, this area is a great opportunity for us. There will definitely be an illusion that will keep him. When that time comes, we'll see what is love in the world. No problem. The two of them looked very confident. At least, that was how Saint Mother of Nine Heavens acted. Long Chen won't be so stupid if he's confident to come here. Then they went deeper and deeper. The illusions, laws, and even the attack power hidden in the cosmic hive became more and more terrifying. It was enough to make an ultimate god depressed. Has Long Chen gone mad? Holy Mother Jiuqian exclaimed. You still dare to charge down. Heavenly Tao Sovereign was also anxious. He can't be messing with us. I remember that his life and death realms can be opened here, so he can leave at any time. It looks like he wants to lure us into the depths of this place. What good is that for him? If you get lost here, he will never be able to obtain what he wants. The Heavenly Lord had many questions in his heart, but Long Chen was right in front of him. Just like them, he was struggling in the illusion, and he would catch up soon. At that time, with such a distance, the Heavenly Lord was confident that he could help the Holy Mother of the Ninth Heaven succeed before Long Chen entered the death reign. Heavenly Tao Lord had the same idea as Divine Lord Tai Hao. He wanted to play along. Seize the opportunity. In any case, don't let him enter the death world. We have to chase after him fiercely and catch him before he goes too deep. The Nine Heaven Saintess' eyes flickered. She sped up again without any hesitation. This is already quite deep. Perhaps even the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor has not reached this level. The Heavenly Lord was still a little excited. This was too crazy. In his heart, Long Chen and the Nine Heaven Saintess were both crazy people. At this point, the illusion was like a quagmire. The three of them struggled in the illusion. Once, when Long Chen rushed out of the illusion, he found the Nine Heaven Saintess beside him. Don't think about leaving. Under the Nine Heaven Saintess' bewitchment, the Heavenly Lord did not stop even at this point. What made him depressed was that Long Chen was still charging down, as if he did not want to live anymore. Chase. The Nine Heaven Saintess followed. The further down they went, the terrifying level reached. Even the Heavenly Lord could not help but tremble. He was not sure if he could leave this place, but Long Chen continued to provoke and chase him. Saintess, are we still going down? The Heavenly Lord felt that it was a pity that he had wasted several good opportunities. One time, he had almost trapped Long Chen. The Nine Heaven Saintess had been talking to him, but this time, she was charging ahead expressionlessly. This made the Heavenly Lord feel strange. Suddenly, his face paled. He opened his eyes, and the Nine Heaven Saintess turned into a jet of light and disappeared in front of him. It's fake. Where was the real Nine Heaven Saintess? The Heavenly Lord did not know that the Nine Heaven Saintess had disappeared, and that a deceiving thing had appeared next to him. While he was dumbfounded, Long Chen turned around and smiled. You still don't understand? You've been tricked. The Nine Heaven Saintess didn't want to share the original incipient grade creator divine weapon with you. It's a shame that you chased her this deep. She's long gone. Now, I'm not going to accompany you. I have to go fight with the Nine Heaven Saintess. If I lose, the item will belong to her alone. As for you, be obedient and slowly walk around here. I hope you can get out. The inside was different from the outside. While Long Chen and the 9 Heaven Saintess were fighting, the god race needed to be far enough to not be able to return. The Heavenly Lord, on the other hand, would need half a day to get out. After all, they had been here for several days. The 9 Heaven Saintess had left long ago. She had even found a good place to wait for Long Chen. You! The Heavenly Lord was furious. The 9 Heaven Saintess was crazy for a treasure. She had even deceived him. But the current situation was the truth. Don't think you can deal with me like this. Be it you or the Saintess, just wait and see. When the Heavenly Lord pounced on him, Long Chen quickly entered the death world. You should think about how to get out of this place. Long Chen's voice kept echoing in the Heavenly Lord's ears. He was so angry that he was about to explode. When he thought about the 9 Heaven Saintess making a deal with him alone, this Long Chen is really good. He actually understands the Saintess character. Although the situation has changed, in the end, she was still separated. This Long Chen is really good. The Heavenly Lord gradually calmed down. He knew that the most important thing now was to get out of this place. It should be this direction. He was about to leave. At that moment, a terrifying feeling descended. Ever since the Heavenly Lord became an ultimate god, he had never experienced such a feeling. His face suddenly turned paler and his body trembled. He looked down and saw a shadow crawling towards his direction. The pale eyes in the abyss made the Heavenly Lord afraid and unable to move. At that moment, one could clearly see a look called extreme fear in his eyes. Finally, Long Chen came out of the death world. Before this, he confirmed that Lingxi was still fighting with Hierarch Tai Hao to buy time for him. Although she and Mo Xiaolang were constantly being suppressed by Hierarch Tai Hao, they had the gate of the universe to teleport, so they would be fine. In fact, Divine Tai Hao obviously knew that they were buying time. Most importantly, Hierarch Tai Hao did not care about Long Chen and the 9 Heavens Holy Mother at all. Ling Shi and the others were stalling for time, giving Hierarch Tai Hao an opportunity. He knew that his time was limited. He had to reclaim his gate of the universe before the 9 Heavens Holy Mother could determine the outcome of the battle. The more he delayed, the more he liked it. He was most afraid that Lingxi and the others would use the gate of the universe to leave the Heaven's secret land. As for the Heavenly Lord, he seemed to be struggling in the depths of the cosmic hive. Finally the opportunity came. Long Chen found the location of the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens in the mark of the Death Rain. She was also very cooperative, deliberately finding a place that even Heavenly Tao Sovereign and Divine Tai Hao Sovereign would find difficult to reach. She stood in the void, and the jewel on her body shone brightly, making her the brightest goddess in this black space. At that moment, Long Chen came from afar and stood in front of her. I thought you weren't coming. The 9 Heavens Saintess smiled. The opportunity was too perfect. She found that she was only one step away from the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Of course. You can ask around and you will know that I have always been the most honest and trustworthy, said Long Chen casually. Of course, it was his first time fighting an ultimate god alone. Last time, Divine Tai Hao and the other two worked together, so it was different. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Could it be that you have the original incipient grade creator divine weapon? Asked the 9 Heaven Saintess tentatively. In fact, that was the last thing she wanted to see. That was because Long Chen would be hard to deal with. However, when she thought about how Di Jun was defeated by Long Chen even though he had the original incipient grade creator divine weapon, she understood that it was hard for divine emperors like them to control the original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Moreover, the 9 Heaven Saintess was different from ordinary ultimate gods. Her tricks were endless and extremely mysterious. Perhaps Long Chen could fight against other ultimate gods, but he would be in danger if he encountered the 9 Heaven Saintess' endless tricks. Maybe he hasn't realized it yet. It was Long Chen's ability to turn a complicated situation into a simple battle. Now that he finally had this chance, Long Chen forgot everything else. In his eyes, there was only the 9 Heavens Saintess. I heard that the Saintess has 9 eternal grade creator divine weapons. It seems that today is going to be an eye-opener. The fighting blood in Long Chen's body was boiling. The ghost blood curse was already in front of him. I want this weapon of yours too. Anyone who touches it will die. It's scary and has endless potential. Also, When you see all my Creator divine weapons, you will regret it. The 9 Heavens Saintess laughed. Chapter 3038. The Cosmic Hive Battlefield. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, 2 ultimate gods were fighting there. The aura of an ultimate god swept across and shook the entire cosmic hive, causing the walls to tremble violently, forming waves and howling winds. The path to the cosmic hive was even changing. Fortunately, most of the nearby divine emperors knew that they would fight there, so they had long tried to leave the place so that they would not be inadvertently affected by the battle between the ultimate gods. The entire cosmic hive seemed to have expanded due to the confrontation between Long Chen and 9th Heaven Saint Mother. It was as if it would explode at any time. Save me! Just when 9th Heaven Saint Mother was about to make a move, a shrill voice suddenly came from the depths of the cosmic hive. It was the voice of Heavenly Tao Lord. It was unimaginable that such an ultimate god would actually utter such a word, and with such a degree of despair. Even a Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor would not be able to make him look like that. Don't worry about him. It's just a little trick to find our location. 9th Heaven Saint Mother's entire body was shrouded in a 9-colored halo. Behind her dignified and noble face was a 9-colored halo. She was a very well-known deity in the myriad worlds and was very high profile. Apart from her gorgeous long dress, there were also 9 long ribbons wrapped around her, spreading out and adding endless colors and beauty to her. Sure enough, the Heavenly Tao Paragon only let out a cry, and then no other sound came out. Long Chen also felt that Bu might have made him cry for help, and there was an 80% chance that he was trying to think of a way to come out from the depths. Boom! At that moment, 9 peach blossoms bloomed beside 9th Heaven Saint Mother. Those peach blossoms were colorful and had the same shining light as 9th Heaven Saint Mother. Under the guidance of 9th Heaven Saint Mother's smile, the 9 glowing peach blossoms gradually evolved. Those were all creation divine weapons. Long Chen could already feel it. The pressure brought by the 9 creation divine weapons was terrifying even to him at that moment. Those divine emperors who were still in the cosmic hive must have been affected by this pressure and dared not move. Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst the 9 Heavens Divine Mother's smile, 9 kinds of creation artifacts appeared and revolved around her. From the looks of it, when Long Chen was still in the dragon sacrificial continent, the 9 Heavens Divine Mother was definitely the closest to the image of a god in his imagination. 9 Heavens 8 trigrams, Time Horsetail Whisk, Peachwood Sword, Good Fortune Gourd, Demonic Mirror, Star River Pearl, Ask the World What is Love? Heavenly Book, Great Demonic Heart Bell, 9-colored Stone. As the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens introduced softly and proudly, 9 eternal creation divine artifacts appeared. Generally speaking, each of them was not inferior to the Ghost Blood Curse and the Heaven Sacrificing Spear. There was a spinning 8 trigrams, a floating silver thread in her hand that looked like the Milky Way, an ordinary-looking wooden sword decorated with peach blossoms, a gray gourd, a mirror hidden in the black fog, a gem that looked like a starry sky embedded in the crown on her head, a book that slowly opened behind her, a bronze bell that she used as an earring, and a 9-colored stone embedded in a ring. Even the people in the kingdom of God could not help but exclaim when they saw the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens. She was so beautiful. Of course, that kind of beauty was a terrible killer to Long Chen. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was such a beautiful weapon. Throughout the ages, countless experts and geniuses had died in her hands because of her beauty. I've never been unable to get what I want. After saying that, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens who was controlling the 9 eternal level creation divine artifacts officially ignited the ultimate god battle. It was Long Chen's first official battle against an ultimate god. 9 Heavens Reincarnation. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens had a cold expression on her face as she waved her hand. The huge 9 Heavens 8 trigrams pressed down on Long Chen. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens rule power was displayed in it, causing the 8 trigrams to spin and form 9 kinds of vortexes. Each vortex had a picture of the 8 trigrams and was a reincarnation cycle. Within the reincarnation cycle was the origin of purification. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was not weaker than Hierarch Tai Hao even with a casual move. Wherever the 9 Heavens reincarnation went, even the void that did not exist was distorted and shattered. However, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was obviously not satisfied. Her fighting style was a system of its own. If one really had to use a word to describe it, it would be crazy bombardment. Just as the reincarnation of the 9 Heavens was released, The second Fortune Divine artifact was already used in the next instant. The 9 Heavens Saint Mother's rules were basically built on the foundation of Fortune Divine artifacts. The art of changing the sea into mulberry fields. In her left hand, the horsetail whisk that was as long as the Milky Way was swung out and closely followed the 9 Heavens reincarnation technique. The horsetail whisk suddenly turned into an overwhelming torrent. What shocked Long Chen was that it was the power to accelerate time. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens did not have the rule of time, but Long Chen understood that she might be the same as Lingxi. Her Qimen Duanjia technique was similar to Lingxi's heavenly rule spiritual art. They were both nomological rules that could simulate other nomological rules. Moreover, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens attainments in this aspect clearly surpassed Divine Empress Ling Su. Perhaps the source of Divine Empress Ling Su was the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens. The 9 Heavens reincarnation technique and the torrent of vicissitudes were enough for Long Chen to resist. In the face of this surging attack, he gritted his teeth and was ready to try to deal with the other party's crazy bombardment. The sacrificial spear appeared in his left hand and faced the ghost blood curse. The ghost blood curse was filled with monstrous blood qi, while the sacrificial spear was filled with the light of punishment that shone like the light of Hierarch Taihao. The light of punishment was like a sharp sword that pierced through the night, turning the void of the cosmic hive into day. Death tribulation. Blood-red eyes and a crazy sea of blood. The ghost blood curse swung its sword and the endless sea of blood condensed into the power of a sword aura, condensing into a dragon-shaped sword aura. It was as though a divine dragon was running and fiercely collided with the 9 Heavens reincarnation technique. It was the first time the two clashed head-on in the cosmic hive. Rumble. The cosmic hive trembled violently. After all, the power of an ultimate god was too fierce. The most terrifying thing was that the aftermath of the battle directly entered the hundreds of millions of passageways in the cosmic hive, forming a destructive force. Those divine emperors who were still nearby were probably in a miserable state and might even lose their lives. The death tribulation barely tore the 9 Heavens reincarnation technique apart, but it still had the upper hand. On the other hand, the law of vicissitudes dissipated when Long Chen touched it with the sacrificial spear before the terrifying torrent arrived. Currently, Long Chen's attainments in time had reached an extremely high level. In terms of time law, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was merely displaying her slight skill in front of an expert. Oh humph! The first move was fine, but the second move was so easily broken. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was embarrassed, but she did not panic. Not bad. You can take 2 moves from me. You're barely qualified to be my opponent. You have to be careful next. Don't let me kill you. Come on. Long Chen's face was calm. The previous battle had yet to pass. He had to admit that the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was indeed a very good training target as she had too many tricks up her sleeves. Long Chen had to use Lingxi's heavenly rule to imagine how powerful the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was. Flying Peach Blossoms. The third move was the Peachwood Sword. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens danced in the void as the surrounding peach blossoms danced. Her dance was beautiful and mesmerizing. However, the lethality was hidden deep within. Right after that beautiful dance, the sword struck out. In an instant, everywhere Long Chen could see was shrouded in peach blossoms. Upon a closer look, each peach blossoms contained killing intent of the law. Long Chen was surrounded by layers of killing intent. However, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens did not stop there. Fog of creation. As soon as the flying peach blossoms appeared, she took control of the gray gourd. Under her control, the gourd suddenly spewed out endless gray mist. The mist seemed to have tiny life forms, instantly filling up all the places that Long Chen could reach. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens seemed to have complete control over this place. Long Chen did not know what terrifying effects the fog of creation would have. But in the next instant, the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens laughed coldly and attacked again. 9 Heavens Mirror Art. This time, he used his demonic mirror. It was a strange eternal grade divine weapon shrouded in black mist. Under the control of the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens, it appeared between Long Chen and the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens. The surface of the mirror was like a piece of glass. In front of it was Long Chen, and behind it was the dancing Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens. She looked like a fairy, like a fairy, like a fairy. The Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens was actually called the 9 Heavens Saintess when she was very young. Long Chen did not have time to watch the Holy Mother of the 9 Heavens performance. He had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the flying peach blossoms and the fog of creation, let alone the 9 heavens mirror art. It made Long Chen deeply understand that he would definitely lose that day if he did not have that final trick. At that moment, he was just wondering if he could withstand the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens under normal circumstances. It seemed that he could not. At that moment, the peach wood sword's millions of peach blossoms flew towards Long Chen. The mist of creation condensed into a long snake and coiled around Long Chen. Long Chen roughly understood that the mist of creation's rule was corrosion. Even if it was an ultimate god, one's divine body would be corroded and would not be able to recover. He could only protect himself. He was about to use the sky-burying coffin, but he did not expect the demonic mirror's 9 heavens mirror art to fall on him first. At that moment, he found that his body could not move. Through the demonic mirror, he could see the Holy Mother of the 9 heavens smiling at him. He could not help but smile back at her. It was uncontrollable. Chapter 30-39. The magical part of the 9th heaven mirror image technique was that Long Chen and the 9th heaven Saint Mother were on the two sides of the 9th heaven mirror image technique through the demonic mirror image technique. In the corresponding positions, the 9th heaven Saint Mother's laws would directly descend on Long Chen. This was a strange law similar to Lingxi's heavenly spirit art. In fact, there was no way to defend against it. As for its terrifying effect, when the projection of the 9th heaven mirror technique was successful, the 9th heaven Holy Mother would bind Long Chen. Long Chen's body seemed to be entangled by billions of threads. The other party used these threads to entangle Long Chen like a puppet. On both sides of the magic mirror, whatever the 9th heaven Holy Mother did, Long Chen would do under her control. If the 9 heavens Divine Mother didn't move, Long Chen would be imprisoned. When the 9th heaven mirror image technique descended on his body through the demonic mirror, Long Chen realized how terrifying the 9th heaven Saint Mother's new round of nomological bombardment was. She was a very smart woman. When the 9th heaven mirror image technique succeeded, it was actually the time when 2 of her nomological laws erupted. Peach blossoms flew everywhere, and the mist of good fortune descended in an instant. 9 heavens Saint Mother had no qualms about killing Long Chen. If she didn't believe that Long Chen would die, she could just take the primordial dragon pagoda. Her intention to kill was clear. She was worried that Long Chen would take revenge on her in the future. For the primordial dragon pagoda, this was her only choice. Perish. 9 heavens Saint Mother sneered. Even Long Chen could only sneer along with her. Up until now, the battlefield had always been under her control. Wang. At that moment, Long Chen had already been submerged by the creation mist spat out by the creation gourd. At the same time, hundreds of millions of peach blossom sword chi attacked his body. In fact, Saint Mother of the 9th heaven was very confident with the help of the 9-fold mirror technique. The moment the 9th heaven mirror technique succeeded, she knew that she had succeeded. There's no need for that trump card at all. Just the 9th heaven mirror image technique is enough for him to escape. Moreover, it's not easy for him to get the chance to fight me alone, so he won't run away so easily. Saint Mother of the 9 heavens knew that this was the best opportunity for her to kill Long Chen. Under the mist of creation and the peach blossom sword auras tearing, she was confident that even other ultimate gods would be severely injured if they were restrained. These were the many benefits of her laws and the destinable divine artifact. In fact, all of her nomological laws combined to form the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. You eyesore, disappear into thin air. Don't even think about escaping my grasp again. The peachwood sword seemed like a wonderful thing, but it was actually one of the 9th heaven saintess killer moves. Especially when combined with the mist of creation, it could tear the body of an ultimate god into pieces. She knew in her heart that as long as the magic mirror's 9th heaven mirror image technique was still projected onto Long Chen's body, he wouldn't be able to resist and could only wait for death. At the critical moment. Suddenly, when Saint Mother of the 9 heavens was the most relaxed and couldn't help but smile at her masterpiece, the 9th heaven mirror image technique was suddenly broken without any warning. Then, in the next moment, an aura that made Saint Mother of the 9 heavens fear and desire descended. She saw a light appear inside the mist of creation. It was the divine power of the original incipient grade creator divine weapon that she desired the most. As soon as this original incipient grade creator divine weapon appeared, it directly suppressed the divine power of her 9 eternal grade creator divine weapons. This was the reason why she wanted the original dragon pagoda so much. The value of the original Dragon Pagoda surpassed her 9 Creator Divine weapons. However, this made her respect it because it wasn't a good thing that Long Chen could control this original incipient grade Creator Divine weapon. It meant that it would be more difficult for her to get it. However, to a person who considered treasures more important than her own life, its appearance was enough to make Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens go crazy. She couldn't help but laugh. The most obvious thing was that the light in her colorful eyes became fiercer. Boom. All of a sudden, her magic mirror was blown away. It wailed and shrank into a dressing mirror, returning to Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' hand. Boom. After continuous explosions, the peach sword energy bounced back. Under such circumstances, the peachwood sword in Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' hand was shaking. However, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens didn't care about these details. She directly retrieved the peachwood sword and turned it into a wooden hairpin. She inserted it into her hair and tied up her long black hair. In the end, the creation mist retreated, and the creation gourd also let out a mournful wail, drawing a long arc in the air. The mighty eternal grade creation divine artifact was actually wailing at the feet of the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens like a little beast. They were all broken. Suddenly, Long Chen tore the mist of creation with his bare hands and rushed out. He didn't look any different from before, but Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens knew that he had changed. His body had fused with a Creator Divine weapon. That Creator Divine weapon seemed to stick to his body and protect him, making him invulnerable and able to resist any principles. At the same time, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens felt that Long Chen's power had skyrocketed. The original incipient grade Creator Divine weapon's Creator Divine power had fused with the invisible dragon Qi in Long Chen's body and created an immense power. In terms of power, Long Chen could be compared to an ultimate god or even beyond that. At that moment, a pagoda pattern appeared on Long Chen's body. The invisible divine dragon moved around his body and his divine aura rose. Even the 9-colored Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens was subdued in front of him. She was like a mortal woman. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens is stronger than I thought. I have to use the primordial dragon pagoda now. That was Long Chen's last thought. If he didn't use the primordial dragon pagoda and his body was still confined, he would be hurt badly. Perfect. Even more perfect than I thought. I want it. It's mine, Long Chen. Such a perfect woman at this time, revealed an incomparable desire in her eyes. I told you, you can't control it. Even though Long Chen had only said a few words, due to the existence of the primordial dragon pagoda, even a single word from him was dignified. It was as if he could control and destroy everything in the world with just a single word. I don't believe it. Then let's try. When Long Chen was enraged, it was a nightmare for Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he had become. It was the first time he used the primordial dragon pagoda. He and Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens attacked at almost the same time. Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens had many fortune divine weapons. She went crazy and used them almost at the same time. Reincarnation of the Nine Heavens. World of Changes. Ninth Heaven Mirror Technique. Fog of Creation. Flying Peach Blossoms. 5 kinds of rules and 5 eternal rank fortune divine weapons were used at the same time. She was amazing in this aspect and had abundant divine power. But that wasn't her limit. When the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens descended, when the time torrent rolled, when the demonic mirror showed its power again, when the fog of creation shrouded again, and when the endless sword Qi of Peach Blossom swept across the entire cosmos hive, Divine Lord Taihao had already known about the battle. He was just trying to deal with Lingxi and the others. Boom. Boom. Even from outside the cosmos hive, one could see the entire cosmos hive shaking violently. That was the god-level rules that could shake an original incipient realm world. Galaxy Destruction Technique. This was a new set of rules, and its tyrannical degree surpassed everything that the Holy Mother of the Nine Heavens had done before. The fortune divine artifact she used was the crown on her head. The crown was very thin, and it didn't take up much space. However, there was an incomparably different star river pearl that seemed to contain an endless starry sky. At that moment, amidst the chaos, the Galaxy Pearl rushed toward Long Chen under Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens' furious and fanatical fighting style. It then exploded in front of Long Chen. That explosion was like the explosion of the entire galaxy. Boom. Everything was drowned in the endless chaos. However, Saint Mother of the Nine Heavens didn't stop. She was too anxious. She had always fought like this. No one could stop her in this way. The addition of the Galaxy Pearl made the destruction here reach its limit. Before Long Chen could rush out, he was drowned by the violent woman's attacks. However, she was far from stopping. Billions of inner demons. At this moment, the bronze bell hanging on her ear began to vibrate. It rang 9 times in a row, each louder than the last. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even she could hear the sound of the bell. Furthermore, she was affected by her inner demons and was almost struck by Hierarch Tai Hao's attack. You have many inner demons. Let them drown you. The sound of the inner demons penetrated the primordial dragon pagoda and resounded in Long Chen's body. Frankly speaking, compared to the billions of inner demons, even the galaxy destruction technique was nothing. Billions of demons appeared in his heart. Their disturbing voices were everywhere. Countless inner demons were born around his Yuan Shen. Inside the Heart of Rule, they all headed for the Yuan Shen of the Void Dragon. As long as the inner demons kill his Yuan Shen, he will die for sure. The primordial dragon pagoda won't be able to protect his body. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens thought excitedly. Billions of inner demons were like evil spirits, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. According to Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens' estimation, Long Chen was already in endless pain. Inner demons made people think of sad things and couldn't extricate themselves. Dang! The Yuan Shen of the Void Dragon seemed extremely fragile. Billions of inner demons rushed up like a black tide. Countless sharp claws were about to tear the Yuan Shen apart. Saint Mother of the 9 Heavens was the most excited. However, at that moment, the primordial spirit of the Void Ether Dragon opened its eyes. When the inner demons were about to strike, a pagoda appeared on the Void Ether Dragon's body and completely protected it. Buzz! The pagoda shook. Billions of inner demons were destroyed.